Not $1 million. $1 million.
That's huge.
More $1 million.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, I guess. Close enough.
Yeah, I could probably clock that. Yeah, I'm pretty good at it. I gotta get fucking more. She's artistically running around the fucking pool. Hey, bitch! No running around the pool!
Like, realistically, like, if you, like a marriage tier list, I would have to be pretty up there for you, know? Like, it wouldn't be that
Bro,
bad.
you're a fucking dork! Hey.
Talking to me?
Yes!
What's up, bud?
What's up, buddy?
It wouldn't be that bad.
Hello, mommy.
I'm trying to see
Maybe at least, like,
Sorry.
five.
if I can get one more DPS for
Someone in the next month. Like, I've got
WoW.
top 3, actually.
Because if I get, I'm really close to like finishing leveling this stupid character, and it can be off on my mind forever.
I can hop on if you want. I'm level 80.
As long as I stay away from your family, it's probably fine.
Yeah, but I need good DPS. Sorry, let me talk to you like this.
I'm good. I think. No, I'm
Seem
like
good.
I'm good. Like I don't know. Like okay.
116 blaster. All right, Carvez. You're party leader. Is a 716 blaster good enough for you?
You look at me like this, bro. I just got a boner. What? Huh? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Huh? Wow.
Are you okay? What's
Yeah,
up
bro.
with you, man?
I
Did
don't.
this subathon's really be fucking your mind?
I don't know. You just leaned into me, bro. I like fucking lean. Is that good for you? I don't know, bitch. Yup. Whatever. Yeah, dude. I'm good. Yeah. Hey.
Okay.
I don't know. Like, fuck, dude. Sure, dude. Yeah. Fucking go play with that guy. I don't know. Fuck it. I don't know.
Do you want to get carried too?
I'm already 80, bro. I'm good. I don't need to do all that.
Yeah, but you gotta get your gear level up.
We're not fucking raiding till the 30th, man. I don't even know if they're working that. So it's like, don't really need to do it yet.
What?
He only said that to me, I think.
Fucking turd twig. Turtwig doesn't even fucking put the data we're rating on.
Yeah, because it's gonna be
My
30th.
mirror. Oh my god.
Probably go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not buying 2 months of subs. Lusty, my precious
Well,
mute. Hi.
I don't know, bro. Something's gotta happen.
You baby.
Oh, I don't know, bro. Go talk to him. I don't know.
Pointing at myself.
Points at you, points at myself, points at you, points at myself.
Got a little whore.
Eeny,
What whore you
meeny,
got
miny,
Go and do
mo.
it.
Oh, don't do it.
I won't do it. Can't stay. I'm a
Yeah, slurs?
dude. I can buy bullets.
I'm broke. I can afford to buy one bullet.
Want to do it at my slumber party?
What am I gonna do with one bullet?
I need bodies there. Bitch. I just gave you a time and fucking place to do it. Okay, what the fuck else you
He
want
said
to do?
he said Master won't let me talk. I think he's upset because you hurt his feelings.
Hey, I'm sorry, baby.
FSB, wake up.
Sorry, baby. Hey.
I've called him by his name.
You want a treat? You want a treat, little guy?
Fuck to you, Lazzy. W, does that mean you're also gonna be popping perks?
I hope, dude.
Alright, which one?
Son. Alright, why are you doing this to me, baby? Come on. Why are you doing this to me? My sweet French queen left and Sephi finger slurst. Did you?
W got a hold of the Turtwig picture.
Fuck, man. So did he, and you still talk to him.
Okay, that's not. Nope. You missed it.
Oh my god. Why did you do that to him?
Scared as fuck, dude.
Hey, Turtwig,
What?
are you buying for another sub from me or like what's up? The 30th?
Huh?
You crazy?
Oh fuck! I forgot that means people need to buy another. Dude, maybe we just send it the 11th, bro. Fuck it, because I forgot people have to buy another sub if we push it back.
Just do whatever, bro. Fuck it.
Dude, just do it on the 11th.
About back in, yeah,
and
okay,
then
let's do it
just
on the 11th.
fucking
Fuck
offer
it.
carries for people
Okay, yeah, I can do
if
that.
they
I can
can't
do
do it
that.
in time.
Yeah.
Because
Your
Okay, deal.
lawyer-client
Kate's too poor to buy
relationship is
another one.
kinda
They ain't making
strange.
enough on Facebook. And
I think
Gotta start lowballing.
it's not that
Football
they
on
can't
Facebook a little
afford it,
bit.
it's that they're financially somewhat responsible, unlike me, who just leaves my sub on even if I'm not playing, and then I'm subscribed to like Netflix and Crunchyroll and Hulu and Disney Plus, and I probably lose about $200 a month off subscriptions I don't actually use.
You gotta get rocket money.
you're stupid.
Yup.
Ad.
Yup. Hashtag ad.
Hashtag
You
ad.
gotta get rocket money.
That's a W ad read. Motherfucker, hire me! God damn it, give me a sponsor. Just one. Fuck.
Yup.
Got
Yep.
so mad. Oof. You know, just like, why not, dude? I'm applying for one.
Fuck it.
Nah, bro.
If you get sponsored, I'll get rocket money. Only if you get sponsored specifically.
Okay. Join our affiliate program.
What?
Target audience 23 to 34 years old. Made it. Back. I think
Do you think it's gayer to suck dick or get fucked in VR?
sucking dick is
Suck
more
dick.
personal.
That's true.
Are you sucking dick just looking forward, or are you sucking dick looking up? I think there's just like a big like divot in here.
Both.
Oh yeah.
I still think sucking dick is much more personal of a thing than Oh.
What if you're not sucking dick? You're entirely passive. Your mouth is just open, and they're just fucking it, and you're just not moving away.
I think that's even fucking gayer.
a lot gayer because you're like
Yeah, but you're
waiting
not
to
so
doing
you're-
receive it.
anything.
you're
You're
just-
just
You're just a
saying-
little
you're
gay
completely
toy though,
still.
and you're just
You're not
accepting
it's
it.
like the fact that
Yeah,
letting
you're
it
just
happen,
you're
I think, is
waiting to
even gayer.
receive it. It's like you're obviously waiting for something. Your mouth wouldn't be open otherwise, you know.
Okay, so if you're sitting there with your mouth open, you're waiting to receive it. Is wow,
Yes.
that's such a progressive
gay.
view.
Yep. Dude, this is the fattest dude ever. He does not even look like this. Like, what the fuck, man? This is
That's
evil.
bad.
You gotta
You
like
ever watch
privatize
Barnyard?
your
You know when
image.
the rat was bouncing off of Otis's belly? That's what I
Yeah.
do to this dude. Boing, boing.
Yeah,
Shit, dude.
yeah, dude. This fucking W killed himself.
No!
Hello, ladies, gray hair ladies.
I missed the jump.
Hold on.
Wait, did you go by yourself?
I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and I'm gonna like have my head in my hands for 6 hours. I think. Or, you know, we only got 96 hours.
Today was nice.
I think it's 22 minutes. You guys like pop like one beer when I'm done?
I'm sure they appreciated that.
It's gonna be like 9 in the morning on Saturday. Can you guys just stay up?
Holy shit.
They're
Are we
like,
still getting incredibly wasted?
I'm
Are you gonna
getting
do your
fucking
thing?
shit faced when I'm done, dude. I fucking
This is
yep.
It's gonna be a big day.
I say that, but like I'm literally gonna end stream. Like a wave of euphoria is gonna hit me. I'm immediately gonna go to bed for 24 hours, and I'm gonna wake up on Monday and go, "Ooh, I feel great, man." No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm going to nah. I'm gonna be fucking everybody. Nobody's safe. Not you. Fuck, not even that cat, bro. Nobody's safe. All right, I don't give a fuck.
Which one?
Both of them.
Nope.
I don't give a fuck, dude. It's gonna be bad. Used Rocket Money and found out I was paying for Xbox Game Pass on an account I didn't use. See? W ad read. W ad read. fuck are you guys talking about?
Punching a fucking my gut. What the hell?
Fuck.
I'm pretty sure Kegels don't impact how tight someone's ass is. Just saying.
The fuck is your problem? Can you start talking again, dude? Just like back to the hose. Like back,
Ross, if you
back
don't
to the
start talking,
hose.
they're gonna cancel your Swarter sub. You're gonna be unsubscribed on Swarter. Oh, you fucking bitch.
I got a hold on. I got a picture up.
Yeah, fair enough.
I think that Lazzie's big avatar looks more like a pug, a pig.
You know, Lazzy, we could actually
Looks like one of those small
bond
fucking
over playing
dogs.
MMOs if you weren't like a solo loner, like play by yourself single player person. We would actually have a friendship.
I'm not alone.
Instead, we
I
just
have
have a
my
complicated-
companions. like
Look how he
companions.
spelled. Look how he spelled companions.
Yeah, my compions. Look at me like that, bro. You're like an NPC that I pissed off, bro. Stop looking at me, bro. Go look at another motherfucker, bro. I didn't.
Dude, there's nothing but hate in those
Leave me,
eyes.
leave
That
me
shit is
the fuck
terrifying.
alone, bro. Get out of here. Hey,
I
look
can
at
scare
fucking
when
Quiz
close his
again
eyes,
and talk
dude.
about like try to fuck them again. I'll want you to look at me. Hello?
It's like
Angered
you're scared,
me.
You don't know if he's gonna kill you or if he's gonna get someone else to come
Keller
and kill you.
Buff
dude.
Keller Buffy King. Okay. Ross? Don't I'm leaving and taking Slurst with me. You go cuddle them? I'm gonna drown them in a lake, so you're getting your balls touched. That's
Is that more like a
Market's
swamp?
hole now. Ew. Okay.
Hear shit?
Oi! Oi! Oi!
What's up, Rod?
Hey man,
What's up, buddy?
doing a check-in on you. Just what's going on?
I am currently trying to set up a way to play WoW and be in VR at the same time.
Dedicated to this shit, bro. Like way too dedicated. Like extremely dedicated.
I'm trying to. Tutuk said, if I do this, I get to fuck his butt.
Okay.
So
You do that for free, bro. Come on, are you fucking
I'm gonna
serious?
do it. His real butt.
Okay, you guys are both too awkward to do that. Come
I'll just find a funny toy, and then I can go crazy for nonsense.
You're gonna. That's all. Like, what is the? Why are you getting the butt for? It's just for setting this up. Like what?
I mean the butt.
We're getting his butt
I
for
wanna
just
play
setting up the
WoW?
setup. Yeah, like what? Dog you down bad. This sub's on fucking up your mental. I'm not even down, but I just want to talk to my friend, okay? Even though my friend has a fat butt, I see them for the awkward loser they are beneath that. No? I respect them. No? Bro, when the fuck are we doing Pal Pong again?
Really?
I'm bad as fuck right now.
I mean, you could get like a giant diaper and just slide it in between your butt cheeks. So like it's
Ew,
some
ew,
insulation.
ew,
You can't
ew,
hear the
ew,
clapping.
ew, ew,
The quickest 180 of my life. They're talking about diapers. Want to go over there anymore? I'm hanging out with you now.
Oh, okay. You should stand behind me if you want views. That's like the
I
best
think
way
I'm
to
in
talk
your
to me.
head. Where the fuck is the camera? Your camera's looking at a fucking door
wall.
right now. Oh. Yeah, but I want to talk to my friend, you know?
What do you want to talk about? Broadcast?
I don't know, like what your day's been, like I don't know, like what you're doing with your day, you know.
My day's
and-
been, honestly, in the last month has probably been the best thing ever. Everything's been on and up. Subs are up, views are up.
And that's all. And look, that's what I told you. I was like, just shake your butt for money. And you finally were like, dude, you know what? Fuck it, dude. I finally don't give a fuck anymore. Did it, and now you're up. See?
Yeah. And all I have to do is go on. I don't know. I just feel better.
Thanks for the five, but you
I feel like there's so much time on my hands now. I can do stuff that
Okay,
I can
that was good.
do.
Slurs,
Okay,
thank you for the
having
Fiverr.
fun.
Yum
No
yum.
returns on most of my stuff. Instead of just
Boy, ruff, ruff.
wasting it all away.
Well, that's good, bro. I'm happy that you found found your niche and shaking your butt like exactly what you're like. Go. No. Now you're good, bro.
Yeah. I'm
Giselle,
good.
you're making it.
I'm relevant again.
Yup.
I just have
Yup.
to stream on the dead hours.
Yup.
Force people to watch me.
Fucking, I told you, man. Go live at like fucking 10, 11, fucking 12. Fucking, they'll watch you, I think. Fine. Good, dude. Cooking.
I'm good.
I'm proud of you, man.
all
I'm
set.
proud of you, man. Good job.
Thanks, bud. You pushed me to be as this good, man.
No, I didn't push you for
You
shit.
pushed me.
I just told you to do it 100 times, and then you listened to me once, which I'm happy about. Fuck it, dude. Everybody give more like 1,000 subs. Give more like 1,000 subs.
The lips are so green.
Like what happened?
Like you ate the green
Say the
goblin.
same for you.
My lips ain't green. My lips are.
Let's skip to do 5 subs.
They're pink.
And he left immediately.
Yep.
Got cat lips.
Why?
That's what cat lips.
Still mad.
Pussy lips.
Oh, they got his ass. They got his ass out immediately.
Fat.
Wait, no, they didn't get
Look at
his
Les
ass
New
out
Fit.
immediately.
Look at Les New Fit. Look at Les New Fit. Isn't that cute?
I've been seeing it. I've seen it. It's cute.
Cute.
Oh, fuck, you forget that I've been live forever. She comes in. I like it a lot. She's been working on it. Cute.
Damn.
Oh, those gay waves, dude. It's freaking me out.
Cut out that
Hardworking
5G shit.
woman.
This is a hard-working woman right here.
Hmm.
Art for society. This shit. Or bums. Quiz
Yep.
might have a job. I don't know.
Nope.
Definitely don't have a job actually, because you've been showing up during like the day and shit. Like, what the fuck what are you doing, bitch? I don't to work. Got you on a pension? I'm a war criminal.
That pays?
You know they disappeared for like a year and a half? What if they like infiltrated a country and we didn't even know? And now they're like they're on their
Did you
time
blow
off.
up that fucking power plant in Ukraine and they paid you $1 million? The person you're talking to? Quiz. Hi, Quiz. 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 Quiz.
Albanian.
Quiz.
Wait, did you blow up the Nord Stream? Did you blow up that pipeline?
Boom. Boom.
Wait, you've been dragging an anchor of undersea cables?
I don't think you could pilot a ship, Quiz. You dumb as hell. You can't do that shit. They're all fucking mad at me. What the fuck do you know about sailing? Oh, bitch, they don't got sales on the boats no more.
Hey, pay attention to your adopted cat.
Point at me. I don't know shit about sailing either.
Where my cat?
Sorry.
For adults.
I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, I mean, come on. Yeah, you don't know shit about sailing. Have you been on a boat once in your entire life? Two, three. Five. But can you do
Definitive five
put
or
up
a five maybe?
put up 6? Can you put up 6 fingers?
6'11".
Now put up a 7th.
Now put up 7.
6'11".
As he went live, he's doing a fucking SpaghettiO stream, like I told him to. See. He was just warming up. He was just using me to warm up, dude. That fucker. One goes out to Crumpet and Sakura.
You
They
think he
keep me
warmed
going.
Up? He just burned it all. How many
Bomb,
for us, so he's not gonna
get
be.
800. One get. And we get a 5er. He needs to update his goals, man. It's 798 out of 1,000. That looks like that's like a lot. What just did like 798 out of
You know he's
800.
gonna get a sub and it's gonna decay him, right?
That's not what's gonna happen. Okay, he's gonna be fine. I know Yuki. Hey.
Hi. Hello.
Have active
I wanted to
ad
give you
slurs.
like the
It's time.
so you don't like left out and like.
It is nice when you give me attention. It makes me feel like you almost care about me as much as your homies. But I know not really. But like for a moment, I can like pretend.
I just like can't talk to you for more than like 10 minutes or like 4 minutes or like 2 minutes because like it's like I don't really get that
Yeah, I'm a
much interest in
sexual
shit.
object, so every conversation ends and you're getting a boner, and like there's nothing to talk about other than something like
Yep.
sexual. I get it.
Yep.
We have no dynamic beyond that. That's our entire. Yeah.
Well, I played Armor for a minute and that was like we did that. That was cool.
Yeah, I have fun playing games with you, but I just don't, outside of that, neither of us see each other as anything other
Yep.
than a one-dimensional,
Yep.
pointless interaction.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we share that commonality in seeing that, so I think that's good, right? It's like there's no facade
Yeah.
there.
I'm usually pretty self-aware of what people see me as.
Yeah, I mean, I view you as like a human. You're a human being. Not
Yeah,
an
I'm like a
object.
decent human. Yeah, like you're a decent human too. Like you breathe and you don't kill people. So like, cool.
I've probably drained somebody of their last dollar though. I don't know, dude. There was a guy that gifted me $1,500. That dude might have killed himself. I don't know.
Oh yeah, definitely. Usually you're supposed to give that money to like lewd tubers who then like pretend like they're dating you, but not really, and then you then go and kill yourself. They kind of fucked up giving it to you, honestly. But hey, they
Bro,
can do what they
lock
want.
in. What do you mean, bro? Lock in. I'm talking to Nayuki. Guys, come on.
Stop making it weird.
Like huge dicks.
I
Hate my mama.
made it
That
weird
makes so much
on
sense.
myself. Forever. Hello to Huz.
You did this, huh?
Uh,
You did that?
I'm really tired, but there's a lot of like kind of funny people there.
Prince
I don't know what to
Albert?
do. I'm at a crossroads.
Huh. Suckle on those things?
Nayuki's gone too. Kill myself. I like kind of listen to what he says a little
Yeah,
bit.
wait, really? Oh my god, is it?
Freaks me
wait,
out.
Was I making fun of you? Was I like you dumb stupid fucking cat? You stupid fucking dumb cat?
Can I just like look at you, just like not talk?
Oh
It
my
kind of be
God,
weird.
I've met this freak like
that
2
cool?
months ago or 3 months ago.
Very cool.
Holy shit, that's crazy.
It's like it's
Yeah,
not
I
even
do
like me
remember that,
talking. It's like
actually.
this is like a
Still walking around with
deformed,
this
like
stupid
fucked
dumb
up version.
fucking dumb
Like
cat.
my old brain just turned flat so long that I've been
Wow. Pretty cool.
kind of fucked up.
Yeah, they were
Or 98 hours, dude.
fucking cat.
Get
And
in
then
my
I
belly.
met
God is
someone
good,
else who
dude.
was super hot too. I don't remember who it was though.
Until I go back up to 100 and then
My belly.
fucked. Those little fairies walking around. They're crawling on their bellies. Oh.
Don't say
Wait,
that.
paw
I
job?
don't know magic.
You
Tired.
do no magic. You do blender.
That one has a hat
It's
on.
magic.
Maybe he's one.
Hey, you had a hat on, fairy.
Your hand is surrounding me.
Yeah,
All
you might be right.
player
you're
still on my
probably
desk.
Read my
But
hat.
Also, I think poor Karma was in that instant too. They're hot.
Poor Karma, dude. And shout out Poor Karma. They went on my
Yeah.
stream once, and Deb was like, they didn't die. They didn't see them for like 10 months.
Yeah, they're my friend. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're cool. They wear like Ape's, I think it's Ape's avatar. Fucking badass.
It was a bad bitch, bro.
Yep. Yep. They have a cool name too. I like that name.
What?
Poor Karma. Like edgy.
Yeah, it's like okay.
it's
I,
like
I would
Quiz's-
think that's
it's
like,
like-
an Xbox name, bro. Poor Karma. It's like I'd see a motherfucking name Poor Karma in a Call of Duty lobby. You know?
Yeah, baby. I like Quiz's alt
Seh.
account name is like my favorite account name maybe ever. I can't say it. But like just know that yours. Like your account name, it's like, dude, it's so good. Yeah. Wait, no way, it's my
Huh?
divorce.
Is this mic been muted? Fuck off.
Mike.
Fuck off, bro.
I'll be back.
He has no camera on. He's just doing this no camera, just mute gameplay. Busy keeps showing her fucking feet. I'm gonna get fiendish. You know what I mean?
Who?
Bitson?
I don't even know you said that.
Yep.
Now watch this. I'm getting fiendish.
Dude, he literally just noticed his mic was muted after 8 minutes. Genius. When I'm done with this subathon, are you gonna start going live again? You think? Or no?
Yeah, for sure, actually.
Lying to me to get my hopes up before I move in.
No, I'm not. I'm genuinely not.
So I'm the one that's impeding your streaming career.
No, you're not impeding my streaming career. If anything, it helps me because I don't have to go live because you're always live. But, like, I kind of like going live, like, at this time because, like, it's either that or hang out with the hoes that are never gonna suck my dick, you know, like Seth. So, like, streaming isn't all bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck, it ain't that bad. I'm all in this stream, and I'm literally, you guys are gonna have to like fucking just find me, bro. I'm never getting on the internet ever again.
Yep, you're moving to fucking like the Philippines or some shit.
I'm moving to Austin. You motherfuckers are gonna have to knock on my door. I'm gonna be reading books and shit, painting.
Drinking matcha.
Yep, I'm gonna be a whole different human.
Yep.
Fuck it, whatever.
What do you have to lose?
All of my money.
Oh, right. Forgot about that.
Yeah, my like being able to live with you guys, so I can like pay rent. You know?
Brad's gonna power bomb you. Oh, we might have to move. You know that, right?
What?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get some?
I mean, it wouldn't be that big of a deal.
Can I get like some like info? Cause no, I didn't. That.
Well, it's because since the landlord's coming, like you never know. Like they're getting measurements, but you don't know what that means. So Red said that they will talk to them and like, well, why are you getting the measurements? Are we gonna have to move? Or are you just doing it like price the house? Like there's a lot they could be doing. I don't know.
So like,
I mean, if we have to move, it's not a big deal because we have till December. Like we have so much time.
okay. We'll move all
Yeah.
that shit up to Austin. Y'all motherfuckers be sitting out there on boxes going, yeah, we're fucked.
No. Red even. We were talking today. Red's like, fuck it. We have to get a new house. We just get a big ass house with a pool. We're up right now. Like broadcast subathon, Marcus cameo. Like.
Motherfucker broadcast
We're up,
subathon. Subathon only lasts once, bitch. I ain't up forever.
Fuck
like,
it,
a
dude.
month.
Okay. To be fair though, you know we're gonna be paying the lease because you know they're taking the big ass rooms. We ain't doing all that. We're gonna get sent upstairs again with the 3 bedrooms, and we're gonna split 3 bedrooms between 2 of us, which I'm very okay with.
You can have a couple's room, dude. I'm so excited.
Yep.
We'll carry you around. It's gonna be super gay.
Yep. Now I want to make the middle room like a stream room. I'll put my other PC in there. But I'm not gonna stream in there. It's just like for like certain like if we want to do like IRL stuff, you know.
Yeah, like
Like,
tier
we can
lists
add-
and
dude.
shit.
Yeah.
That's low key smart as fuck. We should do that.
Yep. I mean, I'm not gonna use it for anything else.
I'm gonna use it to have sex in.
Nope.
We're gonna 2K to powerbomb
Oh,
you
yeah.
through the drywall. Nope.
We gone over the rules that me and Jacob went over.
What are the?
You have
what are
to
the
agree to
rules,
these. So, if you ever, it goes both ways. If we hear each other ERPing,
I'm tired of this,
we just act like we didn't until it's over. Right? Just, you know?
Yeah.
And then, after, you can talk about it, but no names if you hear a name. Those are the 2 rules.
That's it. I thought you had like some serious fucking rules. I'm never gonna hear you fucking. You won't hear me fucking.
No.
I'm gonna be screaming up in that bitch.
Dude, you're a lot more likely to hear me fucking than I am you.
You screaming?
No, because the bathroom shares a wall with my room. So if you go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and I'm beating that shit up, like you know, there's
I
just a
bang on the
chance.
wall once, so you gonna get really mad at me.
I'm gonna get fucking jump scared.
That'd be really funny though, right? I won't even fuck with you after. Like that's
I
for
mean-
me.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose my boner though, and then I'm gonna get all mad, and I'm gonna run in your room and come on you.
What the fuck are you talking? Um, hey, what's going on, bro? What's going on?
Just grin maxing.
That's good.
You wanna watch my, look at my look at my stream right now.
I gotta look. I'll peep. Looking? Dude, that is actually good maxing. You're so fucking smart. Hey, good shit, bud.
I know.
Improvise, adapt, overcome. Good. Bottle the Turk, come and sell it. I'm drinking it. I'm gay as hell.
Is if I'm like, Marcus comes out at Sunday Night Callouts and we fucking assassinate him. Imagine how funny that would be. Marcus is shot dead in Chicago. Dude, that would go
I'm
crazy.
blowing Juva's head off in real life just to like sell it, you know?
Yep.
Why not? That is.
I don't think.
Why did you say that?
I don't know. Tired. I want food.
I was like,
I haven't had my
looking
daily
for food, but,
smoothie yet.
dude, I'm good. That was really funny though. Yeah, I fucking man. I agree to your rules.
Thanks, man. Okay, go.
I
It goes
won't
both ways
mention
too,
anybody.
so it's like it's mutually beneficial.
You can talk about whatever I do, man. If I'm loud enough, fuck, I don't care.
Dude, I walk back to the room to like go downstairs. Oh my god, oh god.
Be screaming at that bitch. It's gonna be bad. I'm gonna be walking all over the hallways. It's just going ah. They're like to fucking, you know, like that one scene in fucking Scary Movie where that bitch is getting torn up the wall. It's gonna be me.
What if you're like in the bathroom and you hear like Boda beat my shit up and it's like one of your mutes? Then what?
Well, I hope they're doing it good. No. The fuck is your?
Hey, stop! Hey, you're like, well, I know the rules.
I know the rules,
Can't
bro.
say nothing.
Can't say nothing. Fuck it. I'm gonna DM them and go, yup, this is good.
Winter's making me so mad right now. Oh, maybe I did.
I'm responding to a DM. Keep talking.
Ahem.
I said keep talking. You stop. Hello? Hello? Yeah,
I don't know what
I'm
to talk
muted.
about.
I don't know about talking about fucking anything, bro. Fuck.
Hello, Queen. Yeah, that's it.
Hello, Queen.
Nice name. What else do I talk about?
I don't know, bro. I can't tell you. Like, I was gonna say, like, what happened over the weekend. Nope, can't talk about that. I don't know. Fucking nothing. Wait, we ain't getting to the top
We
about,
talk
bro.
about how Sefia woke me up today at 8 p.m. after I got 4 hours of sleep, just because like, oh, it's raid time, it's raid time, and then there wasn't even a raid today. They just woke me up for no reason. I could be sleeping. I'm asleep
Maybe
right now.
they just wanted to hang out with you.
Oh, they're just stupid and fucking dumb.
Have a
They're
wonderful
mute, and
friendship.
totally,
You do.
I'm totally gaslighting them right now, but they're a mute, so they can't defend themselves. Don't say lying. Don't say lying.
I just got Lyra to request something. She's gonna join in Sage Last with big ass boobies. Lying.
Thank God.
How did you even type that message? I just sneezed really hard. Oh my god. You call him and then tell him to wake up when there's no raid. He's lying to me.
Wait, you want me to tell the story? Okay, technically Jade woke me up, but it's because Seth told Jade to wake me up. Then, yeah, that's all there is to it.
Okay. Okay, dude.
What? What do you mean keep going? There's no more to it. Okay, I told Jade there was a raid, and then Jade told Seth there was a raid, and then Seth woke me up. So technically it all leads back to me, and it was completely my fault. But if they wouldn't have woke me up, I would have slept through it anyway. So it's Seth's fault that I'm awake.
Fuck it, man. Dude, come on. Come on, bro. Lock it in.
They can't hear me sniffling.
That's like predatory, bro.
What do you mean?
Like illegal.
No?
Okay. Never mind. Fuck ass cat keeps looking at me.
They keep, dude, is it illegal if they keep putting their foot in the air like that? Like, come on.
Just responded to my sponsor guy with a sad emote.
That's really funny.
Then Get all mad at me. Right?
I've lost 2 sponsor guys because I just like am the worst streamer ever. And then like a new one will like hit me up every few months.
I don't
Just,
like
like, give up
Smoker
on me,
Voice
dude.
Boy anymore. I like Smoker Voice Boy. So, yeah. My good friend, and sometimes he cuddles me and gets really gay, and it's kind of cool. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you too, man.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Cool. Thank God we did that before Swift joined, bro. He's gonna come in here with a fucking
Ooh.
slur.
Yeah, close one. Close one, yeah.
Bad. Weird. 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 Stop hitting me. Weird. 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 Get fucking brain damage, bitch. Hey. What's going on? What's going on, buddy? You having fun? Being in VR for fucking 4 times in a week? You gonna kill yourself? Don't do it yet. I ain't done yet. Hello,
You cannot kill
miss.
yourself before me.
Spiff has been wearing the Savvy, and I thought you were just. I really, for like a second, thought you were Spiff, and I was like,
I'll get so
damn,
mad if
when
die
you
before
like,
me. I'll get
whoa.
so mad.
Huh. Hello, ma'am. Hey. Hi. Hey, what's going on? Hey,
I'll
we're
know.
good.
I'll know, trust me.
Yep.
Going on? No, I'm probably gonna blow my head off, but I'm below 100 hours, so the end is in sight, you know? I ain't killing myself yet.
Nope.
I ain't doing it yet. I'm really close to it, but I ain't doing it yet.
Yep.
Fucking Theo Vaughn and his new show. I ain't gonna kill myself yet, but I'm thinking about it. I've been fucking thinking about it. Winter, did I invite you? Good, okay. Imagine I die before you. Get a new outfit, or it's the same one?
Yeah, I just did
Before
this
I
one.
hit- Dude, that would be actually.
You see these boots? These boots are
I did
badass.
not die before I hit, bro. What the
Fucks
fuck?
with it. Beats are all
Got
fucked
the
up,
rips and
buddy.
stuff.
Beats are all
I
fucked up.
know,
You
I
gotta
like
get-
it like that.
How they get a
I
get
couldn't
new
find any
boots.
shorts I liked, so I just went for the classic. I didn't know anything like that was tore up that I had that like matched. But I like this top a lot. This top's badass.
I think it's good. I like it. I like it.
Thank you. I do my best.
Hello,
I'm
highs.
not even friends with you
But-
for anymore. I don't
Hello,
know.
highs. Don't hit me, bitch. What I do?
Winter.
Useless.
What I do? What I do?
Fucking point. I played all that deadlock with you today, and now I don't even get to hit. What the fuck? God
Shoot
damn
that
it.
fucking guy, bro. You chat twice? Oh, my bad. I'm not even fucking paying attention, bro. My bad.
Waving at you, IRL.
So, I'm sorry. You're really cool, and I didn't mean to do that. Hi, Winter. Hi. Pretty cool. Oh.
You're like a year older than me.
Unk.
No longer six. Okay.
Hey. Doing my last little death circles before I Friends Plus World and go to
I don't
bed.
know if you're honks or not.
Talk to you 2 more times, then fall the fuck over immediately.
2 years older than me.
Bad, dude. Bad.
Mm.
Tired as fuck. It's 2:30. I'm old ass. Ooh.
Mid 20s, fuck.
Oof.
Punk.
I like this outfit you put it.
We are unk, bro. We're mid-20s now.
Yeah, I went to breakfast yesterday and there was a 4-year-old next to me that went 6'7", and I'm not even kidding. And I was like, damn, I got the humor of a 4-year-old. That's actually so unfortunate.
Got the humor of a 4-year-old.
Yeah, dude, I like looked at him, I was like,
Dude,
I'm 23, bro.
I got the humor of a 4-year-old. We're fucked, bro. We're laughing
I'm
at baby
not-
sensory videos. It's over,
I'm
bro.
not kidding. He was like counting. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I was like, oh my god, dude, I'm fucked. It's over.
Shit is evil. Bad,
Yep.
bro.
Yep.
It's okay, dude. get a job, I'm gonna sugar baby him. I can't. He doesn't need to get a job anymore until I'm don't
Yup.
make enough money, and then nope, it's over.
So we're both broke, and we
We're
both
both
gotta
broke.
get jobs.
Yep.
That's when the Air Force conversation comes back.
1 month. Oh, I'm gonna get 1 month of pretty good head, and then after that, fuck it, bro. It is what it is. Who gives a fuck?
Yep. Yep.
It's what it is. You go Air Force and fight me.
Dude,
On
imagine
the...
that's like an anime, dude.
Quiz would fucking
didn't
kill
wanna
both
do
of us,
this,
okay? Quiz is
Quiz.
like fucking 5'10", something.
Yeah, but like we're gonna win the war, so it's like they'll just be like a POW or something, and they'll be like, it'll be like Inglorious Bastards, where they're like, kill him. I'm like, I didn't want to do this. I'm sorry. You know, it'll be like an anime.
Glorious
betrayal
Bastards
scene.
is such a good movie, bro. I'm literally gonna spend an
It
entire
is.
day, I think, of the Sublime just watching fucking movies. I'm fucked.
Inglorious Bastards is fucking banger.
I'm gonna sit in that on that fucking VC, deafened and muted, and just fucking stream 8 different movies I want to watch.
Have you seen Death Note?
Nope.
Dude, you can watch all of it on YouTube. Isn't that crazy?
Really?
Yeah, like, and it's Jelly Peanut did it before. Or you should just you just sit here and ride watch Death Note one day. It was a banger, dude.
Fuck it, dude. That'll be like the first anime that I've finished fully. I can do that.
Dude, that show is fucking banger.
You know the only anime, technically anime, not even like very loosely anime, that I've ever finished, besides the Cyberpunk one that everybody's watched?
What is it? I
Ruby.
guess. The fuck is Ruby?
So many too many
Rooster
watch Ruby
Teeth.
and then cosplay one of the characters.
It's like,
How's that show?
it's like, I don't even know how to explain it, bro. It's a Rooster Teeth anime.
No friends,
Yeah.
I can throw hard.
The only Rooster Teeth thing I've ever watched was Red vs. Blue, and that's badass.
Watch the entirety of Ruby,
Watch the fucking
bro.
Red vs. Blue.
Oh, this. I
Yep.
think Maury tried to get me to watch this
No,
one
no,
time.
no,
I'm gonna ask
not
more
even
about
do, like, a
Ruby.
Frisbee, but like the thing is like what you do.
You gotta
is,
watch
like,
Gurren
hold it,
Lagann.
and
It was
you
the best
just
anime
push
ever
it,
made in the world
and it
ever.
ends up in front of his face.
Boy! Or you fuck with Ruby?
Are you talking about the anime?
Yeah.
Oh, did I love Ruby?
Dude, I watched
love
it all the
first
way
2 seasons,
through.
3 maybe?
I watched it all the way through. I was talking to
Like, recently?
no, like 2 years ago. I was talking about what animes I've watched. Like you were the only person that knew about it, and Turek told me that. I fuck with it.
I love Ruby, man. I fuck with it a lot.
I'm a big fan. Okay, you can go back to World of Warcraft. I just wanted to ask. Oh, I might be making a slumber party instance soon.
Oh yeah. Stuck
Okay. Go to sleep, little buddy. Want cuddle, little buddy?
on this thing is killing me.
Yeah.
Want me to make a little slumber party instance, little buddy?
Where's it gonna be at?
Probably one of the old maps that we've used.
I got some badass sleeping maps if you need one.
I might low-key do it at the sleeping bag world again, because I'm a big fan of that one.
Ooh.
And it can fit a lot of people.
I don't remember. Oh, the one where you got all the money from.
Yeah. Kind of a big fan of that shit. God, how long has it been since we did that shit? It's probably been like a week, right? Oh no, it's night class. Yeah, I'm making this. Oh, I can only fit 20 people. How many people are in there?
Let me kiss him. Let me kiss him.
14.
Like maybe
Fuck it,
10
bro.
in here. Oh fuck, we have 14 people. My goodness.
Fuck it, bro. We'll do,
Dude, oh, you use beef tallow? I know people who use that and they fucking they swear by that shit, dude.
beef tallow. I eat beef tallow. You a freaky ass hoe, dude. After Monty died, they ruined it. Yeah, they did, but I still watched it all the way through because I'm a chud. And also a woman told me to. I am a chud. Shit is fucking unbelievably peak. Unequivocally peak. What, like right here? Also got a DM. The hoes, the huzzes, the huzz, the huzz, the huzz, the huzz. Number party. The huzzes. The huzzes. Oh, that's the wrong button. The fuck is dead reset? Shit recommended to me. INDB.com. Is this a movie? Dead reset. It's a movie? This a fucking movie, man? Fuck. Gotta throw on a video that's like vaguely interesting. What are we thinking? The video of this guy who's reviewing a pizza. Big fan of that. I think I'm gonna watch this guy eating a pizza.
Pizza review. Reviewing. Y'all know this classic. This is the brick oven, red bean pizza, pepperoni. Yeah. I was gonna review this pizza. I cooked it, everything. And 2 slices of it.
They got like fucking 8 hours of this guy or what?
1, 2. Let's get the review. Taste this one. What you got?
Where did Benson go? Oh.
You know, I ordered pizza.
Hi.
Right, DiGiorno and then Red Baron. I didn't eat that much DiGiorno growing up, but I ate a lot of Red Baron for pizza.
Fuck is request on me, bro? I'm fucking on a Friends Plus. Just
It was good.
I go so.
Yeah. Red Baron, Red Baron.
I've
Red Baron.
hired.
Make sure you drink with
Wow.
Coca-Cola.
Wow. Fat bitch. Hey, I got this fat motherfucker eating a pizza.
Or any type of soda. Mm.
You know about that? He's a kind soul, though.
Legally, too? With Christ?
Wah. Vincent is leaving. No, no, Vincent's not leaving. Vincent's just wah. Wah. Wah.
Few bucks. About $5.
About $5.
It used to be cheaper than that. It used to be like $2, $3. Mm.
My little hole. I'm so fucking hungry. Oh, I'm gonna get into this little fucking sleeping bag.
It's good.
Like this.
Yeah, like restaurants there, but they used to
Sleep
do
like
it.
this. Comfortable as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Look how comfortable I am right now. Comfortable as fuck right now. I don't even know. I'm so comfortable. Hours much was last.
Probably 4 out of 5.
Uh,
Red
yeah,
Bull.
6. Wait, no, that's for them. 6 hours. That's a lot
And
of time.
10 out of 10, about 8 and a half out of 10. So,
I gotta get this fat motherfucker eating pizza off, dude. But I like him, and I'm gonna subscribe to him, and I hope he gets 1 million views.
subscribe to my channel. I'll keep continuing posting. Let me know what type of videos you want me to do.
I'm a
And,
big
yeah,
fan of this guy.
do. And, yeah. Thanks for watching. Don't forget. Well, like, subscribe, comment on my channel.
I'm a big fan of that guy. I hope he keeps making videos. Dude, he uploads like every fucking day, dude. Wait, dude. What if I put up the all-you-can-eat KFC buffet and also Dr. Pepper creamy coconut by this autistic dude, the mustache. Ooh. I'm fucking cooking right now. I'm legit kind of fucking cooking right now. I'm low-key kind of cooking. Dude, the fuck is this guy? I'm down a rabbit hole. I gotta stop looking at this bullshit, dude. Sleep quickly. I sleep quickly.
I sleep like Ragnarok.
I sleep quickly. Literally gonna fall over in 1 minute. 1 actual minute. Wait, 10-day wilderness, flintlock, catch and cook. Yup. Sounds badass. Yeah, we're doing it.
How do my eyes look in this world?
Telling you. Boom. Boom.
Alright guys, it's middle
Boom.
of November. We just
Boom.
landed in the
Boom.
backcountry. We're in here for the next 10-ish days or so, chasing
how eyes
mule
look.
deer. The rut should just be kicked in, and there's a rifle season going on right now, so there's any weapon season.
Boom.
I'm
Boom.
carrying the flintlock
Boom.
'cause
Boom.
I like to do things like
Boom.
that.
Boom.
But
Boom. Boom.
Last
That ain't
time
that
we
good.
were
You
in
ain't gotta be
here
doing all that.
was 2015, I
Come on.
believe, and I was bow hunting. Ended up killing a
I'm
little
gonna
small
move it, actually, I don't
3-point,
feel bad.
but it was we were seeing.
You ain't
a lot
gotta
of
lie to me,
deer
man.
Last time we were
Come
in
on.
here, so I think with the
You ain't got-
little
you-
bit more
you ain't-
range
you
on
gotta
the
lie to me,
flinter,
fool. You ain't gotta lie to me,
I think
fool.
we should
You
have
gotta lie
a
to
pretty
me.
good chance of
You
getting a
gotta
decent
lie- you
buck.
gotta
But
lie to me, man.
we're gonna go ahead and just load up the packs and start hiking upriver and get up here a few miles. Just start glassing these
You lie
hills
to
and
me,
looking
man.
for
You lying,
bucks.
fool.
Bad
See
bitch.
what we can find.
Wow.
I've never killed a big mule deer, so I'd like to hold out for one. Not only because they're more difficult, they're
Can't
more
write
difficult
gay
to find,
boy.
they're more difficult to approach, but also a big mule deer
Well, they're
buck
gonna see it.
has,
You didn't write it.
I mean, they're
You didn't write
twice
it
as
straight.
big as a doe or a small buck,
No,
so there's just a
I would be
ton more
lying.
meat there.
I put this motherfucking camera.
This is the drainage that I was thinking about going up. Now, we
That's
ran
good.
into some guys back down the trail that said that they were headed this way, headed up this little creek. They said there was a couple other camps in there. So, yeah, what I'm thinking is
I'm
there's
plugging in my
a not really nice flat over here. We might just set up.
I'm plugging in
for
my
tonight
plug
over
right
here.
now. I'm plugged
and
up.
hike up this ridge here behind me
sleep
this
better.
evening and just hunt around here this evening. That
I'm
way,
plugged
I
up,
think when
ready
we
to
get up that
plug.
knob, we should be able to do some glassing back into this basin where I was thinking about going.
Blood.
The reason I picked this
Hey.
ridge is because my buddy Brad
Wanted to
Brooks
come on shop?
had said that he was in here a
Where
couple years
the
back and
furry?
actually found some water up there. And that's really the big limiter here on where you can go, where you can stay, where you can camp. This is dry country, and there's no snow right now, at least not down here. If you get way up in the top end of these basins, you'll find a little bit of snow. But if we did get up there and couldn't find the water, that's a big gamble, and so we need to just figure out if that's something we
I'm
want to
all
try.
mad.
My hair is completely in my headset. I think I'm gonna get a bald fade. I think a little military.
I'm gonna get a fade. Boosie fade. The boosie fade.
What if Tyler Blythe? What if Tyler
The ninja got a low taper fade.
It's weird. I go back and
Good spot for the night.
odd,
To put us in
tired, and
good position. We can do some glass.
going to bed, and I don't want.
Depending on what we decide to do, we'll be in good spot to take off hiking from tomorrow.
Shout out, God boy.
The only time I've ever looked for a rock in Idaho and not been able to find one.
Yup. I'm
It's horrible
just
to say,
as
dude.
bad.
After she said that, my browser froze, dude.
Oh, bad furry bitch o'clock.
Get the firewood cut. Got some water filtering.
Bad
and,
bad furry bitch.
we're just about ready
Bad
to
furry bitch.
head up the ridge.
Giving
like
away
to
all the
bed in
bitches,
brushy
bro. All the
draws
hoes.
and on
All the
timbered
hoes.
slopes. But as that sun starts dipping down, they ought to start coming out of there and feeding on these open hillsides. We can see them. It is warm right now, but we've got,
Goo
I think we've got
goo.
some weather coming in.
Gaga,
here in a couple days.
mommy.
Hopefully it'll
Hey,
bring some
good
snow.
night.
Get these deer moving.
Do I sound like a baby?
Got some questions about my sling that I was using for carrying this thing on that elk hunting video. It's super fancy,
You quiz.
custom made piece of a ratchet strap. Even got the red,
Where the hoes at?
black tone racing stripe things.
Yeah. Hello.
Available at twistedstave.com. Twistedstave.com.
God damn, man.
Let's go find something.
What
Adventure.
happened to this guy?
They have this motherfucker. This is like a fucking nature documentary. What the fuck did I just put on, bro? Who the fuck is this guy?
My face not working.
Motherfucker got a cameraman.
Why you accept my face requests? You wanna be my
My
friend?
face don't
Got a
work.
cameraman.
My face not
Look at this shit.
Why you ain't accept my friend
F-E.
request?
F-E.
You said it like Kratos, bro.
F-E. Hi. Pete. Tired. I fall over in this world. Desktop or actually no. If I get into VR, the fucking video player's gonna stop working. Mad. This is cool though. Stop hitting her. Forced to intervene. Don't hit Seth. Mad.
Hey, leave her
Don't
alone.
hit her. That. Don't. Dude. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro?
Fucking calcium
Just
cannons.
scared the shit out of me, bro. Wake, why the fuck can they do all that? Why you need all that? That's scary, bro. I don't even got enough for that. What the fuck? Scary ass shit. I over-equipped. Freaky
Drop
ass.
the overkill class. What the hell are you doing?
Boom.
You don't need all the
Ramen.
attachments.
I got poutine. Haha. Living? Living forever? I.
The sweet summer flowers leaving the world, dude.
What happened to Spiff? Did he blow his fucking head off? Oh.
Do you have fucking sex with the disabled one?
face
Be
wouldn't
honest
work.
with me. Points gun at you.
The disabled one. That's a lot of people.
Okay, sorry.
There's
Can you
something
hear
on
what
my
you're saying?
hand.
There's a big burn slope over there across the river about a mile.
They can't read what you
Anything
say.
over there yet, but it looks like there should be deer in there.
That doesn't work. I just had to recalibrate my face.
Get out, man. Hey. I hope they can read it. You bitch, you get too fucking comfortable. Are we 15 days in this shit? That don't mean it over. Got 97 hours.
Not a lot of deer.
If you fuck it up and it ends in it,
but
start
the
drinking
water is
immediately.
high, so hopefully
Where it
we get
started.
this front that's supposed to be
Oh.
coming in. Hopefully it'll drop a bunch of snow.
Hey, it is what it is.
Push some deer down.
Where does Seth go? You see that big old fucking thing, bro? Damn.
Them motherfuckers had 2 Overwatch teams on their chest, dude.
Dude, that's
Yeah,
fucking
fucking-
big old butt, bro.
That was
Gonna get
Reinhardt-
I
that was
almost got a
Reinhardt fucking
boner,
Roadhog.
bro.
Reinhardt and Roadhog right there, bro.
Almost got, oh shit. Hey.
Hello?
I think we'll just ease down
I
this
W.
ridge and
We were talking about Overwatch.
Yeah, we're talking about Overwatch
see
and
if there's
shit.
something down there.
Hey, you're really
Before
cool.
we went around.
Sorry, like my bad. It's been a
Goodbye,
while,
hey.
man.
I'm waving at you with your dead hand.
This video is too expertly made. I need a motherfucker like the Outdoor Boys who's just holding his
Just holding his
GoPro
stuff,
going,
dude.
yep. Uh-huh.
What is that one guy who just like goes places he shouldn't? It's like he's on the run or whatever. You know what I'm talking
Chris
about?
Hansen?
Something like that. I think
Not
it's
bad
like,
first day.
I forgot what the fuck his name. It's something
Saw a few
badass.
deer.
But he just like he's always going to like islands where like it's occupied by like police and shit. He's just like going places he shouldn't. Yeah, there's some Badlands chugs. Touch that mouch. Don't gift that 5.
Beef stroganoff. It's actually elk stroganoff.
Looking through a lot of video essays right now. They're recommending me a lot. Big fan of all of them. It's also fucking, is this fucking What shit? The fuck
More
is
like
this guy's
paddle
name?
than a spoon, but it'll be a spoon before the
I
trip's
don't know,
over.
bro. He's fucking.
It's gonna start as a paddle.
Is that from somewhere you wanna recreate it or what?
Living a strong log cabin in the middle of the woods. This guy has a dog that's cheating.
It's about 6, a little after 6:30 or so.
6,
It's a little bit late
7.
to get started, but it's still dark. We'll have some coffee and then.
Oh,
figure
dude,
out
they
what
got an
we're gonna do.
Australian motherfucker just sitting in the middle of an island. Yep. Put that motherfucker on immediately.
Oh, I know what the guy's name was. The Vagrant Holiday.
Oh, hey. Hi. Robin.
I just heard one of the strangest sounds I've ever heard.
Not much. I don't know. I'm a terrible conversationalist right now. I got like 2 sentences in me, then I get like all awkward and shit. So it's like, yeah, that's it's alright.
That is amazing. This is the biggest I've ever
I'm
seen.
washed.
Look at the teeth on these fish. That right there is like gold to me right now. Ah, there ain't no one coming to save me, man. Look at this.
God is
thing,
good,
dude.
man.
We gotta go, we gotta move, we gotta go. What is going on, mad doggies? Welcome back to another video and welcome
Hey,
to
hey,
3
you little
days
fucker. Hey, get out of here.
on
Hey.
this tiny little
Hey,
mosquito
stop.
island.
Hey.
For the next 3 days,
You little
I'm gonna be
motherfucker.
trying to
Hey,
survive
get
on
out of
this
there
island.
immediately.
Absolutely
Hey.
no food. We've got absolutely no water. 2 fishing
Stop.
rods and a knife and a backpack.
Stop.
Let's see
Hey.
if nature can't bust
The
our ass
fucking
in this
cat is
episode.
getting up on your
Johnny's
shit right now. You gotta
3 days,
fucking kill him.
solo, no food, no water. Let's
Little
go.
dumpling.
Straight
Hey,
off the bat, the
get that
first thing
egg
that I
roll outta
noticed on this
here.
island is
Hey.
that there is a shortage of coconuts.
Like how
Coconuts
one
are
arm, but I
not
can
here
still
to stay
pump it.
hydrated for the
Hey.
next couple of days out here. I have not seen a coconut tree or a coconut palm since I've
No,
been
no,
walking.
no.
We would have put about 4Ks on my feet already this morning. I'm actually walking up the coast trying to find
Getting
a
off
little
and coming back in
spot we can
desktop.
call home
Okay.
for the next 3 days. So somewhere which is nice
Okay.
and shady, away from the tide line.
I'm fine
nice
with that.
flat area to be sleeping. How is the amount of rubbish
Honor guy.
that has been washed up on
Guy?
this beach?
Hire guy?
This is disgusting. It's good for us though, we can use a lot of these materials to help us out, but that is
He's
a
all
lot,
normal now,
right,
man. Actually, that's not even true because it's 4 in the morning. Oh my god, man. I'm gonna have to fix my fucking schedule when this shit is over.
There ain't no shortage of thongs in there, doggies.
I'm dying. Of killing yourself? I've been
This is a pretty
Up.
bloody special place to call base camp.
18
Under a
hours.
big
Go to
cover
bed,
of a tree
bitch.
here.
What the fuck is your
It's very
what's
cool
your
in the
situation?
shade. It is bloody hot out here on this island at the moment. She's stinking. Humidity levels are through the roof. But this is going to be an epic place to call home. I reckon
I
we're going
am
to call this
a
base camp for the next 3
VR
days.
chatter. Bitch, you weren't a VR chatter like a week ago. What do you mean I'm a VR chatter? You were out of the game. What the fuck happened?
Lost their job, lost their wife, and now they're back.
Let me dream. Motherfucker must be unemployed, no girlfriend. What the fuck happened, bro? Damn.
There were coconuts here, but now
Ain't no way you have a life and still be doing all this shit.
at the moment.
Sam.
Back off, fishing rods are over there. We've just got a knife here. We're just going to send it up and down this island. We're going to find some
None of the
form
above,
liquid.
bitch. So you still got a job and a girlfriend, and
Have a
you're
look
on
at
VR
this.
chat
That is
18
the
hours a
track
day.
of a wild pig. You can see his hoof there. That's a wild pig.
I
Obviously heading in
just
that direction. But that's
feel
not a very old
silly.
track. He's coming from there.
Oh, you play VR on the job. Oh.
18. You must be living with this. You gotta be living with this hoe and going. My job is being a VR slut. Okay. I know what you are. I know what you are.
Virtual reality harlot.
I know what you are. Don't fuck me. Ah, ah. Stop. Ah. Hey. Hey, pal. Hey, buddy. No, 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 pal.
You can hear this?
Ah.
That is a little bit of liquid inside this coconut. The thing is, the outside husk is wet.
That fucking,
generally
that
means
Australian
the
guy's
inside
doing
of this
too
is
good
just
on this
gonna be
island. I
rotten
need
and
this
there's
guy to
gonna be
get
a
like
pinhole
blown
in
out
it
by a fucking
somewhere.
monsoon.
Is he just by himself?
Yeah, he's by himself in the middle of an island.
I feel like I would intentionally just make myself crazy. Run around on this fucking island butt
There's the
naked.
inside of that coconut.
Like we were opening coconuts.
Holy, that stinks, bruh. Ooh, That is the inside of the coconut, though. That is putrid. There's no way.
That guy's
in the
gonna
world
die
I'm wrapping
drinking
my
that.
little lips around that thing. Oh, that
You
stinks.
think that we would survive on an island together, Steph? You and me.
Possibly a
You would
good
eat me
coconut.
up.
Look at this, sitting
Okay.
right next to a
After
little
5
mini
hours.
AK-47.
Okay.
When I
Like,
find
I
a good
just, like,
coconut like that, what I'm
no.
gonna do is stick it on there. Just
Get in my
so I
fucking
know
sleeping
where
bag,
they
man.
are. I'll come back past
Fuck
and
my
pick 'em all up.
stupid chungus life, bro. Wait, you stole that dumbass cat? Yep, that's mine now. Mine. I like that thing. It does. It makes it
Don't mind
funny.
if I do.
Dude,
Look
a
at that
croc.
thing. Like a glove, dude. Number 1. We're on.
It can't even find the camera. I don't think it knows. I don't think it knows we're live.
What is going on here? Every shoe that I find is a left foot. There's another one.
I'm killing myself, dude.
That is a pretty bloody
That's a fucking
good bit
point,
of
dude.
bamboo.
That
You
is
wanna be taking
fucking
that back?
French Canadian bitch alive just left. Yet again, I'm just fucking holeless.
Okay, we got 2 coconuts, possible liquid inside. We've got a motorbike helmet. Obviously that there is a container, some sort of, we can hold water in this bad boy here, but the main thing, what I really want to do is find liquid. Hopefully this is a really good looking coconut. This one, maybe. This one, I'm hoping.
That was a bad bitch.
I'm so fucked. I shouldn't have put this video on because I'm actually interested in it. I'm gonna literally sit here autistically watching it for fucking an hour. I'm so fucking retarded. Who is the cat? This is W.
W. Wylenol.
That's not good. That is not good at all. You can see that coconut. The only coconut, oh, it stinks, bro. Far out. The only coconut that I had faith in. Whew, that's no good. This is actually base camp here, so we're not gonna put those stinking coconuts anywhere near us. We're gonna keep walking, we're gonna keep looking. Right now, this is our only chance to find any form of liquid. What I'm gonna start doing is I'm actually gonna start really looking through.
What, does he
these
just
lines of
fucking
rubbish
die
at the
if he
back here,
can't find,
see if
like,
we can't
what-
find any
what do
drink
you
bottles
do?
with liquid in them, any sort of container with liquid. We'll have a sniff. If it's water, I'm just gonna drink it straight up. But we'll just walk along, see if we can't find anything. Look at that, dude. That is a tiny coconut, and it's actually reproducing a little coconut palm out of it. That is insane. I've never seen one that small before. That is epic.
Henny.
Are you a big Henny guy? Henny kills me.
I don't fuck with Henny.
Kill me with a gunshot, yeah. Henny kills
Believe it
me.
or
Bad
not, there is
tequila.
actually a lot of bottles that have liquid in them.
That's pee.
Here's another bottle here,
drink-
but when you hold them
I
up to the
drink tequila
light, there's a
too hard.
lot of sediment in there, so that's not clear water. I'm definitely not putting that anywhere near my mouth, but there is quite a lot of bottles of water washed up. Look at this one, and that is almost, there's nothing, oh, there's a little bit in it. We're just gonna keep that to the side. Maybe I can filter that water out, but just in this little one section here, so you check this bottle out. There's water in there as well. That's a lot
By
of sediment.
W, by W, by W. Love you too, W.
It's another left foot, man. What's going on here?
Bring in Blango.
Would've
What happened to
put you in a
Spiff?
creature. Face tracking was fucking up. Say
Oh,
something
okay.
research game.
Here we go. Have we just hit jackpot?
What is
There's
that?
a bottle of water. Now I'm not going to touch the bottle of water yet, just
I
to.
don't know, but
There's always one
is that a
keyboard
butt plug?
warrior in the
Uh,
comment section of these survival videos saying he placed that bottle of water there while he's kissing his mum.
Don't touch that
Look,
shit, dude.
it's impossible for me to place this bottle of water here. It is being covered by a beautiful layer of sand.
Dude, he has
It's been
crazy
sifted
sunburn
by
on his
the
hands. Look
wind.
at his fucking hands.
Impossible for me to place this bottle here.
Probably has
It
like a
might
little-
not be a
another
good
layer
bottle,
of
but I'm just
skin he's gonna
stating the
melt
obvious,
off.
alright? Keyboard warriors, go kiss your mums. Let's have a look at this thing.
Huge.
You are joking. That is a bottle of water, bro. That is a bottle of water washed up on the beach. I don't even reckon it's been cracked yet. It's full bottle. Full bottle of water thrown on the beach just down there. You
This guy's
actually
got, like,
can't make
legendary
this
loot
shit up.
finds. We get this kind of
It's
luck.
another bottle of water. Recognize the sand
Okay,
around it
leave
if
it
it's not
full,
been
dude.
placed there.
Damn, they must be lighting this motherfucker up saying that he's been placing that shit. I believe you, bro.
You've got to be kidding me. What in the world is this thing?
Crack pipe.
It's got some kind of liquid in it. I have no idea what that is.
Crack pipe.
Look at it. I'm keeping it. I'm gonna open it. We have just hit the jackpot.
Cigarettes!
Man. That is a full deck of darts. Huge! Looks like I've spent some serious time in the water. Oh yeah, look at that.
Oh.
Check this thing out, dude. It is a full-on helmet. With clips.
Dude, thing is nice
and
as shit,
all.
too. The thing's probably been on there since
Little break on the
1997.
kid's helmet. It's quite small, but has a fully blown helmet washed up on this beach. It is staggering the amount of stuff that is washed up on this beach. I've been walking around for probably the good part of 2 hours now. We found 2 full bottles of water washed up on this beach. There's not a lot of full bottles of water, but we have found 2. The amount of lighters that are on this beach, so there's a lighter right there. Obviously, it's got no gas. I've been collecting lighters as I've been walking. We might be able to rebuild a lighter, like take the flint out, swap a few things around. Maybe we'll be able to get a fire started that way. Obviously, I'm trying to do things the easiest way possible. If you can start a fire by doing a lighter rather than starting it with a bow drill, obviously you don't want to be exerting yourself out here. It is stinking hot. So I've got a pocket full of lighters. We've got 2 bottles of water. I'm going to keep walking for probably another hour. We'll see what else we can find. But look, helmets, lighters, bottles of water, copious amounts of plastic.
Somebody fucking died.
Oh, good lord.
Hard hat. Swag.
We are returning back to base camp with probably one of the greatest finds of all time. That is 2 bottles of full, uncracked, unopened drinking water. That is never, in the 5 years of filming these videos, have I ever found 2 full bottles of water like this, ever. We've just hit the jackpot on this island. This never happens. But look, we've got 2 bottles of water. I'm going to sit here and I'm going to neck one of these. We just walked around for the good part of probably 2.5 hours just then. Ready? Bottle of water. Listen, listen. Oh, it has a little crack. Little thing cracked open. It's a full bottle of water, man. There you go, doggies. Found on a beach.
This
Who
fucking
knows how
water's
long
been
it's
sitting
there
here since
for?
fucking
It's been in the sun.
2003. It's got
UV
Ebola in
light
it.
will be killing bacteria if there was bacteria in it, but look, here we go.
Dude, that water bottle nearly saw the towers fall.
Oh, it's straight up. It's hot. It's hot, but that's
That
straight
motherfucker
up
just
water.
drank something that started the Marvel Zombies virus, dude. You're done.
Oh, right. You can feel it just going down and just lubricating my body. This
Lubricating
island
it.
at the moment is a very, very
Lubricating my
remote island.
body.
Two aeroplanes, 2 boat rides.
Dude,
just
2
on
airplanes,
this island.
2 towers.
Little
I'm going to bed.
beaches like this one. I'm pretty sure this is. I don't know if anyone lives here, but it just doesn't look like anyone lives here at all. Just by the looks of the rubbish, no one lives here. Usually, what they do is they'll rake the rubbish up
That's
and they'll
over.
burn it if people
Have
live on
fun.
this
I'll be
island,
back when the
but
timer
the
reads
amount of
7
rubbish
hours.
That is actually washed up on this island is absurd. Like, you
Isn't
haven't even seen
77
half a
hours.
quarter of
Nope.
what I've seen
Damn.
So far. The boat trip
90
over,
hours.
The very,
Oof.
very last boat I got from the mainland
Gonna wait
over
up
to this
to
little
another 2
island.
hours on
The
the
boat
timer.
driver was telling me in very much broken
Bye,
English.
Revos. I'm
he
going
was
to
telling
bed.
me
Bye,
that this island
Revos.
holds massive snakes. And I'm like, what, bro? Like, what are you on about? He was talking about pythons. If you don't know what a python is, it's a non-venomous snake. But they get up to like 6 to 8 meters, he was saying. Like, he's like, they're huge. We are going to be sleeping here for the next couple of nights, so I do need to be cautious of that. He also said be cautious of wild pigs. There's a lot of wild pigs out here, which we've seen evidence of down the beach there, the hoofs in the sand. But big pigs, big pythons, and he said mosquitoes are like there's no tomorrow on this island. He said mosquitoes are very, very thick. We're just coming to the back end of wet season in Indonesia now, so there's been a lot of rain around, which brings the mosquitoes out, and the mosquitoes are bad. I'm getting lit up already, but as soon as that sun goes down, it's gonna turn on bad. Now I want to start a fire to keep the mosquitoes away for the Arvo. That's what we're gonna do. We're starting a fire. Let's go. So there's a little handful of lighters which we found on the beach. There is hundreds of them around here, so that's just a couple I put in my pocket. We'll pull these apart. We'll see if we can't rebuild one of these into a working lighter. But before we get a fire going, I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping. Obviously, while I'm doing this housekeeping, I'm keeping a very, very keen eye on the water. If I see a fish swim past, I'm gonna get one of them rods we're having a flick. The reason why I brought fishing rods with me on this adventure was just to keep it a little bit of fun. Every now and then you see like a giant fish swim past. Obviously I want to have a crack at him, so I brought some fishing rods on this mission.
Red boss. Voy para allá. Hola. I'm waving at you. Someone. Hola.
Hi.
Thank
Really
you.
quickly.
I'll be for a while.
I'm just going to see if
You
I
just
can
wake up
jab
and
one
run.
of these mullet here. There's a school of mullet down here. I'm just going to have a throw with this bit of bamboo.
Good morning.
See if we can't get one. Oh my god, look at them all. Big school of
You're sick
mullet.
too.
I was just
I'll
building
give you a
myself a
choke
little
job.
kitchen. Little kitchen table and a big school of mullet swam past. They're still there. All I'm trying to do is just wound one and I'll run in and get him. That's dinner. I'm just keeping a very, very keen eye on the water. There are a few fish passing by. That was the first sort of decent sized fish I've seen the whole time I've been here, but I'm just keeping a very keen eye on that water. Once we see a fish, I'm running straight out there with a rod. Alright, this is what we've got going on. We've got a handful of lighters here. All of them are completely spent. Some of them actually have gas inside them still, but they're just like the flints. Obviously, they've been floating around in the ocean for God knows how long. They're just all busted up. So what I'm going to be doing is pulling each lighter apart, seeing if they've got a flint, seeing if I can't clean up the wheel, and see if we can rebuild a lighter. Even if I can just get a spark, if I can get a spark going, we'll be laughing. See like that one there? There's no flint left in there, so that lighter is just dead to us. What I'm really chasing is the flint.
There's just so many different colors mixed together. I'm like, what the dirty
Another one, no
drink?
flint.
I did. It was
Dead.
so sugary.
Projectile vomit. I don't think I've ever projectile vomited in my life.
I only projectile vomited when I was really like deathly ill. Dude, that sucked.
So,
I would literally
yeah.
sit next to the bath. Dude, I would sit next to the bathtub, just dry heaving. I was like, dude, I'm gonna die. This sucks.
Come on. So we've actually got a couple of flints. There's a flint inside this lighter. The problem is they've been floating around out here in the water for that long that they're all corroded in there. We've got one flint down here already. This one's got a flint in it as well. You're probably not going to be able to pick it up, but inside the lighter there is all corrosion right where that flint is. With the... Look at this thing, full of liquid, and it is delicious. I'm so happy right now. Ah, this is good. A little bit of spillage, but it's okay. Oh, that was amazing. Somebody knows what's going on here. Look at this. They've joined two bits of bamboo together and it turns into a giant stick. I'm going to use this giant stick to see if we can't get down more of them coconuts up there. Yeah, doggy. I don't know if this is going to be long enough, but obviously someone's done this before. One of the locals, I don't know, but we're going up. Not sure if it's long enough. We're about to find out. We're gonna get up there, bro. Oh my god. Oh, it's bloody heavy, bro. Ah, she's heavy. Come on. Get that coconut down. There's a big mob of coconuts here. Oh yeah, it reaches. Oh, shush. Come on, you big dog. Oh. Jesus, it's not easy. Ah. Oh, yes, that's one. Ah. 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 Come on, you bastard. Whoosh. Yeah, dude. That's 2 coconuts we got down with the Goliath stick. We've got one more up there. Ah. Whoosh. Come on, I want that one. Yeah! Yeah! Victory! We got him. Yes. Yeah, dude. Oh, no, this one will be a good one. There's one. Got 2 down here somewhere. There's the other one there. Oh, yes. Look at this. Oh, bro. Yeah. That's amazing. And this one, oh, he's got 4. Yes, dude. Oh, yeah, doggy. We have got 4 coconuts. And I am absolutely sweating bullets at the moment. Oh, it's hot. We got 4 coconuts. I'm gonna bust one open right now. Well, that's not good news. We've just opened up this coconut and it's actually not good. It's starting to stink inside, and you can see all of that's very brown. It's not like nice green and white. It's very, very brown, and it's all very moist, which means there's obviously a pinhole. That there must have been a bird or an animal trying to get into it, and it's made a pinhole in there. This coconut's spent. I'm not gonna drink that. It'll probably make me very, very bloody sick. Get rid of that one. This is going to be the coconut of coconuts. Listen to this. Yes. I'm opening up this coconut a little bit different than normal because what we've got here is a rock hard coconut shell. So this is going to have liquid inside, and possibly it'll have a little layer of coconut meat, which I am absolutely stinging to eat. So, rip into this thing and see what's inside. gonna pop that little eyeball out, just like this. And you see, full of liquid. Smells delicious. Wow, that is so sweet, bro. Little bit of bubbles. Very, very, very sweet. Mmm. Oh, that is next level. Oh. Hydrate or die? Oh, gone. That was absolutely amazing. Dude, are you joking? I'm the happiest man on earth. Do you even understand what this means? Number one, we've got an incredible bowl, we've got an incredible cup to drink out of, but what I'm really excited about is that white stuff there. Look at this. That is a big slab of coconut meat. Look at that thing. I reckon what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to sit back and have a little bit of time just to relax. We've got water, we've got fresh drinking water sorted, we've got a couple of beautiful coconuts here. I am destroying this coconut meat. It's so bloody delicious. I'm just gonna kick back. Right now it's just coming into the middle of the day. It's very, very bloody hot at the moment. It's probably not a great idea to be exerting all my energy in the top of the midday heat. And I'm just gonna kick back for a couple of hours, put some batteries on charge and just chill, man. I'm just gonna go for a swim. And when it starts cooling off a bit, I'll come back out and we'll see if we can't get a fish for dinner. Mix it with a bit of coconut. This is amazing, bro. Sometimes I wish I just had the ability to sit down and just relax and do nothing. But my mind physically will not let me sit, bro. I'm just like sitting here like, I've got to do something, I've got to do something. All right, so we've made a coffee. We're gonna grab a fishing rod and go for a walk. I am so tired, bro, but I'm just gonna neck a coffee, refuel on coffee, hydrate with a little bit more coconut and water, and we're gonna hit the road. I'm gonna start doing lots of Ks, walking, trying to find a fish. Tide has just turned, tide's about to go out. That is the plan. That is the game plan. Oh, that's good.
I'm too sleepy.
Look at that thing coming in, dude. We've got to run back to base camp. I've got to get back to base camp very quickly. I've got all my power banks, all the batteries are charging. That might be holding rain. It looks pretty dark on the middle there. If that thing comes this way, we are going to get flogged, boy. It's also destroyed the visibility. You can't even see in the water at the moment. It's just very hard to see when the sun goes away. So let's get our stuff out of the rain. Hopefully it doesn't rain, but it might be good. We'll be able to collect water, but that looks like it's holding some serious water. Look at this thing, dude. Wow, look at it, dude. Look at that up there. That's like the most gnarly shapes in those clouds. This thing's just come out of nowhere. That there is rain. It is absolutely pissing down over there. Boy, we're gonna get this shit sorted real quick. Let's go, man. We gotta go, we gotta move, we gotta go. We gotta go, we gotta go. You can feel the wind, man. Oh, that rain's right there, dude. The rain is literally right there. All I gotta do is keep me bloody camera gear dry. It is coming in hot. Woo! absolutely pissing down. It is heavy rain coming. Look at this shit, it's already raining. Get into base camp. I've got all my shit charging down here. Get that in there. Oh! Ideally, what I should really be doing at the moment is catching all this rainwater, but I know that I have an unlimited stock of coconuts. Also, we have an unlimited stock of washed up drink bottles on this beach, so I'm not really that concerned about having water. Oh shit, I actually forgot about something. I need to keep the fire dry. All I need to do is keep these coconuts dry. So what I've been doing, quickly while I've got you here, what I do is, because I don't want to start the fire again, I just put coconut husks over the hot ash and they keep it hot. Like, that is boiling hot in there, dude. I'll be able to light a fire from that little bit of hot ash there. So I've just been doing this every day. A couple of times, see that smoking right there. I just got to keep this dry. It's very important to keep that dry. Oh, that rainstorm was pretty short-lived. Still drizzling at the moment, but it's nothing too crazy. It just went around us like that. All out here is really dark and there's a big storm happening out in the ocean, but it sort of just went around us. We might get another tailwind of it, I'm not too sure. But we've got to keep moving. We've obviously we've only got one shell for dinner, and the day's definitely getting on. So I'm just gonna bust this coconut open, I'm gonna have a bit of liquid, and then we're gonna head out with a fishing rod. Noodle rod, let's go. We need to go find some dinner, and we need to go find some dinner fast. This is the thing that's gonna get us dinner every time. No way, dude. There's a bonefish swimming in this shallow water here. I would love to get a bonefish on the fly rod. That was a bonefish, dude. Just came swimming right in, did a circle, went out again. I don't know what this is in the water here, but we've got two fish coming up here. Oh, they're sharks, I think. Baby sharks. Coconut husk is the greatest thing in the world. This has been smouldering for nearly, I don't know, I put these on a couple of hours ago, and that still has an ember in that one there. Look at that. Once you've got a fire going, if you just keep putting coconut husks on the fire very regularly, every hour, every 2 hours, and just don't let them catch a light, they'll just burn like this, and you can just start fires instantly. I'm not gonna lie, I am absolutely fingered right now. I don't know how many kilometers I've walked and I've done today, but I've done a steam, eh? Up and down, up and down, up and down, trying to chase that bonefish. Didn't see another one, dude. He was a big slob too. I'm done for the day, man. I could literally just crawl into that tent and sleep. With a little bit of liquid down there, bottle of water here, and this is the last coconut. This will get me through the arvo. Oh. I must admit, this little spider conch down here does smell delicious. How do you know when it's done? See how these bubbles have stopped bubbling? That means it's done. So you just take him off. That is going to be delicious. These are a beautiful little shell to eat. Just going to run him down to the water, cool him off. We're going to have a chew. There we go. Look at this. That is what we're eating. Big, sloppy, jalopy piece of meat. Actually delicious. Put him down here. Get rid of the shell. That shell has got nothing to do with us. Next thing, this bad boy here. We're gonna have this for dinner as well. This is the other coconut which I drank today. And bust him open. Oh, look at this, dude. Stop it, dude. Ridiculous. This is the best stuff ever. Boom. Just get the guts out of that spider conch. All you gotta do is cut off this little hard finger. You don't want to be eating this little rock hard finger here. So we're just gonna cut that off. Get rid of that. And you are left with a big, beautiful chunk of meat, just like this. What I'll do is slice it up into pieces. Take our coconut. Take a big slither out of there. Cut this into pieces. Bang, boom. Coconut. A little bit of spider conch on top. Conch, call it what you will. That is our dinner. It's like a cracker. Come on. That's delicious. Look at that. Oh man, I need to find more of these things. That's yum. One more. Good luck. That's actually really bloody good. Look at the size of that bit of coconut meat there. Oh, delicious. I honestly, the sun isn't even down yet. We've still probably got about half an hour, 40 minutes of sun. I'm done. I'm gonna crawl into the tent, see if I can get myself a little bit of shut-eye, and then hopefully tonight is not as bad as last night. I'm tired. I reckon I'll sleep through anything tonight. All right, I'll see you in the morning. If not, I'll see you when we wake up to pig attack. I don't know. See how we go. All right, much love. I'm out of here. Yo. Well, here we go. Good bloody morning to you. Welcome to day 3. Last night was not as bad as the night before, for sure. That rain that we had definitely cooled the environment down. Still hot, it was still sticky, but Nothing like the first night. Also, I was absolutely fingered. Like, I actually slept last night, proper. We had a pig come up around here. There's pig tracks going around my tent and out the back there. There's also big jungle rats here. This coconut shell here, the rats were coming in. This is a coconut bowl that I made. See all that rat shit in the bottom of it? That's all rat shit. There was big rats coming in here eating the little bits of leftover coconut. It's a bloody noisy night, but I slept like a log. It's probably not a good idea. I know that I shouldn't do it, but throwing the shells and throwing the coconuts just here behind camp is never a good thing. You should really discard your food waste 10, 20 meters away from camp so that doesn't happen. But yeah, I'm not too fast. We're out of here today anyway, but we got a coffee. It's a little bit of a stormy day today, cloudy. There's not a breath of wind at the moment. It's beautiful, mate. I must have got absolutely roasted in the sun. My lips are like cracked and dry. My lips are cooked, dude. I must have copped a bit of sun yesterday. We did some serious walking in the sun yesterday. These bloody fishing jerseys that I'm wearing with the hood are a lifesaver. If you want to get one, fielddayshop.com. If you guys are new to the channel, we make these things. They are the best fishing hoodies you can get. They're amazing. Fielddayshop.com. Jump on there if you want to get one. All your other merch, hats, everything else is over there. Look, today we've got a fair bit of stuff to get done. We've got no coconuts left. This is the last piece of drinking water. I decided to make a coffee with it. We're gonna go scavenge up some bottles. We'll go get a couple of coconuts. We are getting picked up today, but I'm not sure what time. Could be lunchtime, could be 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I have no idea. I just know that a boat driver is coming to this island today to come and get me. Hopefully. Well, kind of hopefully not. I love doing this shit. Why would you want to leave this place? But we've got a fair bit of stuff to get done today, so sit back. Let's rip in. Now. I think I'm gonna start the day off just going for a really, really quick walk. See if we can't get some breakfast on the fly rod. Oh! We've just seen our first bonefish for the morning. Dude, it was sitting like right here, like in this shallow water, just swimming in the shallowest water. I didn't even know. It's very hard to see through the water. It's overcast, it's very glary. But dude, I just seen a bone. I don't know if you've seen it on camera. As soon as I cast it next to it, it just boosted out, like super, super skittish fish. As soon as that fly hit the water, it was gone, bang. I even tried to cast next to it, but it was a horrible cast. Anyway, we've seen one bone for the morning, which is pretty good. Been walking for about 40 minutes, so 40 minutes of walking, we've seen one bonefish already. I'm just gonna keep slaying, man. We're gonna put some K's on these pegs again today. I can give you the hot tip. We'll just keep walking. Oh, bro. Where did that thing just go, man? Giant octopus. There was this massive octopus just sitting here. I'm just slowly walking over this reef. I've got no shoes on. The reef is sharp as all shit. I'm just really walking slowly and this big octopus just come out of a hole, blew ink, and then just exploded out the back there. That was a big octopus, bro. That would have been amazing around the fire. All right, let's keep our eyes peeled for one of them. Bro, I'm getting busted up by a triggerfish at the moment, dude. There's a triggerfish here and it's coming in and it's actually attacking me. Like, not even joking, there's a triggerfish. He's coming in and he comes straight in, tries to bite me and takes off again. Triggerfish are a very territorial fish. If there's a female around here that has eggs in a nest, the male will always come around and it's very, very protective of the female and the eggs. I'll try to find him, he's gone. He comes straight in, man. He bit me on the leg just a second ago. He's coming in, boom, bites me, takes off again. He's like telling me to get out of his area. They got serious teeth on him, man. They actually take like little chunks of skin out. I'd love a big triggerfish on this fly rod right now. That would be amazing. I'm just letting this prawn sink into this deep hole here. We're just popping it back over the sand. We've got reef on this side, big sandy flat here. Standing in waist deep water. Surely we're gonna get bang bang. Surely, dude. Wow, that is a beautiful fish. We're not gonna be eating this fella, we'll let him go, but that is a bloody beautiful fish. Look at the colors in this, man. He's amazing. Just smash that little fly. We don't want to eat him, he's a bit small. See you later, pal. Look at him, he wants to come back to me. Oh, he's between my legs, bro. What are you doing, mate? There you go, back to home, back home. Straight into that little hole there. Oh, I've got an urchin in my foot, doggies. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Oh, I just stood on an urchin and now I've got an urchin in my foot. Oh, it's actually really, if you've ever had an urchin in your feet, they kill, man. I've got to get off this thing with this reef here. Ah, I've got it right in my heel. Oh, that's going to be so hard to get out. That's why I wanted to wear shoes. Oh, we're going to have to do some surgery. Well, that's not great. I've got 3 urchin spikes stuck in my foot. I'm never gonna get him out with this bloody thing. I need like a pin and a pair of tweezers or something. I'm gonna have to get him back. I'm gonna have to get him out when we get back to civilization. It's not good. They can get really, really, really infected. Oh, I'm just gonna have to deal with it. We need to get some food, man. I'm starting to get super hungry. Oh, let's get the noodle rod. Come on, Noodle Doodle. We need to get some food on the deck, Big Rig. Let's go. Trying to knock those mullet out with this bloody hook. There is no fish around here, man. Like, there is absolutely nothing. I haven't seen a fish for hours. There's a school of mullet here. Trying to knock one out with this lure. Oh, we've got one fish on. Well, I've got a fish on the noodle rod. But we've got a bigger fish there, man. Oh, there's a big bluefin trevally here. Oh no, they all got off. I've just lost a whole lot. Come on, eat it, 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 eat it. Dude, that was hectic. I've got 2 fishing rods. We're upping our chances here. Just gonna put this fly rod down for a second. See if we can't find those fish again. Is this a fish, bro? Oh, I just got off on the beach. No way. Let's see if he's dumb enough to eat it again. Look at this thing. I've just walked from all the way up there, fishing the whole way with absolutely no luck. And this is what we get, a stinking long tom. You know what? I'm putting him in my pocket. Mate, you'd think a place like this, which is like ultra remote, would hold so many big fish. But there is very little fish here. We got one in my pocket here. Look at this thing. Look at that. That is gonna be breakfast. Look at the teeth on him, eh? Full pincers. That's breakfast. That's all we can get, mate. Definitely not the best eating fish in the world, but oi, it's food and I'm gonna smash it. Also, have a go at this thing that I found. How is this lure? Full like spin tail. I'm gonna take this back to Australia and try to catch a barramundi on it. It's sick. There it is. We've got fish on a stick, and we have got delicious, delicious coconut meat. First things first, we're gonna rip into the fish on a stick. Here he is, delicious little treat. Oh. Still hot. Oh man, look at that white meat. Still flavour. It's not the biggest fish in the world, but dude, it's fresh fish. Look at that there. That's a little fish lollipop. And then of course, to go with the fish, a little bit of coconut meat. This stuff, look at this. Just give it these ones. Bro. Take a little bit of that. A little bit of fish meat. Bang. Bang. Wow. It's ridiculous. This fish meat inside. Wrap it up like that. Sushi. Well, that wasn't the biggest feed in the world, but I can tell you one thing, it was fresh and it was absolutely bloody delicious. I packed up camp, the tent, the whole entire camp is in my backpack here. Fishing rods are in hand. We are steaming up towards the pickup point. Hopefully the boat gets there in a little bit, but look, that was an incredible 3 days. I had so much bloody fun. Thanks for joining me on this adventure. The one thing that we got to talk about is that. Like, look at that line of rubbish, dude. That's just absurd. But look, if you guys want to get your merch, if you want to get your hands on one of these epic noodle rods, they're going to be restocked very, very soon. Fishing jerseys, coffees, hats, t-shirts, jumpers, hoodies, the whole entire shoot and match. FieldDayShop.com. Head on over there, have a look. And I guess I'll see you guys when I'm looking at you next. Thanks for joining me on this adventure. I bloody love yous. Stay safe. And I'm out of here. Much love. Ow! The amount of rubbish washed up on this beach. Speak English, you dumb. What in the world is this? Ah, you whip. Stay still, you stupid camera. Off fly. Pain in the ass. All rusted up and they're all busted. They're all busted custard. Without a lighter, without a fire, I am going to be busted custard tonight, mate. That was stupid. Why would you say that? You idiot. Like, I was just hot all the entire night though. No mosquito bites, it was not too bad. Shut. Why do you have to talk so much dumb shit? You just woke up and you're talking shit again. Let's do it. Fishing rods in hand. Nearly snapped the tip off. You fucking dumb. Why do you gotta talk so much dumb shit? Ah, shut up. That was a shit cast. Here we go. You. What's going on out here, bruh? Alright, this spot here is an absolute dreamboat of a can speak English, you silly face. What I think's gonna go, oh, just speak English, you idiot. Yeah, we got coconuts, motherfucker! That's the best thing ever. Yeah. It's just dark out here at the moment. There's no sun whatsoever. If you know what it's like sight fishing with you don't speak like that, you idiot. Just shut up. If you don't want to speak, speak normally. Or don't speak at all, Fielder, you kid. I'm losing my mind out here. Next time, you. Oh, Shirley, slow down. Yeah, bitches. Oh, it's so good. Why did I swear? Ed. Good shell on them, eh? Oi! They don't give a about that. Oh! Better fall off me bloody chair. Good. bloody morning to you. You're a wit. Why you gotta start the video like a idiot? You dog. Piece of shit, Wood. That's good. You don't understand how good that is.
Just so good, man.
And then of course, why you wit? Bro, I'm hot, I'm sweaty, and I'm losing my mind. Look at me. Looks like I'm walking like I've got a carrot up my ass. That's not the case. I've just got sea urchins stuck in the bottom of my foot. And they are bloody giving me the shits. We had a long walk back.
So, you want to hear a story, huh? Well, gather around and let me spin you the tale of a saga etched in power and chaos. You may think it begins with the discovery of those mystical prisons, the vaults, filled with horror yet brimming with untold treasures. But this tale is about more than the vaults. It's about falsehoods, false vaults, false heroes, false gods. Pandora herself is a falsehood, an illusion brought about by the ambition of ancient powers long ago. And it's with them that our story truly begins.
The story of Borderlands begins with a woman named Nereid. It's unknown where Nereid originated from, or what she looked like. However, we do know that she was a siren, and a powerful one at that. The origins of the sirens are also largely shrouded in mystery, so much so that not even Nereid herself knew their true nature. Despite this, the little we think we know is that there can only be 6 sirens at a given time. No more, no less. Each time a siren dies, their abilities, or for some, curses, are inherited by another woman of the siren's choice. If left undecided, their abilities are distributed to another woman, willingly or otherwise. And while this choice could possibly be random, it's still contained within the confines of an unforeseen force, one that has presumably kept the sirens together since their inception. This force, this will of the universe, is described by Nereid as an entwinement, forever braiding the lives of sirens together. This would naturally lead to the formation of what Nereid called the Sisterhood, a collective of most, if not all the sirens of her time that, from Nereid's writings, seemed to function as a family. As sirens, the Sisterhood would live under constant threat of what others might do to them, always hunted out of fear, jealousy, or misguided greed. so became their way of life, always hiding or running from those who meant them harm. Which is why it was so surprising when a civilization known as the Iridians would contact Miriam, asking for her help. Upon contact, the Sisterhood didn't hesitate to attack the Iridians. Instinct told them that outsiders simply weren't capable of understanding them on a deeper level, that they could only ever be seen as threats or commodities. But as they prepared to strike, Nereid intervened, recognizing a familiar desperation in the Iridians' plea for help. Despite her sister's reservations, she couldn't ignore the resonance of their call, knowing all too well the feeling of being overlooked until the moment of dire need. With a heavy heart, she made the decision to entertain their request, understanding that those who were desperate enough to seek her aid must have been deeply lost. After joining the Iridians, Nereid would come to learn both a great deal and paradoxically very little about their origins, mostly discovering that when they arrived in this galaxy, they landed on a planet that they would dub Necrotafeo. Translated from Iridian, it means first landing. This alludes to a history before they traveled here. However, the details of where they came from and why they left are still unclear. Alongside their history, she would learn of their incredibly advanced technology, so advanced that it was borderline magical, even to a siren. Technology such as their powerful energy-based weaponry, their automated protective guardians, and above all, the vaults. Once again, it's unclear as to the origin and purpose behind most of the vaults. The little we do know is that while some are meant to keep people out, others are meant to keep something inside. Powerful artifacts that can alter the fabric of reality and foresee the future, as well as monsters like the Rampager, Grave Ward, Githian, and the most powerful of them all, the Destroyer. While traveling with the Iridians, Nereid would note that they never spoke of a time before the Destroyer, like it was simply a piece of the fabric of the universe, a part of the natural order of things, though they fully intended to change that. Nereid suspected that to do this, they sought out the Destroyer to learn as much as they could. What they learned was that it was an unstoppable force, a gluttonous beast that never ceased to hunger. With no idea how to stop something this powerful, the Iridians went searching for other solutions, possibly other beings that could rival its strength. That's when they must have learned about Nereid and her extraordinarily powerful ability to leech power from others to make herself stronger. With her assistance, the Iridians finally had hope that their new plan would work, to build a planet-sized prison to trap the Destroyer once and for all. This planet would eventually become known as Pandora. The construction of Pandora was a project that scope was unimaginably large, being far more ambitious than any other task the Iridians had attempted, so much so that it would transcend generations, taking multiple centuries to complete. A major reason for this were the materials required for its construction, most notably the upper mantle, which consisted of solid iridium, a versatile and incredibly valuable resource that would serve as the primary method of containment. This, however, posed a risk. If anyone were to discover the abundance of iridium on Pandora, it might attract the wrong kind of attention. When Pandora was finally complete, it was seen as the most incredible thing of its kind, an inescapable, planet-sized prison. All that was left was to lure the Destroyer to it, but for that, it would take great sacrifice. The Destroyer was not only unmatched in strength, but also a formidably intelligent being, as when it consumed civilizations, it gained their experiences and intellect. This made it necessary for the Iridians to lure it in with a bait so enticing, the Destroyer couldn't possibly resist it. It soon became clear that this bait would have to be themselves. Hundreds of millions, or perhaps billions, of some of the most advanced minds in the universe, all sacrificed in the pursuit of peace. Though with this plan came other complications, the first of which were those Iridians that rebelled against the rest, attempting to sabotage Pandora to appease the Destroyer, in hopes that it would spare their life. For them, a great beast named the Warrior was constructed, its purpose being that of a war machine. After successfully defeating the resisting Iridians, the Warrior would be placed within the confines of a vault, where it would remain until it could one day be given another command. Another issue that warranted consideration was the fact that once the Iridians were gone, there would no longer be anyone to throw away the key, so to speak. Due to this, they instead opted to disguise the prison's key as none other than an inconspicuous moon, something that would be so unremarkable that not even the potential residents of Pandora would think twice about it. Inside this moon, a powerful artifact that could foresee the future was placed inside a vault, protected by both guardians as well as another being of Iridian creation known as the Sentinel. Lastly, all prisoners must be fed, even the Destroyer. For this, they would place a false vault on the planet's surface that would call out to nearby souls every 200 years. This would keep it at least reasonably well fed, as there is nothing more dangerous than a hungry prisoner. With their many loose ends now tied, the only thing that remained was to lay the trap. As planned, the Destroyer approached Pandora, unable to resist the bait. At that point, it was finally time for Nereid to fulfill her terrible purpose. She would siphon the life and power of the billion or so remaining Iridians, using their energy to power a device on Necrotafeo that would later become known as the Machine. An act that would finally, after all this time, imprison the Destroyer. While the plan to imprison the Destroyer was successful, Nereid was absolutely devastated. She knew that she had achieved a great victory for not only the Iridians, but also countless lives that would be saved now that the Destroyer was gone. But this didn't put an end to her grief. What was victory if it was at the cost of those who she now thought of as friends? But for the time being, Nereid would travel across the galaxy, assessing the fallout of the Iridians' disappearance. As she explored, she became curious about the guardians the Iridians left behind. These, as Nereid calls them, half-living or quasi-beings, were both fascinating and uncanny to Nereid. Fascinating in the sense that they held great purpose, that being to guard the vaults and other key Iridian locations, though uncanny in the sense that they were so close to sentience, yet weren't granted full autonomy, though they don't seem to mind it, like they have some other purpose that is beyond her comprehension. This curiosity naturally birthed a question. What will happen to the Guardians when the fight is over? When all of the vaults have been pillaged? Will they stand vigil? Or will they find some other, greater purpose? And if so, what's stopping them from doing that now? As time passed, Nereid became increasingly disillusioned with her own life, fearing what may happen if her powers were to fall into the wrong hands. This in turn led to a decline in health that further compounded her already insurmountable fears. Her sisters knew of these fears, as well as her declining health, and worked to find a way to keep her powers from passing on. What they found was a possible solution to her problem. To keep her siren power from being inherited, she would have to lock herself inside a vault. Nereid knew that there was no certainty that this would work. However, the pros far outweighed the cons, for she knew that if the universe had no leech, it would be ultimately safer. But before she would attempt this, she would first travel the galaxy, using her siren abilities to imprint key memories of hers onto Iridian glyphs. This would allow her to share her side of the story, spread knowledge of the Iridians, and in the end, give one final warning. Before she would make her way into a vault on Necrotafeo, she would warn to never find the Seventh. Whether this was a warning to avoid looking for her is unclear, as it could just as easily be a warning to avoid a much bigger threat, possibly one that's even more powerful than herself, an elusive Seventh Siren that has the possibility to change everything we know so far. With her story spread among the stars, Nereid would make her way to Necrotafeo, the location where she forever changed the universe. She would open a vault and travel inside, imprisoning herself and her power for what she hoped would be forever. Millennia pass, and humanity, after developing faster than light travel, managed to colonize a half-dozen galaxies. Known as the Six Galaxies, they were ruled by a central government, as well as a few dozen megacorporations that specialize in manufacturing and providing an untold number of goods and services. But as humanity grew and the universe seemed to get bigger, so did the business of warfare. And as decades passed, most of these corporations would fight tooth and nail for their own slice in that ever-growing market. This chaos would ultimately end in the collapse of the central government. The fall of the central government would subsequently create a vacuum of power that many of the corporations desperately attempted to fill. To foster peace at this time, a 30-year accord was agreed upon by all the major corporations. Though, nearly 4 months later, this agreement would shatter under the weight of corporate greed. This was what sparked the legendary corporate wars. As the corporate wars raged on for nearly a decade, many of the companies we are unaware of were consolidated into those that stand now. These include Atlas, Tediore, Dahl, Torg, Vladoff, Malawan, and Hyperion. There were others such as Jacobs and SS Munitions that also survived, though this was largely due to the clever ways in which they were able to avoid conflict altogether. With the reduced number of corporations grasping for power, the Six Galaxies were able to find some semblance of peace. Decades later, the once powerful Atlas Corporation was falling behind in the corporate arms race. Becoming desperate for any kind of advantage, Atlas began searching for increasingly far-fetched opportunities that might get them back on their feet. One such attempt had Atlas hiring explorers from across the Six Galaxies who searched for alien ruins and technology. One of these explorers was a man named Typhon de Leon. Typhon was born to a family of turd farmers on the now sparsely populated borderland planet of Pandora. Despite his circumstances, he was a natural-born adventurer, exploring ancient ruins and searching for artifacts for as long as he could remember. However, at the age of 16, his parents would pass away, and with their passing, he found that the reasons to stay on Pandora were far outweighed by his desire to leave. So he did, sneaking aboard a merchant ship bound for the planet Promethea, the home of Atlas. When Typhon arrived on Promethea, it was but a husk of its former self due to the steady downfall of Atlas. What he thought would be a thriving opportunity-filled playground turned out to be, in his words, a tinderbox of violence and greed. This was only made worse by his financial situation. He never had much on Pandora, but on Promethea, he somehow had even less. But even with nothing to his name, Typhon still had his talent for storytelling, which he would use to keep himself alive, trading stories for things such as food, water, and shelter. It's at this point that Typhon would meet a man named Aslan de Vega, a treasure hunter like him, though he found Aslan to be both lazy and undetermined. But it was still nice to have a partner. Shortly afterward, both Typhon and Aslan would be hired by Atlas to search Promethea for Iridian ruins. At this point, the Iridians were rumored to have existed, yet no hard evidence had been found linking them to any specific ancient ruins. But Typhon was determined to prove himself as the greatest treasure hunter who had ever lived, so he and Aslan would set out to search for any and every lead they could. As time passed, Typhon and Aslan would find no evidence of Iridian ruins on Promethea. Aslan was ready to give up, but Typhon had a feeling that they were close. One day, when they were wandering through the Casmerian quarry, Typhon fell through some brittle rock into a deep cavern. Aslan, being his lazy self, refused to help, instead stealing Typhon's equipment and running away. Typhon then got up and decided to find another way out. That's when he found it, the first great discovery of his lifetime, a vault with a fully intact key sitting right at its entrance. Now, some may see this as pure luck, but as Typhon saw it, sometimes luck is simply staying in the game longer than the other guys. Not many people were willing to spend years of their lives in search of what most believed were fairy tales. but he was, and he was about to reap the rewards of it. After finding the vault, Typhon decided to resist the urge to open it for himself, and instead fulfill his contract to Atlas. He brought them the key, and for it, he was paid handsomely in both cash as well as attention. From now on, whenever anyone wanted help searching for something, they came to the greatest treasure hunter in the 6 galaxies, and the first of a new breed of explorer, ones who'd become known as Vault Hunters. Atlas, of course, didn't hesitate to open the vault, where they found an abundance of Iridian weapons and technology. Immediately, they tasked their researchers and scientists with reverse engineering the technology so they could apply it to their own weapons and equipment. This resulted in advanced technology far beyond that of any other corporation. So began a second win for the Atlas Corporation, going from near bankruptcy to the pinnacle of innovation almost instantaneously, finally living up to their name and becoming titans of industry once more. While at the top of their game, Atlas decided to invest heavily in themselves to keep the company in their current state of power for as long as possible. For this, they would hire Typhon, as well as many other explorers, including a woman named Leda Calypso, to continue searching for more vaults. This was primarily done on Pandora, though in the next few years, they would opt to leave Pandora, as it was uniquely dangerous. On the business side, Atlas would quadruple their standing army, as well as finance the Crimson Lance and their Crimson Assassin counterparts, both of which were major reasons for their subsequent dominance. This, however, started an arms race unlike anything anyone had ever seen, with most megacorporations scrambling to catch up to, or simply survive, Atlas's rise to power. Chief among these were Jacobs, Dahl, and of course, Hyperion. The Jacobs Corporation was founded over 300 years before Atlas opened the first vault, after the Jacobs battleship known as the Family Jewel crash-landed on a moon of Eden known as Eden 6. While this was tragic at the time, Singleton, Talbot, and Jacobs would turn their family's misfortune into a thriving business. This came after the discovery of the immeasurably high-quality wood within the trees on Eden 6, which Talbot would use to manufacture weapons under the name Jacobs. Unlike many other companies, Jacobs would refrain from resorting to unconventional business practices or flashy gimmicks to sell their products, instead attempting to focus solely on their craftsmanship in hopes that it would allow them to stand the test of time. However, after Talbot passed, the company would be inherited by his son Wharton, who wasn't nearly as idealistic as his father. Under his leadership, the company would begin to broaden its horizons, expanding to places such as Gehenna. It's there, on a planet far from civilization, that the company would conduct experiments on an element called core, which had a multitude of harmful biological applications, the most dangerous of which was something called Project Ruiner, an extremely dangerous and powerful monster developed with the use of core. Where at first they saw promise with the Ruiner, it was quickly becoming clear that their ambitions were far exceeding what they were capable of controlling. Soon enough, they would decide to give up on the planet entirely, glassing the surface of it without the slightest regard for the planet's residents. But just because the company moved on, it would not be the end for the citizens of Gehenna, as what Jacobs did on the planet would have unforeseen consequences generations later. After the rapid expansion of Jacobs, it became clear that the company functioned best when held to its core values, a realization likely kindled by Wharton's brother Maddox after he inherited the company, though those values would be solidified by his nephew and Wharton's son, Montgomery Jacobs. Montgomery would be the one to end a good portion of the company's unsavory business practices, and though he wasn't perfect, would attempt to keep the company out of trouble and conflict. It's at that point that Montgomery would stumble upon the biggest discovery of the Jacobs family, a vault hidden right on Eden 6. Montgomery would decide to hide the vault, as even with his limited knowledge, he could perceive its importance. This proved correct after Atlas opened their vault, and it sparked nothing short of absolute chaos. Chaos that he would do anything to avoid. Over a decade after Atlas found the first vault, the Dahl Corporation began secretly searching for a vault of their very own. either coincidentally or being unknowingly called there by the Destroyer's false vault. The planet they went searching on was none other than Pandora. Upon landing on Pandora, Dahl attempted to do two things: mine and explore. The mining ended up becoming fairly lucrative, as they would end up discovering iridium just below the planet's crust. However, they were unaware of the true extent of their discovery. Despite this, hundreds of mines and quarries would be built across the planet's surface, the crown jewel of which would be Sanctuary, a mining ship that Dahl held in high regard. Around this same time, Dahl mining operations on Elpis, Pandora's moon, led to a disastrous event known as the Krakening. As a result, a legion of Dahl soldiers, led by a woman named Colonel Zarpedon, obtained access to hidden Iridian ruins underneath the moon's surface. Zarpedon explored these ruins, where an Iridian guardian known as the Watcher would take her and her legion into the vault of the Sentinel and show them the distant future. In this future, it became clear that they must finish what the Iridians couldn't, and throw away the key once and for all. While mining for resources, Dahl did anything they could to get bodies on Pandora. This resulted in the Echo promotional campaign, which would have Dahl hand out Echo devices to anyone who was willing to accept them. As an added benefit, this would get people to use their Echo communications network, aka the EchoNet. Unfortunately, soon afterward, Pandora would become nothing short of a hellscape, as unknown to Dahl, they arrived on the planet during one of its 7-year winters. Now that winter was over, the majority of the fauna on the planet were leaving hibernation, which led to a planet-wide panic. In the midst of this panic, a group of scientists contracted by Dahl would begin searching for a vault on Pandora. One of these scientists was an archaeologist named Patricia Tanis. Tanis came to Pandora a skeptic, assuming the stories of the vault were just that, stories. But as she continued to do research, despite her associates' brutal deaths, she would not only believe in the vault, but discover proof of its existence by finding fragments of the vault's key. She would also learn of the 200-year cycle the vault was tied to, one that was quickly arriving. At this time, Dahl had called for all employees to leave Pandora. However, with dwindling resources, many were simply left to fend for themselves, becoming those who make up the good majority of bandits and psychos on Pandora. However, there were exceptions, such as Dahl's highly regarded 191st Infantry Brigade, commanded by Colonel Hector. Before arriving on Pandora, Colonel Hector and his brigade were some of the most decorated soldiers in Dahl's military. Due to their elite status, Dahl would promise Hector that his team would receive Paradise deployment, which would have them far from their usual combat theater. However, instead of Paradise, Colonel Hector and his brigade found themselves in a notoriously dangerous mine underneath Mount Scarab. Months later, on the day that Dahl would abandon Pandora, they would trap Colonel Hector and the 191st Brigade in the mine, stranding them for years to come. After discovering Dahl's secret mission to search for a vault on Pandora, Atlas resumed their quest once more. They would deploy the Crimson Lance to finish off what was left of Dahl's forces. Given no option, Dahl would cement its decision to abandon the planet altogether. Now, this truly unruly planet was Atlas's to tame once more. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the galaxy, a Dahl research team led by Eleanor and Vincent Olmsted land on the planet of Xylorgos. There, they encounter the massive carcass of Githian, a mysteriously deceased vault monster. While attempting to excavate Githian's body, they stumble upon its still-beating heart. Vincent is then inadvertently absorbed by the heart, where his soul is trapped within a crystalline structure. Overwhelmed by grief, Eleanor forges a ring from the crystal, discovering it contains her husband's soul. Using the ring's power, she binds it to others to be with her husband once again. Together, Eleanor and Vincent's vessel form a cult called the Bonded, who become obsessed with the power of Githian's heart. With nearly complete control over Pandora, Atlas's esteemed General Knox would appoint a siren named Commandant Steele to oversee Atlas operations on Pandora. During this time, Atlas would hire bandits to overrun the town of Haven. This forced its residents to abandon the location, moving to the subsequent town of New Haven, which then dubbed its predecessor Old Haven. Afterwards, Atlas would double-cross and kill the hired bandits to make room for a cutting-edge facility constructed underneath Old Haven known as the Gortys Project. This project was developed to find an elusive vault that Atlas had become aware of, known as the Vault of the Traveler. During this eventful period of what most considered to be a battle between Dahl and Atlas, the Hyperion Corporation would stay hidden in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A moment that would be decided not by a board of Hyperion executives, but instead by a single man who was but a measly programmer. Many things about Jack's early life are unknown, likely due to the fact that anyone who knew Jack at that time is most likely dead. We do know he was born on the planet Tantalus, where at a young age, his father passed away. This resulted in Jack's mother moving them to Pandora, where she pawned him off to his grandmother, who was emotionally abusive, leading Jack to focus solely on his passion for programming. This set Jack on a path that would eventually lead him to join the mighty Hyperion Corporation. It was likely around this same time that Jack had met a mysterious woman who, to this day, we do not know the appearance or name of. We do know that she would eventually marry Jack, and together they would have a daughter named Angel. Despite Jack exhibiting behaviors of narcissism, sociopathy, and megalomania, it wouldn't stop him from being a loving husband and father, even after his life would forever change when Angel would inherit the powers and markings of a siren. More specifically, the phase shift ability, which allowed her to freely access and manipulate technology. This would allow her to, in a way, communicate with all sorts of technology. At first, Jack saw this as the simple manifestation of a child's imagination, but when he saw her tattoos, he quickly became worried. Attempting to remain rational, Jack would contact numerous medical professionals to examine Angel's tattoos, as well as her new strange behavior toward technology. However, sirens and their abilities were still relatively unknown, so no immediate conclusions could be reached. Seeing as Jack, as well as others, weren't exactly sure what they were dealing with, word quickly got out that there was a young woman with strange abilities and markings on Pandora. Soon enough, a bandit who knew how rare sirens were would come after Angel. Once he got her hands on her, he attempted to kidnap her. However, Angel, in an act of fearful desperation, activated one of the bandit's turrets, killing him as well as her mother. With his wife gone, Jack's worst qualities would begin to surface. He would swear vengeance on every last bandit, seeing them as irredeemable monsters, the scum of Pandora. If he were a different man, maybe he would find some way to move on. But Jack was no man. He was a hero. He would rid Pandora of bandits, so no person would have to go through what he did. But accomplishing this task would be no easy feat. He would have to go to great lengths to find some way to cleanse the world. The first and greatest method would be with the use of Angel. As time went by, Jack would rise within the ranks of Hyperion while simultaneously learning the strengths and limits of Angel's phase shift abilities. With his mid-level programmer status, Jack was able to confine Angel to the room that housed the Hyperion network. This gave her access to nearly everything Hyperion had access to, which gave Jack an immense amount of knowledge and information, some of which he would use as leverage to rise within Hyperion, but most would be put toward his grandiose plan to cleanse Pandora. To accomplish this, he convinced Hyperion's board of directors that they should begin designing a space station in orbit of Pandora, as he had a feeling something big was about to happen there. After finding the vault, Typhon would be hired once more by Atlas to find additional vaults on Promethea, though after what would likely be months of searching, Typhon was unable to find another vault. Atlas suspected Typhon was holding out on them, but instead of persecuting him, they very strategically attempted to use his good-hearted adventurous nature for their own benefit by offering to let him lead a peace envoy around the galaxy to uphold Atlas's image. Typhon agreed, and for a while, his envoy would travel to various planets across the galaxy. Planets like Athenas. There, he met with a few of the sirens, one of which, a woman named Queen Dido, he dated while on Athenas. This was until she died, and a new faction of monks known as the Order of Impending Storm would take over. after, an infant siren by the name of Maya would be delivered to the Order. Soon after the Order's rise on Athenas, Typhon would move back to Promethea, where he would learn the truth of this so-called peace envoy that he had led. That it wasn't about peace at all. It was a ruse, as his team consisted of a handful of Atlas spies who were tasked with following Typhon to steal any artifacts of value that he may stumble across. Atlas also used this envoy as a way to distract Typhon, and while off Promethea, he had no clue what Atlas had been doing with the vault of his. But after his return, the truth would surface. Atlas wasn't doing what they told him they would do with the vault, which was to improve life on Promethea. Instead, they used it to seize power and oppress others. And while Typhon was furious, he was also contractually obligated to follow Atlas's orders, which lately had been to stay put. Not much time would pass before Typhon would decide enough was enough. He was growing restless, and Promethea, even after Atlas's rise, was growing worse by the day. Typhon would break his contract and travel off-world, roaming the galaxy in search of another adventure. Maybe this would lead him to discover another vault. Or maybe he would find nothing at all. Who knows? After all, he stumbled into finding the vault by accident, so maybe he would just roam around for a while and see what else he might stumble across. After some time, Typhon would be hired once more, this time by none other than Montgomery Jacobs. Montgomery's plan was to let Typhon explore Eden 6 for a while, eventually concluding that there was indeed no vault on the planet. Typhon spent a long time on Eden 6 in search of the vault, long enough that he started to believe he lost his touch, that his days of vault hunting might be behind him. In fact, he was just about to call it quits until he noticed Montgomery seemed a bit too eager to accept Typhon's failure. That's when he got up and started going to the last spot he had yet to check, right under Montgomery's nose. Montgomery followed Typhon, asking him where he was going. Typhon said that he knew where he was going and continued forward until he heard the click of the revolver. Montgomery then says that Jacobs may have escaped the last war, but that the next one is coming. The War of the Vaults. With a gun to his back, Typhon is quick to agree that there is indeed no vault on Eden 6. Montgomery then smiles, hands Typhon his golden revolver, and says it was nice doing business with him. With his vault hunting itch scratched, Typhon decided he would travel back to Pandora to see how it had changed. You know, for old time's sake. But upon reaching Pandora, he notes that he had begun to feel the effects of his midlife crisis. He began to realize that he had gone on all these adventures, but to him, they were ultimately meaningless if he had nobody to share them with. Typhon would then continue to wander Pandora for a long time, attempting to find fulfillment in other ways. On one such trip from Elpis, Typhon's ship was suddenly shot down by none other than Aslan de Vega. They had met a few times since Aslan abandoned him way back when, but he had a feeling that this would be the final time. His ship then crashed on Pandora, leaving him both stranded and wounded. He would continue to run from Aslan and his crew for days on end, only catching the occasional break. This was until one day he decided that he would face Aslan regardless of the outcome. When Aslan caught up to him, Typhon used his knowledge from his youth to his advantage, luring a pack of skags to Aslan's location. The skags made quick work of Aslan, and Typhon continued his meaningless wandering until he decided to go back to his family farm to rediscover his roots as a simple turd farmer. Some time would pass before Typhon would find himself in a tavern in Firestone where a woman by the name of Leda Calypso would confront him. She would begin their encounter by asking for his help to find the legendary Iridian homeworld known as Necro Tefeo. Typhon, of course, accepted this offer, and together they began searching Pandora in hopes of finding some clues of Necro Tefeo's location. Along the way, they began to fall in love, as well as save enough money to buy a ship and plenty of supplies so they could live out their dream of exploring the galaxy for the elusive planet of Necro Tefeo. And wouldn't you know it, after months or possibly years of searching, they eventually stumbled upon the very thing they were looking for. After crash landing on Necro Tefeo, Typhon would note that he had a weird feeling, the same feeling that he got when he was on the planet with a vault. Like he's not really searching for something, but instead following some sort of gut feeling, or call to his very soul. He would question if this feeling was in some way connected to the vaults, or maybe the planets themselves were connected. Regardless, he and Leda would follow that feeling into the heart of Necrotafeo, where they would find a great machine as well as a lone vault. They would open this vault and fight a powerful monster named the Serpent. Afterwards, they would travel inside the vault, where they would conceive a pair of twins. They would then have a conversation with the importance of what they had stumbled across, a world of countless questions and likely many answers to them. They both came to agree that something of this importance couldn't be left for someone else to stumble across. So, they would stay here for the rest of their lives to defend it, all the while finding answers to their biggest questions. 9 months later, Leda would give birth to a pair of conjoined fraternal twins, but to their surprise, that was nowhere near the most special thing about them, as they had not only given birth to 2 sirens, but that one of them was a male. Shortly after their birth, Typhon and Leda would name their children Tyreen and Troy de Leon. Typhon would then cut the twins apart so they could live separate lives. This, however, had unknowingly started a timer on Troy's life, as siren biology dictates that only women can possess siren powers. Luckily, Tyreen had inherited possibly the only siren ability capable of keeping Troy alive, Nereid's very own Phase Leech. This allowed Tyreen to periodically transfer a bit of power to Troy, therefore keeping him alive. However, like Nereid was afraid of, it also caused a great deal of tragedy, when as a young child, Tyreen accidentally killed her own mother. This single event would set the stage for what Tyreen and Troy would eventually become, as the death of Leda would put a substantial distance between Typhon and the twins, though he would continue to do the one thing he had always done, tell stories. And what better story is there than the story of the Iridians and their great vault known as Pandora. With Angel being connected to the Hyperion network for over a year, Jack was able to learn quite a bit about 2 major things, the Sirens and the False Vault. The former he took interest in for obvious reasons, however it's the latter that he would put to use towards his heroic plan. Knowing the 200-year deadline was soon approaching, Jack, with the assistance of Angel, would lure aspiring vault hunters to collect the vault key and open the false vault. This was no easy task, as he had to find the correct vault hunters, ones who were capable enough to complete the task, yet oblivious enough to ignore the true prize within the vault. Soon enough, he would find the perfect fit, a group of 4 outcasts riding on a bus to the bandit-ridden town of Firestone. Roland, Lilith, Mordecai, and Brick. These are the names of the legendary vault hunters who would open the first vault on Pandora. Roland, being a former Crimson Knight soldier, would act as the leader of the group, providing direction and wisdom. Lilith, a siren, became the group's primary powerhouse, for when she wasn't strategically avoiding conflict, she often ended it quickly. Mordecai and his loyal companion Bloodwing acted as the group's scouts, always far from conflict, but never avoiding it. And Brick, well, Brick is Brick, and he's the prettiest. But long before this group would become known as the legendary explorers we know them to be, they were simply kids who had grown up hearing stories of the vault, a great treasure that would bring you all the fame and money you could ever desire. Hearing these stories, they would naturally decide to search for the vault in adulthood. As the false vault called out to nearby souls, one by one, they would accept a bus ride by a man named Marcus Kincaid. As Marcus's bus approached the town of Firestone, Jack would instruct Angel to contact the vault hunters, telling them that they have no reason to trust her, but that if they do, she can assuredly get them to the vault. He then has her tell them to follow the guidance of the Claptrap unit, which will provide them with what they need until she contacts them again. Once outside, Claptrap provides the vault hunters with their standard issue Doll Echo communications device, which provides them with valuable information about both their well-being and weaponry. Claptrap then guides them to the town of Firestone, where they are met with a group of bandits who have overrun the town. The group make quick work of the bandits, to which they then meet with Dr. Zed, a local surgeon who tasks them to clean up the town as well as meet with the locals. After helping the locals of Firestone, the Vault Hunters are contacted by Scooter, a mechanic who maintains the local catch-a-ride stations. He sets them on a quest to reactivate the catch-a-ride stations, which gives them access to vehicles. Once accomplished, Angel contacts them once more, informing them that their next target is a dangerous bandit named Sledge, who resides in the nearby mine. After unlocking the mine, they fight their way through dozens of bandits before coming face to face with Sledge. After a tough battle, Sledge is defeated, and Angel's there to inform the Vault Hunters that what he had stashed away was proof that the legends were true, a fragment of the key that opens the vault. When exiting the mines, the Vault Hunters are contacted by none other than Commandant Steele. She states that the Iridian artifact they have stolen is sole property of Atlas, and that they should return it immediately. The Vault Hunters ignore this vague threat and carry out their new plan to travel to the nearby town of New Haven. Once arrived in New Haven, the Vault Hunters are contacted by both Helena Pierce and Patricia Tanis. Pierce is the administrator of New Haven, and as is her responsibility, she decides that her focus is on the people, not the vault, which she believes is nothing but a fairy tale. Tanis, on the other hand, knows the vault to be real, and is eager to help them find it. She then invites the Vault Hunters to meet with her so she can inspect the artifact they have found. After meeting with her, she correctly identifies it as a piece of the vault key, and instructs them to leave it with her so she can run tests on it. Meanwhile, she says they can go collect another piece of the key, one that she left with a man named Crazy Earl. After doing a few miscellaneous tasks for Crazy Earl, he informs them that he sold the key fragment about a year ago to a bandit leader named Crom. The Vault Hunters then travel to Crom's bandit camp and kill him, collecting the second fragment of the key. With the second key fragment collected, the Vault Hunters immediately take it back to Tanis. She informs them that the third piece is likely somewhere on the Trash Coast. However, it's guarded by the residents of Janestown, led by a man named Janus Cobb. Taylor Cobb, his brother, notes that by killing him, they'd be doing everyone a service and could easily get to the Trash Coast. After killing Janus, the Vault Hunters are sent back to New Haven at the request of Taylor to collect their reward. However, this is a trap, and as Helena Pierce would soon note, Taylor was the wrong person to trust, as he is much more dangerous than his brother. The Vault Hunters are then made to clean up their own mess by killing Taylor Cobb. Along the way, Marcus notes multiple times that Tanis is somehow getting supplies from a third party, implying that she's been working for, or at least is in contact with, someone else. After Taylor Cobb is killed, Angel informs them that the third fragment is indeed in the Trash Coast, though a challenge awaits their arrival. When the Vault Hunters finally make it to their destination, they are met with a massive rak hive. After defeating it, they collect the third key fragment. Once the third fragment is given to Tanis, she informs the group that the final fragment is in the hands of a man named Baron Flint, who resides in the Salt Flats. However, to get to him, they must first repair a claptrap unit in the town of Old Haven. There they encounter the Crimson Lance, who, unknown to the Vault Hunters, are likely there to guard the Gortys Project. With the claptrap unit repaired, it can now open the door to the Salt Flats. There, the Vault Hunters encounter bandit patrols which they take down before their final encounter with Baron Flint. After taking Baron down, they attempt to attain the fourth and final piece of the key. However, to their surprise, it's revealed by Commandant Steele that there is no fourth piece, and that Tanis gave the key to Atlas. After revealing she has the vault key, Commandant Steele gives the Vault Hunters one final offer. Leave Pandora, and Atlas will let them live in peace. She then warns that any further disobedience will result in the citizens of this planet paying dearly. To prove this, she begins by shutting off the Echo Network and threatens to cut off all commerce if defiance continues. Without the EchoNet, Angel is unable to see the Vault Hunters clearly, but can still contact them directly using her siren abilities. She warns them that they have to open the vault, as they, and secretly Jack, can't wait around for another 200 years. Without knowing where the vault is located, the Vault Hunters attempt to find Tanis inside an Atlas compound. After doing so, they learn that Tanis didn't betray them out of malice. Instead, she says that she had no other choice, and that in her own twisted way, she thought the Vault Hunters would like it. This seems to be truthful, as Roland, as well as the others, would forgive her because they likely saw that she, in fact, did not do it for purely selfish reasons. After helping Tanis escape her cell, the Vault Hunters attempt to bring the Echo Network back online. At the same time, Commandant Steele travels to the vault which triggers an army of Iridian Guardians to take down any opposing force in defense of the vault. After bringing the Echo network back online, Tannis informs them of the vault's location and that Steel is likely close to opening it. The Vault Hunters waste no time traveling to the vault, along the way encountering both Crimson Lance as well as Iridian Guardians. After making it to the top of the Iridian ruins, they finally come face to face with Commandant Steel. She tells them that she has repeatedly warned them to stay out of her way, but that now, the vault is property of the Atlas Corporation, and they belong to her. She then uses her siren powers to mend the fragmented key, inserting it into the vault's lock. The vault begins to open, and as the Iridians had planned, the Destroyer is hungry for a feast. During her final show of power, Commandant Steel and her elite Crimson Lance are instantly killed by the Destroyer. As the Vault Hunters begin to fight it, Angel notes that this form of the Destroyer is still powerful, though compared to its true self, is extremely limited, even killable to a certain extent. As the fight nears its end, the Vault Hunters are able to come out on top, killing the monster, or at least this tiny portion of it. Angel is quick to congratulate the Vault Hunters on their victory, noting that they should enjoy their spoils as well as sell the vault key back to Tannis. After all, with the vault open and the Destroyer killed, it's of no use to anyone anymore. While opening the vault may not have provided the Vault Hunters with riches beyond imagination, it did make them relatively well known, at least on Pandora. This warranted a local entrepreneur by the name of Mad Moxie to invite the Vault Hunters to participate in her Underdome Coliseum. There, the Vault Hunters would compete for the grand prize of marrying Moxie herself, and while they were victorious, this never came to fruition. However, the Vault Hunters would learn that the true prize was not marrying Moxie, but instead gaining her respect, which, quite honestly, is a lot more difficult. While the Vault Hunters were enjoying their newfound popularity, Atlas was finally beginning to crumble under the weight of their failures. Things that were once considered to be relatively minor problems had now compounded into issues they could no longer control. Problems such as the military being run by a literal child due to the culture of nepotism within the company. This in turn led to the disillusionment of people such as General Knox, who hadn't been truly proud of his work at Atlas for some time. The final straw was the failure of Commandant Steel, who even with the power of Atlas at her disposal, lost a vault to a bunch of nobodies. This downward trend would be absolutely devastating for Atlas, though for its adversaries, it would only help to inspire them further. And there's nobody more adversarial to Atlas than Athena. As with all Crimson Assassins, Athena was stolen from her family at a young age and forced to kill them to cut any ties to her past life. This would have worked if it had not been for her sister's survival. As she grew up, she would search for evidence of her sister's whereabouts using the skills she had been taught as an assassin. Despite this, she would continue to be a loyal soldier, even reporting her findings to her direct superior, General Knox. With enough time, Athena was able to find and reunite with her sister, though this wouldn't last long, as she would confess to Knox that with her sister found, she wanted to lead the Crimson Assassins. General Knox actually found this to be somewhat inspiring, a story of a soldier who had given it their all and was ready to move on to the next chapter of their life, something that he wanted to experience for himself. However, he made the mistake of revealing this information to Atlas executives who did not find it to be as heartfelt as Knox would imply. They saw it as one of their finest soldiers admitting their treasonous intent, something that they sought to rectify. They would then order the Crimson Assassins, including Athena, to massacre the village home to Athena's sister. After the operation was complete, Athena would learn the truth, and with that same passion that drove her to find her sister, she devoted her life to killing anyone who was proudly associated with Atlas. So when word got out that Atlas was beginning to crumble, she took the opportunity to reach out to those who she saw were responsible for it. After answering Athena's call, the Vault Hunters arrive at T-Bone Junction. Athena then directs them to speak with Scooter, who can help them find her. Scooter has them collect some nearby parts in order to construct a new vehicle, which will help them destroy the many literal Atlas roadblocks they are bound to encounter. After constructing the vehicle, the Vault Hunters are sent to Moxie's Red Light, a club that overlooks her Underdome. There, they are supposed to meet with Athena. However, when they arrive, Moxie informs them that her ex-husband Shank had taken Athena, looking to cash in the bounty that's on her head. After accessing a prison that Shank and his crew had overrun, they kill Shank, which gives them access to a teleporter as well as Athena. The Vault Hunters give Athena the teleporter and reunite with her at T-Bone Junction. There, she lays out the plan to drive the final nail in the coffin for Atlas, to destroy General Knox's massive weapons depot. To do this, they must find some way to detonate the powerful bombs already within the depot. However, to do that, they must also find an access code to get inside. While the Vault Hunters find the access code, Athena focuses on finding the detonator. After doing so, she hands the detonator off to the Vault Hunters and sends them to infiltrate the armory. Once inside, they are confronted by General Knox himself. He immediately begins the confrontation by showing off his impressive arsenal of weaponry before stowing it away. It's clear that he knows what's about to happen, and he's not all that surprised. After all, the writing has been on the wall for some time, so even if he did best them, what would he do? Would Atlas even let someone with his capabilities and knowledge live? He assumed not. But much more than that, is that this may be his only chance he'll have to end his life in a way that he had always imagined, by giving it his all. No tricks, no advantages, just him versus a capable opponent. After a long fight, the Vault Hunters manage to kill General Knox and infiltrate his armory. There, they enter the codes that they had acquired and grab anything of value before the place is blown sky high. This would be the final devastating blow in a series of critical failures that plagued the Atlas Corporation, as it's after this moment that they would be reduced to nothing more than a passing memory in the minds of the people. Much like Atlas did to Dahl, Hyperion was quick to push the remaining Atlas forces into hiding as they laid claim to the planet. This was likely the direct result of Jack's manipulation within the company, the same manipulation that gave him an unusual amount of authority and control over a soon-to-be-constructed Hyperion space station named Helios. With this responsibility, Jack, even though he was a mid-level programmer, had positioned himself exactly where he needed to be, as he can now carry out his plan of harvesting the power of the Destroyer. With Hyperion's influence over Pandora just beginning, they would hire the esteemed Vault Hunters to take on a new threat that had emerged. A growing rebellion of Claptrap units led by none other than the Claptrap, who had gone rogue after Hyperion's interplanetary ninja assassin Claptrap protocol, which was meant to take out the Vault Hunters, backfired, causing Claptrap to rally all other Claptrap units in a fight against their oppressors. This call for the Vault Hunters' help would come from a man named Mr. Blake, an executive at Hyperion. He would task the Vault Hunters with traveling around Tartarus Station to restore and or cripple key systems that Claptrap's rebels had overrun. Along the way, fighting people Claptrap had reanimated, such as Commandant Steele and General Knox. In the end, the Vault Hunters confront Claptrap and defeat him, in doing so, restoring his original programming. In the months following the opening of the vault, a massive scar would emerge on Pandora's crust, revealing the immense amount of iridium that lay deep below the planet's surface. This immediately caught the attention of Hyperion, who would then fortify their already established position on Pandora to begin mining operations. Meanwhile, Jack would continue to oversee the construction of Helios, a position which gave him a large amount of flexibility. At first, this would manifest in minor ways, like the change of color scheme from the classic Hyperion red and black to a brighter yellow and black. But as time passed, he would begin to use this unchecked freedom for the development of a few much larger projects. First of which would be the Eye of Helios, a powerful superweapon that uses the Destroyer's eye enhanced with iridium to shoot a beam of energy at any point on Pandora or Elpis' surface. His next project would be the Frag Trap, which was Claptrap, who, with the assistance of Angel, Jack would outfit with weaponry to do his bidding. Last but not least, Jack would start a doppelganger program that would have individuals getting paid a handsome sum of money to take on his likeness. A brief glimpse at the wild extent Jack would go to satiate his ego. A few years after the vault had been opened, Hyperion would find itself spread across every inch of Pandora. Similar to Hyperion, Jack had been experiencing his own growth, as it was during this time that he discovered Elpis possessed a vault of its own, sparking a keen desire to claim it for himself. Meanwhile, on Elpis, Colonel Zarpedon had found herself the commander of a group of Dahl defectors named the Lost Legion. With her knowledge of what's to come, she had been preparing for Hyperion's arrival for some time, and now, with Helios near completion, she was going to use it to destroy Elpis. To help find the vault on Elpis, Jack would hire a handful of vault hunters. These include Nisha, a skilled sharpshooter, Wilhelm, Hyperion's greatest enforcer, Aurelia Hammerlock, a cold-hearted killer, Fragtrap, Jack's very own abomination, Timothy Lawrence, Jack's doppelganger, and Athena, who after hunting Atlas non-stop, couldn't turn down the opportunity to hunt down a vault and get paid for it. One by one, the Vault Hunters would make their way onto a rocket on Pandora that Jack had arranged to transport them. But as the rocket approached Helios, they would be ambushed by the Lost Legion, who had finally begun their invasion of Helios. The rocket then crashed, leaving the Vault Hunters stranded on Helios with no clear escape. After waking up, the Vault Hunters are greeted by a Claptrap unit that hands them their standard issue Echo device before escorting them to Jack. There, they find Jack pinned down by the Lost Legion, who they promptly kill. After helping him to his feet, Jack attempts to activate Helios' defenses, which ultimately fails due to a jamming signal on Elpis. This prompts Jack and the Vault Hunters to escape Helios altogether. They first attempt to leave via the escape pods, but are halted by Zarpedon and the Watcher. They then travel to Helios' moonshot cannon, where Jack opts to stay aboard Helios, while the Vault Hunters are shot down near Concordia, Elpis' biggest city. Upon impact, a local mechanic named Janie Springs helps the Vault Hunters get equipped for Elpis' environment by assisting them in making an Oz kit. Afterwards, they take down a scab named Deadlift, then travel to Concordia. There, they are instructed by Jack to talk to the Marif, the mayor/sheriff of the town, so he can help them disable the signal jammer. However, the Marif disables his elevator. Jack gets frustrated, then directs the Vault Hunters to go to the Up and Over bar, yet another of Moxie's many establishments. There they meet with Roland and Lilith, who decline to help, though it wouldn't be long until they had no choice but to interfere, as they could see straight through Jack's heroic facade. Soon enough, Moxie ends up assisting the Vault Hunters by helping them obtain and set up transmitters that can triangulate the jamming signal. After placing down a few of them, the Vault Hunters are able to pinpoint that the signal is coming from an old doll facility at Crisis Scar. Immediately after leaving the city, the Vault Hunters see the Eye of Helios in action as its powerful laser is aimed at the heart of Elpis. Jack notes that the moon can't take much more of that, so they need to hurry up and destroy the jamming signal. After doing so, Helios' systems come online, and the Marif unknowingly reveals his association with the Lost Legion. Jack, now possessing the ability to fast travel, asks the Vault Hunters to meet him in Concordia so they can have a little chat with the Marif. In Concordia, Jack, with the help of the Customs Claptrap unit, gets access to the mayor's office by revealing his unsavory relations with another robot. Once inside, the Vault Hunters, Jack, and the Customs Claptrap fight the Marif's guard of scavs before finally confronting him. The Marif, of course, begs for his life, noting that Zarpedon made him do it. Jack is begrudgingly willing to let him go, but after the Marif opens fire, Jack doesn't hesitate to shoot back. With the Marif out of the way, Jack notes that to take back Helios, they will need an army. And what better army than one that is absolutely disposable and follows his every order. But to create an army of robots, they will need a few things. First is a top-of-the-line military AI, which the Vault Hunters learn is located in a crashed doll warship called the Drakensberg. A few detours later, the Vault Hunters are able to access the Drakensberg and kill the bosun, thanks to the assistance of someone named Skipper, who they learn is the high-grade military AI they have been searching for, and that their real name is Felicity. Lilith and Roland, who at this point are helping Jack to gain his trust, then inform the Vault Hunters of a doll production facility that they can use to produce the army Jack needs. The Vault Hunters infiltrate the facility, where they find a Hyperion engineer named Gladstone. He says he's been working on a top-of-the-line constructor bot capable of destructing loader bots at an unprecedented scale. However, he stopped its production once the facility was overrun, but since Jack and the Vault Hunters need it to save the moon, he decides that there's no better time to finish it. Once all the parts are installed, the final step becomes installing the AI. Felicity is hesitant to do so, seeing as they will be forever stripped of their agency, but with no other options and the moon on the line, they are installed into the constructor bot. Felicity's hesitation leads the constructor bot to run rampant, but after stripping it of its offensive capabilities, Felicity has no choice but to comply. With an endless army of loader bots at their side, Jack and the Vault Hunters, including Lilith and Roland, begin their assault on Helios. Their plan is to retake the Eye as fast as possible. However, the fast travel splits them up, causing a bit of a delay. After helping Jack to his office, the Vault Hunters would overhear Gladstone inform Jack that his colleagues were in danger. Rather than letting them die, Jack decides to send the Vault Hunters to save them. It's at that time that the CEO of Hyperion, Mr. Tassiter, who had been observing Jack this whole time, would attempt to ratify Jack's termination from the company. However, the board would soon come to learn of Jack's accomplishments and ambition, so instead of firing him, they would endorse his behavior and begin to turn on Mr. Tassiter. Once the Vault Hunters rescued the scientists, Gladstone would notify Jack that it was possible one of his scientist colleagues was working with the Lost Legion. Jack, taking no chances and letting his paranoia get the best of him, launches the scientists, including Gladstone, out of the airlock. This cements Jack's lunacy in the minds of Roland, Lilith, and Moxie, who continue to work with him, if only to sabotage his plans. With the Lost Legion's defenses down, Jack, Moxie, Lilith, Roland, and the Vault Hunters make their way to the Eye of Helios. Along the way, they encounter Zarpedon for the final time. After her defeat, she tells Jack that he may have won this time, but that his fall is destined to happen. With her final breaths, she begs Jack to forget about the vault, that if he sees what's inside, it will begin a chain of events that ends in the death of more than just Elpis or Pandora. But Jack, transfixed on what lies inside the vault, pays no attention to this warning. He shoots Zarpedon without hesitation, and moves on to retake the Eye of Helios with the help of the Vault Hunters. At the Eye of Helios, the Vault Hunters learn the true origins of its power, that it comes from the Eye of the Destroyer, though it's enhanced using something called slag, a byproduct of the Iridium refinement process. To stop Elpis' destruction, Moxie leads the Vault Hunters through the process of shutting down the Eye. However, as she, Roland, and Lilith had carefully planned, the reboot sequence ends in the creation of a singularity that swallows the Eye of the Destroyer. With its destruction came an unraveling of Jack's psyche, an unrelenting rage that he had not felt since the death of his wife. Years of planning and preparation went into the creation of the Eye of Helios, and now with it gone, he had to see what was inside the vault. With that, a race to the vault ensues, with Jack using cloaking technology to follow the Vault Hunters through the vault's massive underground structure. In the end, the Vault Hunters enter the heart of Elpis and confront the Sentinel who guards the vault's riches. A lengthy battle ensues, with the Sentinel using everything in its power to stop the Vault Hunters from obtaining its treasure. But eventually, the Sentinel is bested, and the treasure it guards is revealed. A simple glyph that, when interacted with by Jack, reveals the future. However, this future is cut short when the Watcher sends Lilith inside the vault to stop Jack from learning too much. Lilith uses her power to destroy the glyph, which forever brands Jack's face with the mark of the vault. In a burning rage, Jack declares nothing short of the total annihilation of bandits on Pandora. When Jack returns to Helios, he does so with a new look and a renewed determination. He walks into his office, where he finds Mr. Tassiter at his desk. Without hesitation, he strangles Tassiter to death, declaring himself Handsome Jack, CEO of Hyperion. Soon after his takeover of Hyperion, Handsome Jack would use his newfound status to do some research into Hyperion's systems. While doing so, he would learn that the Claptrap unit he and Angel had modified was in possession of a device called the H-Source, a massive collection of Hyperion secrets and security information that he would very much like to have access to as CEO. To accomplish this, he sends the Vault Hunters into a simulation of Claptrap's mind by digitizing them. Inside the simulation, they obtain the admin password and head to the system admin. There, the admin password is revoked due to some safeguards put in place by Tacitor. This leads the Vault Hunters to search for the H-Source manually by going into a simulation of Pandora inside Claptrap's memories. Eventually, the Vault Hunters find the H-Source inside of a recreation of the Destroyer's vault after it had been pillaged by Jack. They attempt to download the information, however, Tacitor's safeguards once again activate, transporting the H-Source to a section of Claptrap's code called Quarantine. However, they are once again blocked, this time by a darker version of Claptrap called Shadow Trap. Shadow Trap informs them that if they want access to Quarantine, they will need something called the Override Key, which would give them free access to everything inside Claptrap's systems. This Override Key is once again hidden deep inside Claptrap's memories, though unlike the last, these were false memories, history that had been masked in layers of denial. As the Vault Hunters unravel the truth buried within Claptrap's psyche, they eventually confront his denial and obtain the Override Key. After taking it back to Quarantine, Shadow Trap uses the Override Key to free himself and escape to Claptrap's subconscious with the H-Source. As the Vault Hunters chase him, they discover the Shadow Trap's intentions are to merge with Claptrap and the H-Source, who take revenge on those who have caused them harm. As they confront Shadow Trap in the deepest parts of Claptrap's code, the Vault Hunters are finally able to obtain the H-Source. But upon returning it to Handsome Jack, Shadow Trap reveals that they are still inside the simulation, and instead of handing it to Handsome Jack, they've handed it right back to him. Shadow Trap then attempts to merge with Claptrap, but Claptrap refuses, making Shadow Trap resort to using the H-Source himself to destroy the Vault Hunters. After a lengthy fight, the Vault Hunters come out on top and return the H-Source to Handsome Jack. For real this time. With the H-Source, Handsome Jack's first act is something that he had been dreaming about for years: to destroy every last Claptrap unit. He activates a kill code that instantaneously destroys every Claptrap unit connected to the Hyperion network. Of course, except for the Claptrap, who Handsome Jack elects to execute himself. Following the purge of the Claptrap units, Jack would have most disposed of in landfills across both Pandora and Elpis. One such landfill was the Windshear Waste on Pandora. There, a huge mass of Claptrap units were left to decay in the harsh environment, though one such unit, that being Claptrap himself, would survive thanks to the efforts of Sir Alistair Hammerlock. After obtaining the H-Source, Handsome Jack would use his unprecedented power to quite literally change the face of Hyperion. To be exact, he would change it to resemble his face, as his identity would quickly become synonymous with Hyperion as a whole. While some of the Vault Hunters like Nisha and Wilhelm thrived in this environment, others, like Athena, would come to realize that living under the shadow of Handsome Jack meant your life was in service to him. She had already seen how this kind of leadership turned out for Atlas, and she wasn't too keen on reliving it. Over the next few years, Hyperion would focus much of its efforts on pursuing anything Handsome Jack deemed to be important. It's no surprise that this meant some of these endeavors were simply there to once again fuel his ego. Endeavors such as, but not limited to, Opportunity, a Handsome Jack-centric, unsurprisingly dystopian, utopian city on Pandora. The Handsome Jackpot, a space casino overlooking the black hole, an idea that he had stole from Moxie when they had dated. This was also where Timothy was sent, as Jack felt it was good branding to have the employees of the casino resemble himself. And finally, the last of these projects would be Handsome Jack's purchase of the once powerful Atlas Corporation. Alongside these vanity projects, Hyperion would begin to pour its resources toward Jack's main venture, the Awakening of the Warrior. To accomplish this, he would steal the Vault Key from Tanis and begin a mass extraction of Iridium from Pandora. This gave Hyperion incredible leverage over other companies, as they alone controlled the market of Iridium, making them wildly profitable. But aside from profit, the Iridium mining had a secondary goal, one that was much more sinister. Knowing Sirens possess enhanced abilities when interacting with Iridium, Jack sought to administer a constant supply of it to Angel's body, further enhancing her abilities as well as expediting the Vault Key's charging process. This would initially be tested aboard a prototype within Helios, but Jack's paranoia would eventually lead him to construct a much more secure facility on Pandora, known simply as Controlled Core Angel. To guard this facility, he had Hyperion engineers design a state-of-the-art automated sentry ship named BNK-3R, also known as the Bunker. The iridium infusion process had also led to vast amounts of iridium runoff, which had been named slag, lying around in barrels to be disposed of. Handsome Jack decided to put this slag to use by constructing the Wildlife Exploitation Preserve, a facility that would test the effects of iridium and slag on a wide array of living subjects. As Angel was charging the Vault Key, Handsome Jack would begin to go on the offensive to keep bandits and Vault Hunters alike from ruining his plans. This began with the mass production of constructor bots, which in turn led to an outpour of loader bots on Pandora. This kept the bandits and Vault Hunters busy, but Jack knew that it wasn't going to be enough. Meanwhile, in New Haven, Roland decided that he had had enough of Hyperion. With the help of his fellow Vault Hunters, he would rally the scattered Crimson Lance forces who had been abandoned since Atlas's purchase. He couldn't promise them a guaranteed victory or personal glory, but what he could say was that this time, they were fighting on the right side of history. With that, the Crimson Raiders were formed, those who would fight until the very end against the tyranny of Hyperion. Shortly after the formation of the Crimson Raiders, Handsome Jack would order Nisha and Wilhelm to wipe out the residents of New Haven. This was successful, and those remaining were forced to flee to the doll mining ship known as Sanctuary. Following the fall of New Haven, Jack would gift Nisha the town of Lynchwood, where she would become the sheriff. Wilhelm would be further outfitted with robotic weaponry until he would become unrecognizable from his past self. Meanwhile, in Sanctuary, Roland and Lilith would continue to bolster the Crimson Raiders, recruiting people such as Tanis, Marcus, Dr. Zed, Scooter, Crazy Earl, and Moxie. Brick at this time would be removed from the Crimson Raiders, as his savage outbursts were proving to make things difficult for Roland. However, this wouldn't keep Brick from finding his own way to fight against Hyperion, as soon enough, he would create his own bandit camp known as the Slab Gang, crowning himself the Slab King. After exiling Brick, Roland would begin a non-stop search for a way to take down Handsome Jack. To assist him, Mordecai would spy on Hyperion from afar, while Lilith would begin to hunt down bandits under the codename Firehawk. This would keep Roland informed, as well as keep the heat off the Crimson Raiders, who, day by day, were becoming increasingly desperate. With the Crimson Raiders forced into hiding, Handsome Jack decided that it wasn't enough to keep Vault Hunters away from Pandora, because then they might conclude he was hiding something. So instead, he concocted a clever plan to take control of the situation by luring Vault Hunters to Pandora, where they would then permanently disappear. For this, a series of advertisements were created to promote the idea that Pandora continued to be a thriving playground for Vault Hunters. This proved to be effective, as over the coming months, Vault Hunters would die left and right at the hands of Handsome Jack. That is, until an unlikely group of 6 outcasts would survive one of these attacks, instantly garnering them legendary status as the Vault Hunters who faced Handsome Jack and lived. In his many years as a doll soldier, Axton often found himself in troubled waters, as his tendency to seek personal glory would frequently come at the cost of his orders. This eventually reached a boiling point that had Doll plan a firing squad to execute Axton for his insubordination. Thankfully, his wife, who was also his commanding officer at the time, would warn him of his impending death. Axton would then go AWOL, afterwards traveling to the lawless wasteland of Pandora in search of the glory he felt was his destiny. There, he became a bounty hunter, which didn't exactly give him the status he was seeking. However, one day, while turning in a bounty, he would see Hyperion's advertisements, promising absolute fame to anyone who helped him find the vault. With that, he traveled to the Invitation's meeting spot, a maglev train that he knew would change his life. He just didn't quite know how. After being delivered to the Order of Impending Storm on Athenas, Maya would be secluded from the public for years. In this time, the monks would teach her how to use her powers, which she optimistically assumed was for her own safety. Though, even after the monks revealed her to the public, she had no idea that her entire life she was being trained to become the Order's greatest weapon. Not just physically, but but also politically, as her reveal was a strategic decision, a way to control the masses by declaring her their savior. This kept the citizens of Athena subservient to the Order for years to come. In this time, Maya would begin researching her siren heritage, where she learned of a strange connection between sirens, Iridium, and the Vaults. This, either caused by or in tandem with the calling she felt to Pandora, made her begin to dream of a life outside Athena's. Soon enough, she would get her opportunity to leave when she was ordered to partake in a public execution. She, of course, refused, now understanding that her role on Athena's was that of a weapon for the Order. Without hesitation, she left Athena's, where she would then follow her calling to search for a vault on Pandora. This would eventually lead to her acceptance of Handsome Jack's vault hunting invitation. However, just before boarding that fateful maglev train, she would come into contact with a psycho by the name of Krieg. Krieg wasn't always a psycho. In fact, he was once a loving husband and father, despite his work as a mercenary. However, that would all change when he stumbled upon one of Hyperion's many research facilities, where he was abducted, becoming another one of Hyperion's test subjects. The lab director, Dr. Benedict, was developing an experimental drug designed to augment and enhance soldiers. Unfortunately, while the drug did induce the desired fearless aggression, it also triggered a deep psychosis, twisting subjects into violent, gibbering, indiscriminate killers. Krieg, however, somehow resisted the gas's effects, and when Dr. Benedict ordered him to kill off his fellow test subjects, an unrelenting internal struggle split his subconscious in two. From then on, the rational, insane side of Krieg would struggle to control the murderous desire of the psychotic side of his mind. Eventually, Krieg managed to break out of his captivity, kill Dr. Benedict, and escape to the Pandoran wasteland. There, he wandered the planet as a psycho, his sanity taking a back seat. Though they could both agree that harming the innocent was out of the question. Sometime later, Krieg would stumble upon the very train station where the other Vault Hunters were planning to meet, and that's when he laid his eyes upon Maya. At first, Maya assumed Krieg to be hostile and fired at him. As she did, a pack of rats snuck up behind her. Krieg, after battling his psychotic urges, attacked them to protect her. In that moment, Maya saw something inside Krieg, a fractured soul who would likely struggle to be good for as long as he lived. But it was in that struggle that she saw strength, enough that she would place her trust in him by not killing him. As Maya boarded the train, Krieg would latch onto the back of it, vowing to follow that feeling of love that he had not felt in a long, long time. On the far-off moon known as Eden 5, a young girl by the name of Gage would use her incredible intellect to develop a robot for an upcoming school science fair. Known as Death Trap, or simply DT, it was designed to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. As she developed it, she would find it necessary to replace her left arm with a mechanical prosthetic that would house all the Digistruct data necessary for DT's operations. Around that time is when her arch-rival Marcy would steal her idea and develop the Crime Buster bots, which were meant to assist law enforcement. Gage was furious, and it was in that fury that Death Trap would accidentally kill Marcy, forcing Gage to abandon Eden 5 by sneaking aboard a shuttle bound for Pandora. At that point, she wasn't exactly sure what she was going to do, but seeing as she had always been interested in Pandora, she decided that she and DT would try their hand at vault hunting. In the unruly town of Oheva, Pandora, a gun-loving Pandoran named Salvador would often run rampant, terrorizing local bandit camps. This satisfied his trigger finger, though it also made the citizens of Oheva nervous, as his chaotic outbursts often led to a great deal of collateral damage. To solve this problem, the town sentenced Salvador to death by hanging. Luckily, Hyperion would cut his execution short by beginning a raid on the town on the day of his hanging. Salvador was able to kill the Hyperion soldiers, and in doing so, learned of the vault, which he knew was a goal that would have no shortage of bandits to kill. Soon enough, he too would make his way to the train, where his vault hunting journey would begin. Almost nothing is known about the assassin named Zero. His appearance seems to suggest that he isn't human, though past that, his origins are a complete mystery. Similarly, there's no clear evidence of his life before he stepped foot on Pandora, though we do know the reason behind it. To Zero, Pandora was a means of finding a challenge, one of the only things that we know that drives him. After searching Pandora for some time, he would eventually learn of the vault, which he would finally decide was a challenge worthy of his time. Like the others, he would board a certain maglev train with no idea that in just a few short minutes, all of their lives would forever change.
Welcome to Pandora, kiddos.
After waking up in the Windshear Wastes, the Vault Hunters are greeted by Claptrap, who joyously notes that they will be his ticket off this barren glacier. He then gives them each an echo device and escorts them to his nearby hideout. On the way, the Vault Hunters are contacted by Angel, who tells them that they have survived for a reason and that she is there to help them. In his hideout, Claptrap's eye is stolen by a bullymong named the Knuckle Dragger. After chasing it down and killing it, they help escort Claptrap to Liarsburg, where Handsome Jack offers a $1 million bounty to anyone who can kill the Vault Hunters. This gets the attention of Captain Flint, a nearby bandit who has possession of Claptrap's ship. After clearing Liarsburg of bandits, the Vault Hunters meet with Sir Alistair Hammerlock, who quickly repairs Claptrap's eye. They then make their way to Captain Flint, defeat him, retrieve Claptrap's ship, and travel to Three Horns Divide in search of Sanctuary. When they eventually arrive at Sanctuary's entrance, they are contacted by Roland, who informs them that to get into Sanctuary, they must first find a power core that was supposed to be picked up by a man named Corporal Reese. After finding Corporal Reese and hunting down the attackers that stole his power core, they eventually are granted access into Sanctuary. This leads them to immediately learn that Roland has gone missing despite his recent transmissions. Angel informs them that they should meet up with the residents of Sanctuary to find out what happened to Roland. The first person they meet is Scooter, who reveals that in event of his disappearance, Roland ordered Scooter to execute Plan B, which would have him activate Sanctuary's long-running flight systems to get the town to safety. The Vault Hunters help Scooter set the system up, however it's proven ineffective. The plan then becomes to find Roland, who seems to have been captured by a mysterious bounty hunter known as the Firehawk, who resides in Frostburn Canyon. After fighting their way through Frostburn Canyon, the Vault Hunters learn that the Firehawk is none other than the famous Vault Hunter Lilith. After helping her to her feet and giving her a small pick-me-up in the form of an Iridium shard, she reveals that Roland was taken by the nearby Bloodshot gang. After a long detour involving finding a new vehicle, they finally make their way inside the Bloodshot stronghold. They then find their way into the heart of the stronghold, which finally puts them face to face with Roland. Unfortunately, this is followed by Roland being abducted yet again, this time by a constructor bot under the directive of Handsome Jack. After fighting their way through an army of loader bots, the Vault Hunters save Roland. In Sanctuary, Roland explains that Jack isn't actually after the riches of the vault. He's after a creature that's inside it, a warrior of the Iridians with the capability to destroy everything on Pandora. To keep Handsome Jack from opening the vault, Roland has the Vault Hunters meet with a spy of his out in Tundra Express. Once arrived, they signal the spy by lighting a few Barkids on fire, which reveals the spy to be the legendary sharpshooter Mordecai and his trusty partner Bloodwing. Mordecai says that if his intel is correct, a Hyperion train holding a vault key should be passing nearby fairly soon. All they gotta do is hijack it. Roland says that this can be done with the help of a friend of his, a girl named Tiny Tina, an expert in anything that goes boom. After gathering some supplies for Tina, the Vault Hunters derail the train. They then explore the train wreck, where they find Wilhelm. Both Angel and Roland reason that Wilhelm's presence must mean the train does indeed hold the vault key. After Wilhelm's defeat, the Vault Hunters notice a distinct lack of a key, though what they find is that he was in possession of a power core. Angel is adamant that this power core is very important, while Roland notes that it looks a little strange. Though, given the last power core the Vault Hunters retrieved was only partially charged, Roland makes the rash decision to use the new power core to keep Sanctuary shielded. With the power core plugged in, Angel is given full access to Sanctuary's systems. Jack immediately orders her to lower Sanctuary shields, revealing their alliance to the Vault Hunters. With the shields down and Helios' full attention on Sanctuary, the Vault Hunters look to Roland for leadership. He tells them to take the Iridium he has stashed over to Lilith, who, powered by the Iridium, jumpstarts Sanctuary's flight systems. After being teleported to the ground, the Vault Hunters witness an incredible sight as Sanctuary takes flight for the first time in decades. Once in the air, Lilith phases the entirety of Sanctuary out of Helios' range. From here, the Vault Hunters head to the Highlands, where they see Sanctuary reappear. This, however, causes some issues with the ship's fast travel network, which Angel says she can help them solve. At this point, she knows it's not in their interest to trust her, seeing as they just betrayed them, but she claims that she had no choice, and that she can make it up to them by helping them take down Handsome Jack, like she promised when they first met. She then points them to the Iridium extraction plant, where the Vault Hunters find a lunar supply beacon that they set up in the town of Overlook. Angel then transmits a request for a new fast travel station that she can calibrate to Sanctuary. After defending the beacon for a long time, Angel's request for an uncalibrated fast travel station is fulfilled. Once aboard Sanctuary, the Vault Hunters immediately regroup with Roland and Lilith, where they begin to discuss finding the Vault Key. Angel interjects, saying that she can help them. Both Roland and Lilith are apprehensive, seeing as she lied to them as well, until Angel states that she has the Vault Key. She then goes on to say that she's housed inside of a Hyperion facility atop Thousand Cuts, but that if they want to get to her, they must first clear 3 impassable security hurdles. The first is a deterrence field that will obliterate any non-Hyperion personnel that pass through it. The second is a bunker, outfitted with state-of-the-art weaponry meant to withstand almost anything. Last but not least is a simple door that can only be opened by Handsome Jack. Before leaving, she notes that once they somehow accomplish these goals, they must promise her one thing. They cannot, under any circumstances, allow Lilith to enter her chambers. Once Angel leaves, Roland sends the Vault Hunters to the Wildlife Exploitation Preserve to both get an upgrade for Claptrap, which should allow them to pass the force field, and assist Mordecai. At the preserve, the Vault Hunters meet with Mordecai, who states that the Claptrap software upgrade they were looking for was stored somewhere inside Bloodwing's collar. Unfortunately, Hyperion soldiers stole her when she and Mordecai were doing some recon out in Tundra Express. With Mordecai assisting them, the Vault Hunters infiltrate the preserve to both find Bloodwing and recover the upgrade. After traveling to the observation wing, Jack reveals that he had not only taken Bloodwing, but that he had changed her, experimented on her with Iridium until she became something else entirely. With no choice, the Vault Hunters fight and eventually cripple this twisted version of Bloodwing. Once at her breaking point, Mordecai tells the Vault Hunters to retrieve the data from her collar, then get back to Sanctuary, where they might find a way to save her. However, upon removing the microchip, a timed explosive within her collar is triggered, killing Bloodwing for good. Back at Sanctuary, the Vault Hunters deliver the upgrade to Claptrap, allowing him to pass through and disable the first security hurdle. Roland then invites the Vault Hunters into the HQ, where he and Lilith talk fondly of Bloodwing before moving on to discuss the second part of their plan. To help pass this supposedly impenetrable bunker, Roland asks the Vault Hunters to deliver a note to a former Crimson Raider, known as the Slab King, who resides out in Thousand Cuts. Once in Thousand Cuts, the Vault Hunters fight through the Slab King's army of slabs, taking a quick detour to kill a strange psycho with a desire to be shot in the face. Afterwards, they are told that they can't meet the Slab King until they survive some sort of initiation. They do so, which the Slab King remarks is awesome, as he reveals himself to be Brick. The Vault Hunters then deliver Roland's note, which is revealed to be an IOU that Brick had given Roland sometime in the past. Brick then says that he can assist them by lending them some of his buzzards, which Roland notes should make the raid on the bunker much easier. Once at Sanctuary, the Vault Hunters find Roland and Brick rekindling their friendship before discussing how to pass the final hurdle. Angel butts in, saying that to get through the final door to her control core, they will need to be Handsome Jack, which means passing the bioscan and speaking a passphrase in his voice. Luckily, they can get their hands on a few body doubles of Jack in his utopian city of Opportunity. At Opportunity, the Vault Hunters hunt down one of Jack's body doubles to acquire his pocket watch, which Jack had programmed to relay his biosignature to all nearby machines. This effectively allowed him to be in 2 places at once, which was useful for a number of diplomatic reasons. The Vault Hunters then travel around Opportunity, gathering audio samples of Jack's voice, which they then use to synthesize a voice modulator, allowing the Vault Hunters to speak exactly like Handsome Jack. Angel then begins to scream out in pain as Jack forces her to cut her connection to the Vault Hunters. Back at Sanctuary, Roland gathers the Crimson Raiders for the final assault for the Vault Key, which everyone assumes to be nearly impossible. Despite this, Roland knows it's their only option, as the fate of the world is at stake if they can't get to this key. After the meeting, the Vault Hunters meet with Claptrap and travel to Thousand Cuts. There, Claptrap disables the deterrent field using his upgrade, and the Vault Hunters fight their way through an army of Hyperion forces until they reach the bunker. Only, Jack reveals that the bunker is not a place. It's a thing. A highly advanced, top-of-the-line combat drone that, as far as Jack is concerned, is unstoppable. With the bunker out of the way, the Vault Hunters travel down to the control core's security door, where they use the pocket watch to pass the bioscan. They then use their voice modulators to speak Jack's passphrase, which Angel tells them is simply, "I love you." The door opens, and Jack is swift to threaten every person he can think of to keep them from moving forward. But with the world on the line, they press on. As they descend into Angel's chambers, she reveals that Iridium alone is unable to charge the vault key. What it really needs is a catalyst, a siren which Jack had kept hidden from the world for years. But that time is at an end. The Vault Hunters were going to free her and end her suffering. As they enter the control core, Angel reveals herself to be Jack's siren and tells the Vault Hunters that if they want to stop Jack's plan, they can't just take the key. They have to destroy his catalyst. Suddenly, Jack traps Angel once again, forcing her to continue charging the key. Angel tells the Vault Hunters to destroy the Iridium injectors above her cell, but before they can do so, Jack shields them. Roland then joins them to help disable the shields around the injectors, and one by one, he drops the shields so the Vault Hunters can take them out. Upon destroying the final injector, Angel screams out in pain as the Iridium withdrawals instantly put her in a terminal state. And it's in this state that with her dying words, she calls her deranged father and near lifelong captor an asshole. Immediately following Angel's death, Tannis would inherit her siren powers. It's unclear why exactly, or even if Angel chose her, but regardless, Tannis would keep her inheritance a secret for nearly a decade, quietly mastering her abilities that she would vow to use for the greater good. With the vault key at their feet and Angel out of the equation, Roland and Lilith begin to talk about the next step of taking Handsome Jack down. Just then, Jack teleports behind Roland and puts a single shot in his back. Lilith screams and begins to attack Jack, but not before he throws a control collar on her. He then warns the Vault Hunters that with Angel gone, he has nothing else to lose, but that he will gladly show them just how much they have to lose. He then orders Lilith to kill the Vault Hunters, and with great effort, she manages to teleport the Vault Hunters to Sanctuary. With both Roland and Lilith gone, Mordecai suddenly finds himself as the highest-ranked Crimson Raider. With that, he tells the Vault Hunters that their goal is now to simply find the Vault of the Warrior before Jack can open it, and the only place with that kind of information is the Hyperion Information Stockade in Eric Nexus. After a quick detour to Sawtooth Canyon, the Vault Hunters gain access to Eric Nexus, where Mordecai notes that to enter the stockade, they must first punch a hole in the pipeline. The Vault Hunters do so by overloading the pump stations to build up pressure, then ramming the pipeline with a vehicle. This gives them a clear path through the pipe and into the stockade, where they steal the location of the vault. After returning to Sanctuary, Mordecai tells the Vault Hunters that with the vault's location in hand, there's no time to waste. They must get Claptrap to help infiltrate Heroes Pass, then kill Handsome Jack before he can gain control of the Warrior. After recruiting Claptrap, the Vault Hunters travel to Iridium Blight, where they defend him as he opens the door into Heroes Pass. After staving off an entire army of loader bots, Claptrap triumphantly opens the door, only to find stairs blocking him from entering. Alongside Brick and Mordecai, the Vault Hunters fight their way through hundreds of Hyperion forces, eventually gaining access to the heart of the volcano, where the Vault of the Warrior resides. Upon approaching the vault, Lilith is seen unwillingly charging the final bit of energy needed to complete Jack's grand plan, to cleanse Pandora of the bandits who killed his wife, and the ones that, as he sees it, also killed his daughter. Jack then begins to kill the Vault Hunters for all the pain that they have caused him, for almost ruining his plan. Why couldn't they see that he was going to change the world, make it a safer, more civilized place, one where his wife and daughter could have lived long lives, one where he would have been seen as the hero? The Vault Hunters are able to oppose Jack's assault, bringing him to the brink of death. However, as he stood bloody and broken, the key finally finished charging. Without hesitation, Jack put up a shield, allowing him to insert the key into the vault's lock uninterrupted. The ground beneath them began to rumble as the warrior awoke from its millennia-long slumber, ready to take action against anyone who Jack deemed to be a threat. With this, a lengthy battle ensued between a being meant to destroy civilizations and 6 outcasts who just so happened to find their way onto the same train. With time, the Vault Hunters were triumphant in defeating the warrior and stopping Jack's plan. Though, to truly put an end to it, they had to end Jack as well. With the warrior dead and his plan unraveled, the mighty handsome Jack had been reduced to what he really was. Stripped from his formidable facade was a child who had never gotten his proper needs met, prone to lashing out at those who stopped him from doing exactly what he wanted at any given moment. So it's only fitting that that's how he would end, in a matter exactly that of how he began. In the exact instance of Jack's death, a dead man switch would activate, sending a signal to the handsome Jackpot with the order to go into lockdown. This would take immediate effect, causing station-wide chaos. Over the coming years, those trapped within the casino, such as Timothy Lawrence, Pretty Boy, Freddy, and Ember, would slowly begin to form their own kind of society, one who was just as cruel and twisted as Handsome Jack himself. In the Vault of the Warrior, Brick and Mordecai would finally catch up to Lilith and the Vault Hunters. Lilith would first berate them for their absence, but then turn her frustration on the vault's key, saying that if she never saw it again, it would be too soon. Just then, as she began to concentrate her energy into the key, something inside of it was unlocked. A map of sorts that pointed them to the other vaults on other worlds. The significance of this discovery would not go unnoticed, though the truth of what it was and why it was there would remain a mystery for years to come. Like the Vault Hunters before them, Axton, Maya, Krieg, Gage, Salvador, and Zero would go on to become renowned for their victory against Handsome Jack. But even with the fame and fortune that followed their incredible accomplishment, the Vault Hunters weren't done, as another treasure just as legendary as the Vaults would pique their interest: Captain Blade's lost treasure of the sands. In search of Captain Blade's lost treasure, the Vault Hunters travel to the forgotten ghost town of Oasis. There, they are contacted by a strange man named Shade, who requests their assistance to fend off some pirates who were demanding his water. After successfully defeating the pirates, the Vault Hunters are contacted by the desert's sole leader, the Pirate Queen Captain Scarlet. She says that she would like to work together with the Vault Hunters to find the treasure, though she doesn't take fighting it out off the table. They then travel to meet with Captain Scarlet, who informs them that to find the treasure, they must obtain all 4 pieces of a mystical compass, one of which she has. The other she knows of is in possession of a pirate named Sandman, who the Vault Hunters are swift to kill. Alongside his piece of the compass, they find his diary, which points them to a 3rd piece that's being transported by a Hyperion caravan. The Vault Hunters make quick work of the caravan, then meet back up with Captain Scarlet. She tells them that the next piece is in possession of a man named Herbert, a hermit who's obsessed with her to an unhealthy extent. After helping Herbert, the Vault Hunters obtain the 3rd compass piece. With the 3 pieces in their possession, the Vault Hunters meet back up with Scarlet, who then gives them her piece to assemble the compass. With the compass complete, Scarlet sends them to a lighthouse to reveal the location of the treasure using the compass. This reveals the treasure's location to be in the desert of Wormwater. Unsurprisingly, Scarlet uses this opportunity to get a head start on the treasure, which ends in her being swallowed by a massive creature called Leviathan. Unaware of this, the Vault Hunters follow suit, where they find themselves face to face with Scarlet and her pet Rackhive named Roscoe in the stomach of the Leviathan. After defeating Roscoe, Scarlet teleports away in defeat, leaving the Vault Hunters to escape inside of the Leviathan. After doing so, they face the monster head-on, defeating it and claiming the treasure of the sands for themselves, which they find had been an open vault all along. Not long after finding Captain Blade's treasure, the Vault Hunters would be invited to partake in a tournament held by Mr. Torg, the exuberant mascot of the Torg Corporation. This tournament would take place in the so-called Badass Crater of Badassitude, which just so happens to reside on a vault that, as Tanis notes, can only be opened with the blood of the ultimate coward. With this in mind, the Vault Hunters accept the invitation, knowing they themselves are far from cowardly. While traveling to the arena, Mr. Torg is quick to know that if they want to open the vault, they first have to rise on the leaderboard. However, to accomplish that, they must obtain a sponsor. They do so by impressing the highest ranked contestant, a man by the name of Piston, who many accuse of cheating to have earned his position. With the sponsor, the Vault Hunters are able to fight in the arena. However, before they can prove themselves, Piston begins releasing sleeping gas into the arena, which knocks out the Vault Hunter. They are then dragged out of the main stage, where both Torg and Piston begin to paint them as a coward for running away. Torg informs the Vault Hunters that if they want a new sponsor, they must travel to the town of Beatdown to fight Pyro Pete, who has kidnapped the only person who might sponsor them. After defeating Pyro Pete, the Vault Hunters find their new sponsor is none other than Moxie. With a new sponsor, the Vault Hunters hunt down the 3rd and 2nd place contestants, which include a woman named Motor Mama and a kid named Flyboy. Doing so grants them 2nd place, which allows them to travel back into the arena, where they confront Piston, the ultimate coward. Once killed, the vault below the arena opens, showering the Vault Hunters in weapons and glory alike. With the death of Handsome Jack, the employees of Hyperion would find themselves in a bit of a power struggle, as many of them idealized Handsome Jack for his cutthroat practices and unwavering ambition. But of these ideologues, none held Handsome Jack in as high esteem as Professor Nakayama. Driven by the loss of his idol, Nakayama would fill his ship, the HSS Terminus, with iridium and research equipment, vowing to spend all of his efforts to continue Jack's legacy. He did so by developing a state-of-the-art AI replica of Handsome Jack's mind. Alongside this accomplishment, the HSS Terminus would crash land on Pandora, where he would then begin experimenting to clone the body of Handsome Jack as well. To this end, he would develop monstrosities such as Woundspike and Jackenstein, as well as augment himself with an iridium-powered shoulder cannon. Soon enough, his immoral experiments would come to an end when he would go out of his way to contact some nearby hunters. After all their wild adventures, the Vault Hunters found themselves ready for a change of pace, a departure from their usual vault-centric expeditions. So when Sir Hammerlock invited them on a relaxing hunting trip, they didn't hesitate to accept. Upon arriving at Agris, the Vault Hunters meet up with Hammerlock, where they clear out a nearby lodge to begin their hunt. Suddenly, they are contacted by Professor Nakayama, who assumes they are after him. Both Hammerlock and the Vault Hunters ignore Nakayama and carry on their hunting until he contacts them once more, pleading for them to come after him. On their way to do so, the Vault Hunters would find that the locals had been worshipping Claptrap, but after he begins to badmouth Jack, they attempt to kill him. After defending Claptrap from the locals, the Vault Hunters move on to a nearby research station, where they begin destroying samples of Jack's DNA to stop Nakayama from cloning him. Afterwards, they shut off the power to Nakayama's experiments, which forces him to unleash Woundspike. After easily killing Woundspike, the Vault Hunters travel back to the lodge, where they then move on to kill Nakayama at the HSS Terminus. Upon entering his ship, Nakayama releases Jackenstein to kill the Vault Hunters. While more difficult than his other experiment, the Vault Hunters are victorious. Finally, Nakayama comes out to confront the Vault Hunters himself, where he then trips down some stairs, which ends up killing him. And while it may have been the end of Nakayama, it was not the end of his influence, as soon after the Vault Hunters had looted his ship, his body, in possession of the Handsome Jack AI, would be taken to be taxidermied and put on display at the World of Curiosities Museum in Prosperity Junction. A year after the fall of Handsome Jack, Lilith had found herself the interim commander of the Crimson Raiders, a position she had not yet fully embraced, though those around her thought it suited her well. In this time, she and the Raiders had cleaned up much of the mess Jack had made of Pandora, though they were far from complete. Alongside this, other loose ends presented themselves, the most notable of which were reports of an assassin killing almost exclusively ex-Alice employees. Lilith instantly recognized this as the work of Athena, who, last she saw, was helping Jack open the vault on Elpis. Unknowing of Athena's true intentions and the entire story of Jack's rise to power, she would send Brick and Mordecai to track her down, where they might then learn the full truth. In this same vein, she also sent Axton and Gage to capture Aurelia Hammerlock, who might have been able to corroborate Athena's story. Meanwhile, Moxie sends Zero to look for another rumor regarding Atlas, a mysterious vault-seeking device known as the Gortys Project. In the underground town of Hollow Point, Pandora, a pair of crafty sisters named Fiona and Sasha begin gearing up to pull off the most important job of their lives, selling a fake vault key. For this, they required the help of Felix, a genius in the art of swindling and their lifelong mentor. As Felix finished replicating the vault key, Fiona would grow nervous as the scale and speed of this job was unlike any other that she had been a part of. Felix would attempt to ease her nerves before equipping her with a wrist-mounted pistol in case things got rough. Fiona would then begin to make her way to a nearby bar where she would meet with August, the fence for the operation, and her sister's pseudo-boyfriend. As they began to talk business, August would contact the Hyperion executive who was selling the key to, a man by the name of Vasquez. On Helios, the chaos of Handsome Jack's vacancy had yet to subside. Some, like a man named Reese, took this as a challenge, playing by the book to impress their superiors. The idea being that once their boss moved up the chain of command, they themselves would be promoted. However, not everyone shared Reese's perspective. Others, like Vasquez, saw Jack's absence as an opportunity to play by their own rules. While on his way to receive his hard-earned promotion, Reese, alongside his friend Vaughn, would daydream about their upcoming life as Hyperion executives. However, this was cut short when Reese saw his old boss had been replaced by his arch rival. As Reese attempted to question Vasquez about the situation, he would notice his old boss's body floating lifeless in space. Reese would take this as the threat it was, while Vasquez would suddenly get a call from August about the sale of the vault key. This would pique Reese's interest, and by using his Echo Eye, Reese would learn of the key's sale, including August's asking price of $10 million. After Vasquez finished the call, he would end their conversation by promoting Reese to senior vice janitor. Afterwards, Reese would meet up with Vaughn in the hall, where they would run into Yvette, their only other friend at Hyperion. As they walked the halls, Reese would propose the idea of stealing the vault key out from under Vasquez. Vaughn is immediately on board and able to wire themselves $10 million from Hyperion, which he notes will go unnoticed if they can get the key in time. The last person to agree is Yvette, who they eventually convince to help them by simply requisitioning any supplies they may need. With $10 million, Reese and Vaughn travel to Prosperity Junction, where they plan to meet August at a museum called the World of Curiosities. On the way, they encounter some bandits who attempt to kill them. However, with the help of a friendly loader bot, they're able to fight their way to the museum. There, they find a number of unique exhibits, one of which displays the body of Professor Nakayama. While examining him, they find an unassuming Hyperion ID chip, which they take to sell to Hyperion. Afterwards, they meet with Shade, who had disguised himself as part of the exhibit. After initial introductions, Shade takes them to meet with August. As they begin to talk, Sasha, who is alongside August, sees Reese's Echo Eye and becomes worried that he may be able to scan the key, revealing its fraudulent nature. She relays this information to Felix and Fiona, who whip up a plan to disable Reese's eye using a short-range EMP. Fiona grabs the EMP and, with the help of Sasha, attaches it to the key's case. They then begin to finalize the sale. However, right before Reese scans the eye, Fiona activates the EMP, which also disables his arm. As tensions rise, a bandit named Bossa Nova suddenly breaks through the wall, causing the case of money to fall directly below him. Zero follows suit, confronting Bossa Nova for information he seeks about the Gortys Project. Both Sasha and Vaughn then make a run for the money before Bossa Nova picks it up and leaves, with Zero following directly after. After the dust settles, Reese and Vaughn attempt to hijack Felix's caravan, however, they are caught. As they are being confronted, August begins shooting at the vehicle, which prompts them to leave as a group. While on the road, Sasha and Fiona threaten to kill Reese and Vaughn unless they can help them get the money. Reese contacts Yvette, who tells him that she can't help him anymore as Hyperion has begun looking for them. Sasha then begins to shove Reese out of the caravan before he claims he can help find the case himself by using the ID chip he found on Nakayama, which he presumes to have a higher security clearance. Both Sasha and Fiona hesitantly agree, and Reese inserts the ID chip into his head, unknowingly inserting a copy of Handsome Jack's mind into his own. This overwhelms Reese's mind, which causes him to pass out, giving Vaughn enough time to track the case of money himself. Hours later, Reese wakes up to find they have arrived at the case's location, a massive arena built above an old Atlas facility. The group devises a plan to break into the arena, which results in them splitting up. Reese and Sasha go underground, where they meet with Zero, while Fiona and Vaughn find themselves partaking in the arena's death rally. While Reese, Sasha, and Zero battle it out in the center of the arena, Fiona and Vaughn race around the outer ring. The fight in the center sends the case of money to a vehicle near Fiona, which results in a tense chase, ending in Felix, who had recently joined the race, miraculously catching the money at the last second. Fiona then climbs into the caravan, where Felix, money in hand, betrays Fiona. He then opens up the case, causing it to explode. As money rains from above, Zero manages to interrogate and kill Bossanova, where he learns that he had no knowledge of the Gortys Project. After Zero's departure, Loaderbot arrives at the location, which causes the platform Reese is standing on to fall, revealing a secret room below them. Reese and Fiona are quick to find a secret pair of Atlas devices that turn out to be a map one can join. As the group ponders the nature of the map, Handsome Jack appears in the mind of Reese, which naturally causes him to panic. In this state, he retreats to the second floor, where he and Jack talk while Fiona and the others find that she and Reese are the only ones who can touch the device. They are then made aware of a computer terminal that can only be opened with a retinal scan of a high-ranking Atlas employee. Luckily, they find one nearby that they are unawares in suspended animation. Seeing as they think he is dead and are unable to move him, they carve out his eye. After unlocking the computer, they learn the grim reality of their actions, as well as the true location of the Gortys Project, which resides in Old Haven. After Reese falls from the second floor, the group notices Hyperion moonshots directed at their location. Loaderbot helps them escape the facility, where they attempt to find safety by driving away in the caravan. As they are driving, the moonshots awaken a rak hive, which begins to chase them. After barely managing to kill the rak hive, Reese and Vaughn become stranded in the desert, while Fiona and Sasha barely manage to make their way to Hollow Point. At Hollow Point, Fiona meets with Scooter at a catch-a-ride station to repair her vehicle. Scooter thankfully recognizes the vehicle as the winner of Bossanova's death rally and proposes to fix the caravan in exchange for an endorsement. They accept, and while Scooter fixes the caravan, Fiona and Sasha travel back to Felix's old hideout. Upon exploring the hideout, they find a few items, including 2 small boxes Felix had left them. One is marked F for Fiona, and the other S for Sasha. Inside Fiona's, she finds an upgrade to her gun, which gives it elemental effects. However, Sasha refuses her gift for the time being. They are then interrupted by 2 men named Finch and Kroger. Fiona pulls her gun on Finch, shooting him with her upgraded gun. This creates an opening, allowing Sasha to hit Kroger with a pan. As they make their escape, they are seemingly attacked by Athena, who is presumably attempting to cash in the bounty on them. They barely manage to evade her just long enough to meet back up with Scooter, who's with Janie Springs. When Athena catches up to them, it's revealed that Athena and Janie are a couple, though Athena was supposed to give up bounty and vault hunting a long time ago. After Athena backs off, Fiona and Sasha leave for Old Haven, where they plan to meet with Reese and Vaughn. Meanwhile, Reese and Vaughn traverse the desert of Pandora, where Reese talks to Handsome Jack yet again. However, they are interrupted by the arrival of Vasquez. Gun in hand, Vasquez attempts to get Reese and Vaughn to dig their own graves. However, using his Echo Eye, Reese is able to hack Vasquez's equipment, giving them an opportunity to escape on Loaderbot. They then travel to Old Haven, where Reese uses his Echo Eye to uncover the Gortys Project. When they travel inside, they are soon ambushed by August, who holds them hostage until Fiona and Sasha arrive. As soon as Fiona and Sasha arrive, Vasquez makes it known that he and August are working together. They then force Reese and Fiona to take the 2 halves of the map they'd found to activate a terminal inside the facility's central room. They do so, which results in the map being placed into some sort of sphere, which nearly falls off the platform. This triggers the facility's defenses, which they narrowly escape by traveling through a maintenance hatch. Using their supreme stealth skills, they manage to fight their way out of the facility. Outside, they are met by Valerie, August and Vasquez's boss. Valerie immediately begins to question Fiona about who's responsible for previous events. Fiona pins the blame on Vasquez, which prompts Valerie to shoot him. She then holds Fiona at gunpoint, but right before she is shot, Athena comes to the rescue. Valerie is then forced to flee, leaving the Gortys core with the group. After conversing, they activate the Gortys core found within the facility, revealing the sphere to be a robot designed to track the vault of the Traveler. However, to do so, she must find a few missing components, the first of which is her energy chassis, located in an old Atlas biodome. Once inside the biodome, they meet a mysterious scientist named Cassius, who keeps Vaughn company while the others search for the energy chassis. After obtaining it, they all meet back up with Cassius, who reveals himself to be an Atlas scientist, who, as far as he is aware, is the last Atlas employee remaining. Athena is quick to try to kill him, but not before Brick makes his sudden appearance. Adding to this chaos is Valerie, who fires a rocket at the building, splitting the group in two. While Reese is being held hostage by Valerie, Loaderbot keeps Gortys safe. That is until Vaughn jumps onto Valerie from above, creating an opportunity for both Reese and Gortys to escape. Fiona at this time is being held hostage by Finch and Kroger, who she manages to take down with the help of Sasha. Loaderbot then arrives to take Sasha, and later Reese, to help Gortys. With their combined efforts, they manage to attach the energy chassis to Gortys. Meanwhile, Fiona attempts to help Athena fight Brick as well as Mordecai, who had recently joined the fight. After lengthy battles, both groups eventually find themselves outside and out of options. Athena is taken by Brick and Mordecai, who make their way back to Sanctuary, while Gortys reveals that the second component, the beacon, resides on Helios. While Fiona, Reese, and the others begin to make preparations to find the beacon, Brick and Mordecai drop Athena off at Sanctuary. There, Lilith begins her interrogation by asking Athena why she helped Jack all those years ago. Athena then recounts her side of the story, from the moment she was hired to the moment she left. It's clear that Athena regrets her decision to help Jack, but Lilith can't forgive her for what she did. After all, if she didn't help him, Roland might still be alive. She orders a squad of Crimson Raiders to execute Athena, but their bullets are stopped midair by the Watcher. They warn that war is coming, and they will need every Vault Hunter they can get. Back at the caravan, Fiona, Reese, and the others plan to steal the beacon, which Jack tells Reese is in his office. This inspires Reese to come up with a plan involving Scooter building them a rocket and using Vasquez's body as a disguise. While Fiona and Sasha convince Scooter and Janie to help them build a rocket, Reese and Vaughn make their way back to Old Haven, where Reese finds Vasquez's face has been cut off by a psycho. Reese is forced to find it, where he then uploads it to a new use station before their trip to Helios. Once the rocket is complete, the group, including Scooter and excluding Vaughn, travel to Helios. Upon reaching escape velocity, the ship's rocket boosters malfunction, forcing Fiona and Scooter to detach the boosters manually from the ship's hull. Fiona is able to do this without much of a problem, however Scooter gets his hand stuck. With little to no time left, Scooter decides that their only option is to detach the booster with him still attached. Fiona attempts to think of another way, but with everyone's lives on the line, she's forced to agree. She detaches the booster, and Scooter catches one last ride before the booster explodes. Once back inside, Fiona decides to honor Scooter in the only way she can, by releasing an advertisement in space containing a few choice words. Once they arrive at Helios, Reese quickly disguises himself as Vasquez before heading inside. After confronting Yvette, he makes his way to Vasquez's office, where he hacks into the security cameras to help Fiona and the others steal a tour guide's keycard. With the keycard in their possession, Fiona and Gortys travel to Jack's office, however they are stopped by a group of Jack-obsessed tourists. Fiona is then forced to bluff her way through a tour guide before reaching Jack's office. However, before she can enter, one of the tourists attempts to enter the office, which evaporates him and initiates a lockdown. This forces Reese to come up with a new plan, which involves Fiona getting arrested. She does so by destroying one of Jack's possessions, while Reese makes his way to find her. Along the way, he gets into a shootout of sorts, which seems to be common practice with Hyperion executives. He then meets up with Fiona, who assists him in climbing a secret passage to Jack's office. There, he finds the beacon, as well as a number of other memorabilia. Meanwhile, Sasha, Fiona, and Gortys are caught by Yvette, though they are eventually able to escape. Back in the office, Jack attempts to convince Reese to become his successor, to accomplish all the things he couldn't. Reese, of course, refuses, which prompts Jack to use the little control he has over Reese's body to upload his consciousness to Helios. He then attempts to replace Reese's body with an endoskeleton, though Reese manages to escape with the beacon in hand. To keep Reese and the others from escaping, Jack puts Helios into lockdown, which forces Reese to head for the power core, while the others attempt to reach the caravan. While Reese disables the power core, August, Kroger, and Finch betray the others by taking Gortys, Sasha, the beacon, and the caravan to Pandora. This leaves Fiona, Reese, and Loaderbot stranded on Helios. With the power shut down, Helios begins to fall towards Pandora, causing station-wide panic. Fiona and Loaderbot manage to find an escape pod, but Loaderbot sends Fiona alone so he can save Reese. After doing so, they search for an escape pod, but none appear to be fully functional or big enough for the both of them. Reese refuses to give up, but when they encounter Kroger, Loaderbot decides to sacrifice himself to allow for Reese's escape. After crashing on Pandora, Reese begins to explore the wreckage of Helios until he stumbles upon Jack's office. There, he listens to what he would like to think are Jack's final words, those of regret and disappointment with his past and all those he lost. But just as Reese was beginning to sympathize with him, Jack reveals his true intentions by transferring himself back into Reese's mind. He then begins to strangle Reese, saying that what he's about to do will be worth dying over. To see Reese, the man who brought down Helios, dead. But in his final moments, Reese impales his arm on the pole, ripping it from his torso. Jack solemnly congratulates Reese for living another day, but says that he will continue to make his life hell for as long as he's still inside his head. Reese then picks up a piece of glass and begins digging into the side of his head. Jack begins to panic and beg for Reese to stop, a far cry from his calm and collected demeanor just minutes earlier. Reese continues, pulling the echo eye from his eye, returning Jack to his rightful place in death. Meanwhile, Fiona finds herself in the middle of what looks to be a climactic fight between a behemoth-sized Gortys and a giant vault monster. As she traverses the terrain, she attempts to find Sasha, but instead stumbles upon Valerie and her subordinates. Valerie states that they need to destroy Gortys, or the vault monster will kill them all. As she attempts to do so using her rocket launcher, the vault monster kills her. Suddenly, Gortys calls out to Fiona, asking her to carry out his task. Fiona hesitates at first, but is then forced to attempt it. Her first shot misses, as the launcher is far too heavy for her, but with some assistance from Sasha, they grant Gortys her wish. However, unknown to them, Loaderbot was alive, and he would take their actions against Gortys as the ultimate form of betrayal. After the destruction of Gortys, Loaderbot, dazed by confusion, would travel back to Helios, where he would take the endoskeleton Jack had made for himself. He would then don a Hyperion containment outfit, as well as a mask, traveling Pandora with only one goal in mind. He would find Fiona and Reese and learn the truth. In this time, Fiona would presumably continue vault hunting, while Reese would take the rights to Atlas from Jack's trophy case with the intention to rebuild it from the ground up. For this, he refurbished the old Atlas facility they had found and began working on some prototypes as well as replacements for his arm and eye. Vaughn, inspired by his recent adventures, would start a bandit camp, consisting of mostly ex-Hyperion that had crashed alongside Helios. Their name would fittingly become the Children of Helios, and over the next few months, they would claim the wreckage of Helios as their own. After months of searching, Loaderbot was able to track down and capture both Fiona and Reese. Alongside this, he would hire Kroger to kidnap Vaughn. In search of answers, Loaderbot would have Reese and Fiona recount their sides of the story, all the while collecting the scattered pieces of Gortys. Near the end of this journey, Kroger would fulfill his contract to deliver Vaughn. Afterwards, he would try to kill Fiona, but not before Loaderbot would kill him first for what he did on Helios. Vaughn would then raise his hands as, unknown to Loaderbot, he had snipers standing by to protect him. The snipers would focus on Loaderbot as Vaughn would cut Fiona and Reese free, afterwards revealing his true identity. He would then take Loaderbot as prisoner and lead them into his camp, where Loaderbot would reveal his identity as well as his true intentions. After learning the truth about what happened to Gortys, Loaderbot proposes an idea. they would summon the Vault of the Traveler once more, this time with a plan. This was the only way to bring Gortys back, to succeed where they had failed long ago. The only thing that was left was to build a team. After assembling their team, the group concocted a plan that has one team traveling inside the Vault Monster to destroy its teleportation organ, while the others keep it busy so they can destroy it using Helios. With the plan in place, they reconstruct Gortys once more. This immediately summons the Vault of the Traveler, which Gortys notes she is not confident she can fight. To help with this, she has Reese control her movements, while Fiona and Sasha travel to the caravan that they plan to use to reach the Vault Monster. At Reese's signal, Fiona and Sasha launch the caravan into the air. The Vault Monster then teleports directly to their location, which puts them inside the monster. While Gortys, with the help of the others, fights the monster, Fiona and Sasha plant explosives in its core. They then use the caravan to escape, however on their way out, they find the detonator has a much shorter range than they thought. While Fiona begins to think of a way they can turn back, Sasha doesn't hesitate to risk her own life to save theirs. With the Vault Monster unable to teleport, they are able to hit it with Helios' beam. This creates a weak point that Gortys and the others use to defeat it once and for all. With the Vault Monster defeated, Reese and Fiona search for Sasha, who they find barely alive. Sasha asks Fiona if she still has the gift that Felix left her. Fiona pulls it out, and Sasha says that it was hard not to look, but she thinks she's ready now. Once opened, she finds a watch engraved with a single phrase: "Time heals all wounds." After taking her final breaths, the watch begins to glow and lift her into the air, healing her completely before dropping her onto the floor. With Sasha healed and the Vault Monster defeated, Reese and Fiona make a mad dash for the vault, while the others collect the monster's loot. Once inside the vault, they begin to discuss the future, with Reese saying that he's going to continue rebuilding Atlas, while Fiona says she's going to continue vault hunting. At the apex of the vault, they find a glowing chest, which they opt to open together. As the chest begins to open, a flash of light is seen as both Reese and Fiona disappear into what remains to be the unknown. With the destruction of Helios, Hyperion's dominance over Pandora was all but gone. This put Lilith and the others in a unique position where they can now focus on leaving Pandora to pursue other vaults depicted on the vault map. However, this called into question the necessity of the Crimson Raiders, as their ultimate goal of relative peace on Pandora had now been accomplished. With this, talks of the Crimson Raiders' disbandment became increasingly common. Lilith, as well as the others, knew that this was the result of their lack of clear leadership. With no one there to call the shots or provide direction, the Crimson Raiders were destined to end. In the year since the cave-in, Colonel Hector and the 191st had fallen on hard times. They were promised a paradise that had never been closer to hell in their entire lives. This desperation that Hector felt his men were undeserving of inspired him to change his perspective. If they weren't going to be guided to paradise, then they would have to make it themselves, right here on Pandora. To do this, Hector would experiment with strange spores they had found underground that vastly accelerated plant growth. The potential for these spores to change the face of Pandora was great, though it wouldn't be fully realized until one day Cassius would stumble upon Hector and his brigade. Hector would quickly enlist Cassius, who immediately saw the potential of Hector's plan to release spores into the atmosphere. Over the next few months, Cassius would work to perfect the substance that would eventually become known as Paradise Gas. But before he could create a version safe for human contact, Colonel Hector would use the gas to assault the children of Helios, taking their moonshot cannon to disperse the gas further. Soon after, he would plan to assault the Crimson Raiders on Sanctuary to obtain the vault key. With it, he could finally create his worldwide paradise he would call New Pandora. During their conversation about the lack of direction within the Crimson Raiders, Lilith and the others are attacked by the new Pandoran army. The Vault Hunters are quick to react, but after the introduction of Paradise Gas, the Crimson Raiders are forced to abandon Sanctuary. While Hector takes control of Sanctuary and the Vault Key, the Vault Hunters find themselves within a section of the ruins of Helios called the Backburner. There they encounter Vaughn, who helps them secure the Backburner before Lilith arrives. She first attempts to retake Sanctuary, but she's unsuccessful. She then contacts Tanis, who concocts a plan to create an antidote for the gas's effects. This plan involves the Vault Hunters collecting some flower samples, which they send to Tanis. While Tanis works on the antidote, the Vault Hunters try to find another way back to Sanctuary now that the fast travel is disabled. Mordecai says he found a way, but before the Vault Hunters can get to him, he's captured. Fortunately, Mordecai's new bird, Talon, leads the Vault Hunters to his location, but before they can save him, Mordecai is infected by the spores. This makes it all the more important for them to find an antidote, which Cassius notes he can help them with, seeing as he created the gas. To open the reinforced door blocking them from Cassius, the Vault Hunters travel to Helios' moonshot cannon. Along the way, they meet with Brick and Tiny Tina. Brick helps them infiltrate Helios, while Tina helps them construct a bomb that they shoot at the reinforced door using the moonshot cannon. After traveling to the back burner to obtain a sample of Mordecai's infected blood, the Vault Hunters make their way inside Mount Scarab, fighting their way to Cassius. But before they can reach him, Hector releases Paradise gas into his lab. This forces Cassius to quarantine himself, while the Vault Hunters synthesize an antidote using Mordecai's infected blood. However, this fails, forcing the Vault Hunters to kill Cassius at his request to obtain his infected blood. After killing Cassius, the Vault Hunters synthesize an antidote which grants them immunity to the gas. With this, they make their way to Sanctuary, where they confront Colonel Hector, who allows himself to become fully infected by the gas. After a long fight, Colonel Hector is defeated, but as the Vault Hunters reach for the key, his body is reanimated. It then becomes clear to Lilith that while Hector has the vault key, the only thing they can do to save Pandora is to destroy Sanctuary. To do this, the Vault Hunters travel to Crazy Earl's Iridium stash and give it to Lilith. With her enhanced powers, Lilith first teleports the remaining Crimson Raiders to safety, then channels her energy into the heart of Sanctuary. While their home may have been destroyed and the vault map long lost, the Crimson Raiders would live on, this time under the clear leadership of Commander Lilith. As the months passed, the mighty Vault Hunters who had slain Handsome Jack would begin to search for a life of meaning outside of vault hunting. Axton would use his newfound fame to become a model of sorts before trying his hand at other ventures such as television broadcasting. Eventually, he and Salvador would begin working for a show known as Arms Race, though it would be years until it would see the light of day. Zero decided to venture to Promethea, where he would reunite with Reese to help rebuild the Atlas Corporation. The exact reasons behind this are, as is often with Zero, unknown. Gage would move on from life in the public eye, instead preferring to lay low as she was still on the run from the incident on Eden 5. While lying low, she would eventually find a few gigs as an event planner, which helped keep her busy. Maya would find herself wanting to travel back to Athenas, where she would quickly find a role as the planet's protector. While fulfilling this role, a young girl named Ava would attempt to steal from the monastery's library. Instead of punishing Ava, Maya decided to recruit her as her apprentice. This would allow her to train Ava in a way that she never was, so she could eventually wield her powers for the betterment of the universe. Devastated by Maya's decision to leave, Krieg would simply find himself mindlessly roaming Pandora for months at a time. At some point, he would join Brick, Mordecai, and Tina's newly formed squad called the B-Team. However, this didn't last long, and he would find himself once again roaming Pandora. In this time, he attempted much introspection, though it never had concrete results. For that, something major would have to happen. Something that would change his world forever. In the 21 years since their birth, Tyreen and Troy de Leon had become full-fledged megalomaniacs. The constant retelling of the Great Vault story, paired with their unique siren abilities, made them believe it was no coincidence they were given their incredible power. Because to them, finding the Great Vault was their destiny, their birthright granted to them by the universe itself. Or in other words, they saw themselves as gods. But what were gods without people to worship them? This was what drove Tyreen, and subsequently Troy, to take the first step in their journey to become gods. They would first renounce their last name, opting instead to inherit their mother's maiden name, Calypso. They would then follow this act by repairing their parents' crashed ship. Finally, they would leave the only planet they had ever known, stranding their father there, hoping that he might feel that same sense of imprisonment they had felt their entire lives. Over the next 3 years, Tyreen and Troy Calypso would wander the galaxy, garnering little attention. This was deliberate, as they knew that to become gods, they must first master their abilities. Alongside this, they would learn that the Borderlands were teeming with bandits and psychos. This sparked an idea. If they could somehow harness the abundance of bandits, they could create an army unlike any other in the history of the 6 galaxies. A cult of hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of bandits, all willing to give their lives for their cause. All they had to do was learn the culture of the bandits and psychos, their language, beliefs, values, and norms. They had to master them all. And after those 3 long years, they were ready. The Calypso twins would set course for Pandora, the planet they had grown up hearing stories about, and the planet where they would ascend to godhood. Upon landing on Pandora, the Calypso twins would immediately begin integrating themselves into bandit society. At first, this resulted in a lot of frustration, as the bandits seemed to be senseless and unstable. But with much practice, bandits would one by one eventually come to worship them. With that, the children of the Vault were born, and a new age of tyranny on Pandora would officially begin. Over the next year or so, the Children of the Vault, or COV, would only grow in numbers. First into the hundreds, as they united nearby bandit tribes, then into the thousands, as they began to scale their operation using social media. At that point, they would begin to garner attention from the Crimson Raiders, though they wouldn't fully understand the gravity of the situation until it was too late. After a while, the Children of the Vault had a grasp on Pandora, not unlike that of Atlas or Hyperion in years prior. However, this wasn't enough for the Calypso twins. They may have had an army of millions at their disposal, but they weren't all that godly. For that, they would need another kind of power. Power like that of the Destroyer in the Great Vault. With this in mind, the Calypso twins would begin making preparations to open vaults around the Borderlands to obtain enough power to open the Great Vault. To this end, they would ally with people like Katagawa Jr. at Malawan, who was in the process of attempting a hostile takeover of Atlas. Additionally, they would assist Aurelia Hammerlock in killing Montgomery Jacobs, placing her as Jacob's CEO. With their plans in motion, Tyreen and Troy would begin to focus on finding the vault map back on Pandora. This was when Lilith and the Crimson Raiders would truly recognize the catastrophic potential of the Children of the Vault. And as the twin gods began to scour the planet for the vault map, Lilith would begin a search of her very own. From within the Crimson Raiders' new ship known as Sanctuary 3, Lilith would send out a call for help to any aspiring vault hunters. Amara was born in the slums of the planet Partali, where she would learn to master her siren powers at a young age out of necessity. By the time she was a young woman, she had already taken down countless crime syndicates, which had donned her the name the Tiger of Partali. After a while, the planet would become quite a bit safer, and Amara, seeking a new challenge, would begin to look outward to the greater universe. This was when she would sense that calling that so many other sirens had felt, the pull toward her sisters, as well as Pandora. Once there, she would accept Lilith's call and begin her journey as a vault hunter. Brother to both Captain and Baron, Zane Flint is a high-level mercenary who prefers to use technology to augment his abilities. As per usual, his work as a mercenary garnered him an infamous reputation across the 6 galaxies, with his brothers even placing bounties on him before their demise. After a while, Zane would decide to semi-retire by traveling to a little-known, peaceful planet named Pandora. There, he lived a life of relative ease before hearing of a vault hunting gig. Zane had heard an old assassin acquaintance of his named Zero got into vault hunting about a decade ago, so he decided to give it a shot as well, thinking it couldn't be all that hard. Flak began their life as a simple digital indexing unit in an archiving center. While performing these duties, they somehow manage to cross the intelligence barrier into self-awareness, becoming a sentient being. After their awakening, Black began wandering the galaxy in search of self-discovery. During this time, they would analyze human behavior, finding it quite difficult to grasp. Animal instincts, on the other hand, were much more manageable. With that, they formed a deep connection with wildlife and the art of the hunt, which became their ultimate driving force. So it's no surprise that this eventually led Flack to the greatest hunt of all. Not much is known about Mose before she joined Vladov's Ursa Corps, an elite selection of soldiers equipped with mechanical suits known as Iron Bears. As per their enlistment contract, Vladov grants members ownership of their Iron Bears after meeting specific quotas. However, Mose's superior kept raising hers. Eventually, he agreed that Mose could retire. However, she had to complete one final mission, a supposed easy in, easy out. But it was, of course, a suicide mission, and Mose was only able to escape thanks to her Iron Bear. Declared dead by Vladov, Mose was now free to go. However, the high maintenance costs of her Iron Bear usually drove her to partake in increasingly risky ventures in search of higher return, and nothing is more risky or lucrative than vault hunting. Upon answering Lilith's call, the Vault Hunters made their way to a town overrun by the Children of the Vault. After clearing the town, Marcus would pick them up on his bus and take them to a place called Covenant Pass. After stepping foot off the bus, the Vault Hunters would meet with Claptrap, who issues them their new and improved Echo devices. The Vault Hunters then follow Claptrap to the entrance of a COV propaganda center, where Claptrap is taken with the use of a giant magnet. After fighting their way through the base, the Vault Hunters save Claptrap, and Lilith makes her grand entrance. After initial introductions, the Vault Hunters, along with Lilith, learn that a bandit clan known as the Sun Smashers have possession of the Vault Map. Following this lead, they find the clan's chief, who turns out to be Vaughn. Vaughn says that after finding the map, his clan tied him up and went to sell it to the Calypsos. After obtaining access to a vehicle, the Vault Hunters make their way to the nearest COV base, where they defeat the cult spokesman Mouthpiece to obtain the map. After returning the map to Lilith, she attempts to charge it, however it malfunctions. To fix it, she sends the Vault Hunters to meet with Tanis. After it's fixed, they find the map is only partially working, though they're able to make out that one of the planets is Promethea. Promethea bound, the Vault Hunters make their way to Sanctuary 3, where they are tasked with fueling it before they make their departure. However, before they leave, Lilith is ambushed by Tyreen and Troy. A short fight ensues, ending with Troy getting a hold of the Vault Key while Tyreen leeches Lilith's powers. Afterwards, she and Troy make a show of the ordeal before teleporting away with the use of Lilith's powers. After saving Lilith from COV bandits, the Vault Hunters and Crimson Raiders finally board Sanctuary 3 and leave Pandora for Promethea. On Promethea, the Vault Hunters meet up with a soldier named Lorelei, who helps them fight their way through Maliwan troops until they eventually meet up with Zero. With his help, the Vault Hunters clear a Maliwan weapons depot, where they then set their sights on a Maliwan artificial intelligence named Gigamind. After taking down Gigamind, the Vault Hunters take its brain to Reese, who agrees to help them find the vault. A quick search through Gigamind's database reveals to Reese that a piece of the Promethean Vault Key lies on the planet Athenas. Back at Sanctuary 3, Lilith and the Vault Hunters contact Maya, who confirms Reese's findings. With that, the Vault Hunters travel to Athenas, where they find Maliwan had already made their presence apparent. After battling Maliwan's troops, they meet up with Maya, who helps them clear out the remainder of the troops in the monastery. Afterwards, Maya sends them to obtain some iridium in a nearby graveyard alongside her apprentice Ava. Meanwhile, she travels to a nearby library to collect a book about ancient siren techniques that might allow her to actually utilize iridium. With the iridium in hand, the Vault Hunters go to meet back up with Maya. Before they can do so, they are stopped by Captain Trant, who they swiftly kill. Maya would then, for the first time ever, find herself using iridium to enhance her powers. With these enhanced abilities, Maya is able to open the door, which gives the Vault Hunters access to the first fragment of Promethea's Vault Key. Back on Sanctuary 3, Reese informs Lilith of an asteroid-mounted laser that Katagawa Jr. has pointed at Atlas HQ. Because the laser is powered by one of the Vault Key's fragments, fragments, he sees it as mutually beneficial for the Vault Hunters to help him decommission it. Lilith agrees, and the Vault Hunters are sent to help Reese. On Promethea, the Vault Hunters first attempt to use Reese's state-of-the-art ship to sneak aboard the asteroid, but after Katagawa destroys it, they instead opt to steal a Malawan ship. Once aboard the asteroid, the Vault Hunters fight their way through hundreds of Malawan troops, while Katagawa destroys each of Reese's favorite establishments on Promethea, one of which is a frozen yogurt shop named Franz Frogert's. After making their way to the laser's control room, the Vault Hunters secure the area, while Reese hacks into the laser's controls using a Malawan pleasure bot. After doing so, he fires a laser at Katagawa's pleasure yacht, which prompts Katagawa to release his giant death sphere known as Katagawa Ball. After its destruction, the Vault Hunters secure the key fragment powering the laser and return it to Tanis. Reese then finally reveals the last fragment to be in his possession, and even though it has spurred many of Atlas's projects, he's willing to get rid of it as long as the Vault Hunters continue to help him. In holding up their end of the deal, the Vault Hunters continue to fight Malawan at Atlas HQ before coming into contact with Zero, who had presumably switched sides for unknown reasons. Pressing forward, they learn that Zero didn't in fact switch sides at all, and the person they saw was simply Katagawa in a replica of Zero's suit. With this, a fight ensues that ends in the Vault Hunters killing him. Reese rewards them by handing over the final Vault Key fragment, which they return to Tanis. Reese then reveals the Vault's location is under the city, and the Vault Hunters, alongside Maya, immediately make their way to it. Once confronted with the Vault Hunters insert the key. As the vault opens, they are instantly attacked by its corresponding vault monster, the Rampager. After a long fight, the Vault Hunters take the Rampager down, leaving the vault open for pillaging. At the same time, Ava makes her presence known, much to Maya's dismay. After the Vault Hunters loot what they can, they learn that the next vault's location is on Eden 6. But before they can celebrate, Tyreen and Troy teleport atop the Rampager's corpse. Tyreen immediately uses her power to steal the Rampager's life force, stating that the Vault monsters themselves are the Vault's treasure, not what they seem to protect. She then grabs hold of Ava, which prompts Maya to grab Troy. Troy then uses his parasitic siren ability to violently rip Maya of her power, causing her body to instantly decay into ash. Now possessing Maya's phase lock abilities, Troy traps Ava, while he and Tyreen leave for Eden 6. Once back aboard Sanctuary, the Vault Hunters converse with Lilith and Tanis about Maya's death before they are contacted by a man named Wainwright Jacobs, Montgomery Jacobs' son. He states that the children of the Vault have already overrun Eden 6 and request the Crimson Raiders' assistance as soon as possible. Once landed on the moon, the Vault Hunters meet with Wainwright, who states that the COV had taken his partner, Sir Hammerlock, as prisoner. In return for their help, he promises to help them open the vault. The Vault Hunters travel towards the prison in the Anvil, where they plan to meet with someone named Meathead. Unsurprisingly, Meathead turns out to be Britt, who had traveled here alongside the rest of the B-team. With their help, the Vault Hunters manage to fight through the prison, kill the Warden, and rescue Hammerlock. After rescuing Sir Hammerlock, the Vault Hunters are contacted by his sister, Aurelia, who invites them to Jacob's Manor. Wainwright encourages them to accept the invitation so they can gain access to a clue to the vault's location that his father left in the manor. But after traveling there, they find that Aurelia and the Calypsos are working together. As the Vault Hunters are suspended in the air, Wainwright shoots Troy, which causes him to retreat. The Vault Hunters then clear out the manor and discover that Montgomery had left Wainwright a literal record with clues to the Vault Key's whereabouts. As Wainwright repairs his record player, he sends the Vault Hunters to recruit an army of people with the help of a gunslinger named Clay. After helping him rescue some rebels, the Vault Hunters travel back to the Jacobs estate, where they listen to Montgomery's final message. In this message, he notes that in preparation for his death, he hid one of the Vault Key's fragments somewhere in the crashed Jacobs ship named the Family Jewel. As the Vault Hunters make their way to the ship's remains, they are contacted by Balex, the ship's navigator. He notes that he can help them find the Family Jewel if they kill the giant dinosaur that ate him. After doing so, the Vault Hunters explore the wreckage of the Family Jewel, where they discover that it's been taken over by Balex's ex, Genevieve. After fighting their way through the ship, the Vault Hunters eventually take down Genevieve and recover the first fragment of the Vault Key. In search of the next fragment, the Vault Hunters meet with Clay, who assists them in hunting down a bandit named Archimedes. After defeating him, they move to secure the final fragment from Wainwright. Wainwright states that the final fragment had been hidden by Montgomery in the Jacobs powder cellar. After infiltrating the powder cellar using a secret entrance only known by Clay, they're eventually able to collect the fragment. However, as they do, Aurelia confronts Wainwright and Hammerlock. The Vault Hunters are quick to catch up, where they then fight Aurelia to save their friends. After her defeat, the Vault Hunters finally have access to the last remaining hurdle between them and the Vault. A simple puzzle requiring them to interact with statues of the Jacobs lineage, learning of the unique ways in which they died. After its conclusion, the Vault is revealed to be directly connected to the Jacobs Manor, the very thing that Typhon had deduced long ago. With the Vault accessible, Tanis is able to meet the Vault Hunters at its entrance and mend the fragmented key. With this, they unlock the Vault and battle the giant Vault monster known as the Grave Roar. After its defeat, Tanis uses some sort of experimental technology to drain the life force from the monster, therefore blocking Tyreen from collecting its power. The Vault Hunters then travel inside the Vault, collecting its loot. Upon their exit, they are forced to watch as Tanis is first phase-locked by Troy, then teleported away by Tyreen. The Vault Hunters are quick to travel back to Sanctuary, where they watch a broadcast from the Calypso twins advertising their reasoning behind kidnapping Tanis. Turns out, they found the Great Vault's true key, and due to its size, they need a massive amount of Iridium to charge it. To raise funds for the Iridium, they set up a pledge drive, which they plan to draw attention to by killing one of the Crimson Raiders. So, they put it to a vote, and Tanis became the popular choice, though she was closely trailed by Claptrap. This made it clear that the Vault Hunters must act fast if they were to save her from whatever the Calypsos had planned. With this, they traveled back to Pandora, where they would meet with Yvonne to learn Tanis was taken to a place called Carnivora. After a quick detour in which the Vault Hunters obtain a golden vehicle, they are given access to the outskirts of Carnivora. But as they fight their way to its center, they learn that Carnivora isn't a place, but a vehicle. A giant death arena on wheels. To gain entry to its interior, the Vault Hunters chase the Carnivora down and destroy its fuel lines. Once stopped, they travel inside and fight dozens of COV until they are confronted by the main event, a duo of entertainers known as Pain and Terror. They attempt to kill the Vault Hunters, however they are unsuccessful. With the machine destroyed, Tanis uses the Iridium from its remains to enhance her Siren abilities and break free from her confinement, thus revealing her Siren abilities to the galaxy. On Sanctuary, Tanis reveals that when she was in prison, she learned where the Calypso twins were stockpiling their Iridium. However, the stronghold is well guarded by both COV bandits and advanced turrets. To take down the turrets, Tanis has the Vault Hunters retrieve an Iridium amplifier from an old lab of hers. After doing so, the Vault Hunters travel back to Sanctuary, where they see as the Calypso twins begin the process of charging Elpis, which they reveal is the Great Vault's key. As this is happening, the Vault Hunters begin a raid on the Cathedral of the Twin Gods with the help of Tanis and her Iridium amplifier. Once inside, they fight their way to the Great Vault, where they confront Tyreen and Troy. Troy is eager to fight, though in his arrogance, he underestimates the Vault Hunters. Without much effort, the Vault Hunters are able to take down Troy and seemingly Tyreen. As Troy breathes his final breath, Maya's abilities find their way to their rightful owner in Ava. As she, Tanis, and Lilith discuss what to do next, the entire planet begins to shake from its very core as the Destroyer's chains begin to loosen. As this is happening, Tyreen uses the last of her energy to leech what's left of Troy's power and attempt to kill the others. She then broadcasts her success and teleports away. After her departure, Ava is revealed to have saved their lives by shielding them with her powers directly before the moment of impact. They then discuss what they could possibly do now before they're interrupted by a voice on a nearby echo device. The voice claims to be the legendary Typhon DeLeon, who tells them to travel to Necrotafeo as the entirety of Pandora is at risk of being destroyed. After landing on Necrotafeo, the Vault Hunters fight their way through the planet's fauna before meeting with Typhon himself. With little time to explain, Typhon takes the Vault Hunters to the entrance of an Iridian mechanism he calls the Machine, which he hopes they can use to seal Pandora like the Iridians did long ago. The only problem is it requires 4 vault keys to access. Luckily, previous events have led to the Vault Hunters collecting the first 3. As for the last one, Typhon knows exactly where it is. After a lengthy journey, Typhon and the Vault Hunters eventually arrive at the key's location, which resides in the headstone of Leda Calypso. After taking the key back to Sanctuary for Tannis to charge, the Vault Hunters would use it to gain access to the machine. While Tannis operated the machine, the Vault Hunters and Typhon would begin powering it using the various vault keys. After connecting all the vaults to the machine, Tannis would take the final steps to attempt to seal Pandora once more. However, just before their success, Tyreen would personally interfere. As she would do so, Typhon would attempt to stop her by detonating a grenade. However, this attempt would be unsuccessful, as Tyreen would trap the grenade's energy and direct it back at him. Though the blast was deadly, Tyreen would not attempt to save her father. Instead, she would revel in the feeling of success, as now nothing could stop her from becoming a god. After Tyreen teleported away, Typhon would ask only one thing of Lilith before his passing. He would request that they not be the final Vault Hunters. He knew that even if they were to succeed, there would always be those to abuse the power of the vaults. However, by ensuring the continuation of Vault Hunters like himself and Lilith, there would always be someone to fight. With Typhon gone and the machine no longer operable, the only thing left to do was to face Tyreen. As the Vault Hunters approached Tyreen on the crest of Pandora's fracture, she would note that after she ascended to godhood, they shouldn't expect mercy. Just then, for the first time in thousands of years, the Destroyer would truly break free of its confines, and the first thing it would come in contact with would be Tyreen. Without hesitation, she would leech the power from the Destroyer, an act that would turn herself into an unrecognizable monster known as Tyreen the Destroyer. As the Vault Hunters battled Tyreen in her twisted form, they would learn that while she had the powers of a godlike being, she was nowhere near invincible. Maybe this was due to her limited mortal form, or maybe, similarly to her brother, she would fail to recognize the true power of the Vault Hunters. As the battle drew to an end, the immense amount of power Tyreen had stolen over the years was released into the universe. Alongside this, Lilith would be given her powers back, and the key to the Great Vault would be left lying on the ground. The Vault Hunters would be quick to pick this up, where they would then travel inside the vault, looting it for all it contained. After doing so, Lilith, Tannis, and Ava would begin to discuss the fallout of Tyreen's death. While doing so, one thing became clear. Pandora was still in danger, because while they may have killed Tyreen, the Great Vault known as Pandora was still in the process of opening, an act that would eventually rip the planet apart, killing millions if not billions of people worldwide. It's unknown exactly why, but at this critical moment, Lilith was confident that she had a solution.
What does Lilith think she's doing?
Closing the Great Vault. She's saving Pandora.
That could kill her!
She knows. She's the Firehawk. She's lighting the way.
Following the death of the Calypso twins, the Crimson Raiders found the galaxy in a state of relative peace. However, this didn't mean there weren't still messes left to be cleaned up. Messes that had been festering in their own filth for years, if not decades. One such mess was the Handsome Jackpot, that in all of its years of seclusion had become a cesspool of depravity and corruption. Moxie had suspected this for some time, though with the Calypso twins gone, she now had the opportunity to clean it of Jack's corruption. As the Vault Hunters arrived at the Handsome Jackpot, they were immediately met with hostility. As they fought their way through the casino, they would eventually be contacted by Pretty Boy, the self-proclaimed boss of the casino. When they traveled deeper, the Vault Hunters would meet a familiar face, more specifically, the face of Handsome Jack, though he claimed to be someone named Timothy Lawrence. Trusting his word, the Vault Hunters would follow him to his hideout, where Moxie would confirm his identity, though she seemed to have her own problems to work out with him. Afterwards, Timothy devises a plan to help the both of them by sending the Vault Hunters to meet with a woman named Ember. She says she can help, but only if they can retrieve the tools from her ship, which Pretty Boy has impounded. At the impound lot, the Vault Hunters come into contact with a man named Freddy, who says he can help them get Ember's tools back if they help him as well. They do so, and Freddy holds up his end of the deal, prompting Timothy to allow Freddy to join their growing team. After returning to Timothy, he states that to retake the casino, they need to get hold of one of Jack's suits. But to do that, they need his personal tailor. Luckily, he's still alive, though he resides in the underbelly of the station in a place known as Trashalantis. There, they find that the tailor is the mayor of the town, and if they want his help, they must first save the city by helping repair a metal beam holding their city from literal collapse. After doing so, the Vault Hunters travel back to Timothy's hideout to finish the final parts of the plan. First, they obtain blueprints to the casino. Afterwards, they collect a substance named Compound 24, which they plan to use to melt a reinforced door. Lastly, they collect parts to create the perfect replica of one of Handsome Jack's suits. With each of these accomplished, the infiltration begins. It starts with Timothy using the likeness as well as the suit to pass the initial security checkpoint. Afterwards, the Vault Hunters make their way to the station's power core to disable it. However, before they can, Freddy betrays the group, stating that Pretty Boy gave him an offer that he couldn't refuse. Even with Freddy working against them, and without Timothy's help, the Vault Hunters manage to make their way to the power core, where they disable the station's defenses. With the defenses down, they use Compound 24 to melt a hole in the main tower's titanium door. While doing so, they are met once again by Freddy, who they quickly kill. Once inside the tower, they ride the elevator to the top, where they confront Pretty Boy for the first and final time. Equipped with the powerful suit known as the Jackpot, Pretty Boy gives himself just enough time for one final cowardly request. Before his death, he sets the casino on a collision course with the nearby black hole. While Timothy is the only person who can stop it, neither he nor the Vault Hunters can find a way to break him out of his imprisonment. But after a minute, it becomes clear that the only way to save himself and the casino is for Timothy to cut off his own hand. After the Vault Hunters use his hand to save the casino, Timothy and Moxie make their final amends, with Moxie admitting her admiration for Timothy once and for all. She then makes an immediate effort to destroy any trace of Handsome Jack's presence inside the casino before renaming it to Moxie's Big Score. With the Handsome Jackpot reclaimed, the Vault Hunters were soon enticed by yet another invitation. Unlike before, this one wasn't born of distress, but of celebration. Alistair Hammerlock and Wainwright Jacobs were set to tie the knot, and what better location for their destination wedding than the romantic yet eerie planet of Xylorgos. Upon arriving on Xylorgos, the Vault Hunters immediately make their way toward the wedding party. On their way, they encounter Gage, who Hammerlock had hired as their wedding planner. Alongside Gage, the Vault Hunters fight their way to a place called the Lodge, where Gage has them begin setting up decor until Wainwright steps outside to calm his nerves. The Vault Hunters follow after him, where they eventually find him just outside the wedding's venue, which Wainwright states that he needs to see to ease his mind. Seeing as the main gate is locked, they attempt to find another way in, and that's when they stumble upon Eleanor and her bonded conducting a renewal ritual. Knowing there's no rational reason someone would be doing something like this, they stop the ritual. Upon doing so, the ring that's bonded to Vincent's soul falls on the ground. Wainwright curiously picks it up, which causes the ring to fasten to his finger. Possessed by the ring, Wainwright nearly completes the ritual himself, however DT saves him from doing so. Back at the lodge, Wainwright's partially possessed body fights to fend off Vincent's soul. To find out how to stop, or at least to slow this, the Vault Hunters travel to a cemetery where they meet with a man named Burton. Burton guides the Vault Hunters to the Dustbound Archives, where they learn a part of Eleanor and Vincent's story, as well as find an old doll tape. This tape reveals that the ring's power comes from the heart of Githian. The plan then becomes to destroy Githian's heart, which can only be done using a piece of the heart itself, and the only one anyone knows of resides in Eleanor and Vincent's old doll research ship, which resides at the peak of a mountain. On their way to Eleanor's old ship, they meet with a primitive man named Aista. He states that the path to the top is blocked by an irregular kind of ice that can only be melted using the kite of a Wendigo. To help keep his mind off current events, Hammerlock joins the Vault Hunters in tracking down the creature. Once encountered and killed, the Vault Hunters use the kite to melt the ice and make their way to Eleanor's ship. After fighting their way through countless bonded, the Vault Hunters, Gage, and DT eventually reach the shard of Githian's heart. Gage has the Vault Hunters install the shard into DT. However, to use it, he has to overcharge himself using the ship's reactor. This causes the reactor to go critical, which the Vault Hunters attempt to stop before pulling the panic switch. DT then falls to the ground as another one of the Bonded's most powerful attacks the Vault Hunters. During this fight, DT comes back to life to help the Vault Hunters, with the shard making him far more powerful than before. Directly after this, Wainwright begins to be pulled to the heart of Githian, which has the Vault Hunters chasing after him. At the heart, Eleanor and the heart itself work as one, while the Vault Hunters fight to keep Wainwright from Eleanor's clutches. In the end, both sides get their wish. Vincent is freed following the destruction of Githian's heart. Though it's only for a moment, both he and Eleanor get to be together one last time before they both pass away. This causes their rings to lose their power, which inspires both Wainwright and Hammerlock to get married without hesitation. With the Vault Hunters officiating and using the rings forged from Githian's heart, Hammerlock and Wainwright eternally seal their love. Spurred by the Jacobs Corporation's involvement long ago, the citizens of Gehenna have found themselves in an eternal struggle between the freedom of chaos and the safety of order. The former is spearheaded by a group known as the Devil Riders, who believe in freedom through domination, that those strong enough to take power have the right to use it however they please. Opposing them is the town of Vestige, the haven of order on Gehenna. For decades, war between these factions have ravaged the planet, though not as much as Jacobs before it. In a last-ditch effort to make peace, the Sheriff of Vestige would enact a final declaration of war. He would place a handful of bounties upon the heads of the most bloodthirsty Devil Riders. In response to this, the Vault Hunters sought out Gehenna, where they would unknowingly encounter the most devilish rider of them all. On Gehenna, the Vault Hunters immediately meet with a woman named Rose. Unaware of her intentions, they would help her fight her way to the town. However, just before entering, she would split from their group, promising to meet with them later. Once in the town, the Vault Hunters make their way to the saloon where they get into a brawl before it's broken up by the sheriff. They are then escorted by the sheriff to a seemingly dormant egg that serves as the centerpiece of the town. But just as the Vault Hunters reach it, Devil Riders, led by their leader, Rose, attack the town. The Vault Hunters frantically run around the town trying to defend it, but after they return to the sheriff, they witness Rose kill him. Afterwards, she has the Devil Riders teleport the egg, as well as herself, to an unknown location. At this point, the Vault Hunters try to revive the sheriff, but it's too late. The only thing they can do now is take his badge and gun, as well as honor his final words, which were to find a woman named Juno. After talking to Juno, she points them to a Devil Rider hideout in a place called the Ashfall Peaks. At the Ashfall Peaks, the Vault Hunters meet with a man named Titus, who gives them a device that allows the Vault Hunters to use the abundance of Coron Gehenna to their advantage. They then travel to a Devil Rider stronghold where they kill Torment, obtaining a key to a secret room. Inside this room, they find a crater where the egg had once been, as well as proof that it's the egg of the Ruiner. The Vault Hunters take this proof back to Juno, but before they can properly talk, Devil Riders invade the town once more. After saving the town, Juno has a chance to clear the air, where she reveals that she used to be a Devil Rider called the Hatchet. This is the reason why she's hesitant to become the town's new sheriff, though even the old sheriff knew she was more than capable of doing the job. After learning of Juno's past, the Vault Hunters are sent to the Obsidian Forest to meet with a woman named Oleta. The Vault Hunters help Oleta with her core experiments before encountering a train belonging to the Devil Riders. Knowing nothing good could come of it, the Vault Hunters derail the train. However, this attracts some unwanted attention from a giant Bellic that the Vault Hunters eventually manage to kill. Afterwards, they meet with Juno, who states that to open the egg, Rose must be planning to use some serious firepower. To stop her, they travel inside an old Jacob's launch facility where they fight the Quartermaster. However, even with their success, the Vault Hunters are too late. With the bomb detonated, Rose could awaken the Ruiner at any moment, though the Vault Hunters had some business to settle in Vestige before they could go after her. After defending the town from the final onslaught of Devil Riders, the Vault Hunters would travel to Ground Zero, where they would face off against Rose. With her defeat, she would awaken the Ruiner, which the Vault Hunters would also eventually kill. Afterwards, they would travel back to Vestige, where the story of the Vault Hunters on Gehenna would become nothing short of a legend. In all his time wandering Pandora, Krieg had only wished one thing: for his fractured mind that had been split between sane and psycho to be whole once more. But as is often with broken people, it would take something of grand scale to push him to make the ultimate decision towards self-growth. For Krieg, this event would be the death of Maya, a tragedy so severe that he would do something he'd never done before. A final Hail Mary to mend his fractured mind and wounded heart. Krieg would allow his friends to help. Tanis would be the first to jump to his aid, as studying a psycho and helping a friend was something she couldn't pass up. She would somehow find a way to create a physical manifestation of Krieg's mind, which she would then place in a psychologically neutral section of space. But as it was far too dangerous for her to traverse Krieg's unpredictable mind alone, she would ask the Vault Hunters for assistance. After arriving at Krieg's mind, the Vault Hunters would first survive Psycho Krieg's attacks before being introduced to a portion of Krieg's mind that holds his sanity. Here, the Vault Hunters would talk to both Sane and Psycho Krieg, finding that what they both wanted was to be rid of each other. However, to do this, they must first find a mythical place that all psychos share in common, an abstract location called Valhalla. To get there, the Vault Hunters must travel through Krieg's mind to find three pieces of a statue: a Buzzaxe, a gauntlet, and a mask. First is the Buzzaxe, which the Vault Hunters find by traveling through memories of Krieg's time fighting the children of the Vault. In the end, the Vault Hunters fight Psycho Krieg's manifestation of Lilith, who he assumed thought he was too unpredictable. After defeating her and collecting the Buzzaxe, Sane Krieg shows Psycho Krieg what his friends really thought of him, that they didn't see him as an unhinged monster, but as an equal, who they were all proud to call a friend. After returning the Buzzaxe to the statue, the Vault Hunters would travel to another section of Krieg's mind to retrieve the gauntlet, a section that was almost entirely dedicated to Maya. After traversing this part of his mind, the Vault Hunters would reach Locomobius, a manifestation of the fear Krieg felt the first time he and Maya met. After defeating it and collecting the gauntlet, Sane Krieg would show his psycho counterpart the truth of that first encounter, that she was the first person who had actually given them a chance, and even with her gone, they don't have to abandon the hope that she gave them. With the gauntlet returned to the statue, the mask was all that remained to enter Valhalla. Unfortunately, the mask was in a place that Krieg had never wanted to return to, the final part of his mind that held the memories of his painful past as a Hyperion guinea pig. While traveling through this section of Krieg's mind, the Vault Hunters learn of his origins as a psycho. After they do so, Psycho Krieg is able to cope with what had happened and put it behind him for good. The Vault Hunters then collect the mask and travel back to the statue to return it. With all 3 pieces fixed to the statue, the gate to Valhalla is unlocked. As the Vault Hunters travel inside, they find it holds the most potent piece of Krieg and all the other Psychos' minds, an unrelenting rage that manifests itself as the Psycho Reaver. After a long fight with Krieg's rage, sane Krieg is given a final choice: split from his psychotic counterpart, or sacrifice his agency so they can become whole again. Even with all that has happened, with all the trouble Psycho Krieg has caused, sane Krieg decides that he's been looking at this all wrong. Psycho Krieg isn't the bad guy. For as much as he denied it, the truth is that it's not a matter of good or bad, right or wrong, sane or psycho. Each of them have flaws, and only together can they overcome them. With the Calypso's dead, and many of the loose ends around the Borderlands tied, the Vault Hunters would find themselves at their journey's end. It's not entirely clear whether or not they would split up, or if possibly new challenges would appear, bringing them together for a final time. But regardless, their acts would change the state of the Borderlands forever, bringing an era of peace that had not been felt in a very long time. Nearly a year after the disappearance of Lilith, an unknown group of outcasts on Promethea would find themselves struggling to achieve their individual goals. Anu, an Atlas scientist, would be called into Reese's office after releasing a group of test animals from captivity. Octavio, her street-wise brother, would attempt to find his big break by assisting an assassin bot named Louis, fulfilling one of his contracts. Fran, a rageful frozen yogurt shop owner, would begin serving her customers despite the massive hole in her store caused by Malawan's laser. In Reese's office, Anu attempts to test her new Siren replication device to prove to Reese her work is valuable to Atlas. She then uses it on his robot assistant named Timmy, and even though it is successful, Reese still ends up firing her. Reese is then contacted by Susan Caldwell, the CEO of Tediore, directly before Tedior's invasion of Promethea. As Tediore invades, Anu is able to escape using an escape pod, which takes her from Atlas's space station to Promethea's surface. Meanwhile, Octavio finds himself confronted by a squad of Tediore troops, which he takes down with the help of his friends. Afterwards, he finds a sentient Tediore weapon named Rock, which he uses to get him and Louis to safety before discarding it. They then meet up with Fran at her frozen yogurt store before more Tediore troops find them and blow up the store with a grenade. After landing on Promethea, Anu travels to Fran's store where she is knocked out by the explosion. Once awoken, she travels inside to find the group mostly fine, though they are a little shaken up. After conversing, Reese contacts Anu, asking her to retrieve a vault key that Tediore took from him. To get the key, they travel to the vault using a sewer entrance beneath Fran's shop. On the way, they are confronted by a Tediore soldier who only allows them to pass after they beat him in a game of Vaultlanders, a turn-based figurine combat game developed by Marcus. Once near the vault, they see a group of guardians kill the Tediore soldiers holding the vault key, which they then take. Once at the vault, they travel inside where they encounter the Devourer. After miraculously managing to kill it, the vault monster comes back to life thanks to a strange shard embedded in its tongue. After managing to freeze its tongue, they break the shard from the monster's body. Anu catches the shard, which causes her body to seize and her eyes to glow green. She then uses her siren gun to shoot the monster, sending it to wherever Timmy went as well. The group travel back to Fran's store, where they discover the shard has incredible healing properties by shooting each other multiple times. Afterwards, Octavio comes up with the brilliant idea to turn Anu's siren gun into a healing gun with the use of the shard. They finish the prototype for the healing gun by using various random objects found around the store, but to make money off of it, they decide to take their invention to an investment show called Sink or Swim. There, they sabotage another contestant's invention, which gets him killed. Anu then attempts to show off their healing gun, though it doesn't go as planned and Fran is forced to save her. Afterwards, the group is informed that they have been awarded an investment by an angel investor. After traveling back to Fran's store, they talk about starting up their business. Octavio tasks himself with finding a new HQ, while Fran finds staff and Anu gets research supplies. Anu then travels to a morgue where the Keeper traps her in a coffin to collect the bounty Tediore had placed on her head. After punching the coffin exactly 1,000 times, Anu is able to escape. Meanwhile, Octavio ends up spending almost all the money by unknowingly buying Fran's shop instead of an actual lab. Fran finds staffing, though it's just a stripper who works at a nearby club. After meeting up, they find that they have made no progress at all. Luckily, their investor doesn't seem to mind, as they invite them to attend a party. At the party, they end up splitting up, where Octavio goes to a VIP lounge, Anu goes to a lab, and Fran goes to a replica of her store. In their respective locations, they are tricked into imprisoning themselves, where they are then confronted by their angel investor, which ends up being Susan Caldwell. She then drags them out onto a stage, where she performs a live demonstration of Tediore's newest weapon, a device that uses the healing shard as well as its harmful counterpart to power a device that first kills, then revives people. Do this enough times, and it becomes a powerful weapon for control. Susan reveals that while powerful at the individual level, Tediore is going to use it to influence entire planets. But before she can finish her demonstration, the healing shard embeds itself in Anu. While Fran is taken back to the replica of her store and Octavio is sent to a cell, Anu is taken to a lab, where Tediore attempts to cut the shard from her body. During this, Anu begins to speak with the shard itself in her mind. The shard then talks with her as she realizes that in her ambition, she had pushed people away, but that it's never too late to fix it. Meanwhile, Octavio manages to use Brock to break free of the cell, and Fran kills a group of guards to escape. They both manage to meet up and find the location of the lab where Anu is being kept. There, they find Anu fully awake, and together attempt to find Tediore's plan to control the weapon. After confronting Susan, she demonstrates the weapon by using it on Promethea. Anu is then grabbed by a robotic arm and is reunited with the other half of the shard. This causes her to become Anahantium Anu, a godlike being with the ability to seemingly manipulate reality itself. Twisted by the shard's influence, she immediately uses this power to kill Susan. Afterwards, using it to kill anyone in the universe who has ever killed someone before. However, a few minutes later, Octavio manages to help Anu resist the power of the shards, and everyone she had killed returns to normal. The shard then disconnects from Anu, thanks her for making it whole again, and flies off into space. Over the next year, the group would found a consulting company to help, as Reese puts it, heal the corporations from the inside out. Meanwhile, Fiona, in search of the Anahantium, learns the story of the group and realizes that the shard, which had embedded itself inside Timmy, was headed for a place called the Gladius Nebula. From this point, the future of the Borderlands remains uncertain. Will the Crimson Raiders travel across the galaxy in search of the Anahantium, or will Nereid's prophesied seventh finally emerge? What threats will the universe face next, and will they bring about the Watcher's prophesied war? Only time will tell. Yet, amidst the potential threats and looming uncertainty, one thing remains true. No matter the challenge, there will always be those who rise up to face it. A faction of explorers who, against impossible odds, have managed to topple tyrants and slay the invincible. They are known by a simple name, one that transcends trivial things like race, gender, shape, or size. They are Vault Hunters, those who will fight until the very end to defend the Borderlands. I want to start off by saying thank you for watching the video. This was by far the biggest project I've done on this channel so far, and the main reason for that is because 6 months ago, when I was just starting to work on this, I had never fully played a Borderlands game. But the reason I made this was because I wanted to see if I could go from knowing nothing to having a complete understanding of a franchise's story, something that will come in handy for a much bigger project planned for next year. But that aside, I wanted to assure you that I'm already in the process of making more timelines, as well as other videos this year, that are just as in-depth, but aren't as lengthy, at least compared to this. I even plan on venturing outside of gaming for one of those videos, which I'm super excited for. If you want to be among the first to know what those are, and maybe even decide the order they release, consider becoming a member. There are tons of benefits, and as the channel gets bigger, I'm only going to be adding more, so this is a great time to jump in. Speaking of members, I wanted to shout out a few of them that I see regularly interacting with the channel. So genuinely, thank you to Yeezendor21, RJ, Vanish Hero, Skylar Oglivy, Tipsy, Entropy Law, Pedro, I Forgot My Sandwich, Shane Padilla, Brenton Anderson, Hunter, Matei Bradascu, Ian Barlow, and the GOAT, Ashton McPherson, who's a moderator over at the Overused Bro Discord. Again, thank you guys so much for supporting the channel. It actually means the world to me, and if you want to do that as well, there's as always a link in the description. With that out of the way, a final thank you to those who simply watched the video. I hope you found it entertaining, and I hope you'll stick around to see more, because trust me, there's a lot more to come.
The universe of Cyberpunk is one filled with incredible technology, grand leaps in space exploration, and outstanding human innovation. However, alongside that comes a ton of corruption within corporations and governments, grand-scale warfare like the world has never seen, and financial crashes that saw people all over the world lose their homes, forcing them to live out within the countrysides of their countries. For almost 200 years, humanity had taken one step forward in becoming a great society, but yet 3 steps back when it came to international relationships. And even to this date in 2077, corporations still run the lands, governments are still corrupted, and gang warfare is rampant among the streets, especially within Night City. But what happened over these 200 years or so? What was going on around the world in terms of politics and war? Who were the important figures within these events? And how did we get to this point now in 2077, going into 2078 and the 80s? Well, in today's long video, we will be looking at everything from the origins of Arasaka to the nuclear holocaust of Night City, and even how we got to this stage in cybernetics. But before we get to the title card, there are some facts that I have missed out within this, like the birth of some corporation owners, because to be quite honest, they don't fully add any really interesting information to the overall story, and if I added them, this would be about 10 hours long. But for now, these are the significant events from all of the cyberpunk timeline, from the 19th century up until 2077. Our story of the cyberpunk timeline all starts with one man named Sasai Arasaka, born within the mid to late 1800s, with some documents stating 1859. Not much is known about Sasai apart from the fact that he grew up within Tokyo, Japan, and during his late teens would join the Imperial Japanese Army, becoming so recognizable for his skills that he would go on to be promoted to captain just before he would go on to retire from the army. After leaving the army, Sasai would go into the business industry and become just a standard worker within some companies to learn the ropes, and eventually became a businessman of his own. But many saw him as being extremely ruthless, maybe because of his army training, but they would label him as a shrewd businessman within Tokyo, and quickly became extremely experienced within the industrial companies he worked in. By 1900, that fierce businessman would go on to meet the love of his life, Yu, and 5 years later would go on to marry her, helping Sasai Arasaka to become known as a proud businessman and family man. After this coming together, Sasai realized he wanted to fulfill his life ambition of forming his own industrial company, and through his sheer will and religious beliefs finally went about doing it, creating the Arasaka Company, which would go on to become one of the more successful wartime manufacturing companies in Imperial Japan. As the First and then Second World War came about, Arasaka took full advantage of this and supplied all of the military with some of the latest and greatest weaponry and equipment. After the end of World War I, Sasai had gained a lot of reputation for his work with Arasaka, and not only that, would go on to have a child in 1919 with Yu, that they would go on to name Saburo Arasaka. As war broke out again, Arasaka once again started supplying the Imperial Army with armaments, but Sasai near the end of the war could sense it was going to go badly for Japan, and because of it, he would diversify his holdings around the world, allowing him and his family to continue to hold their wealth for the many years to come. During the time of World War II, however, Sasai's son Saburo would be sent into the conflict himself, but as 1942 came about, Saburo would be heavily wounded whilst on his mission escorting a flight of Japanese G4M Betty bombers out of Rabaul Island. During this mission, Saburo would be hit by several bullets that hit the cockpit of his plane and shattered his left arm, driving splinters of perspex and metal into his left eye and skull. Saburo would be labelled as being in a critical condition, being unable to really stay conscious for long, but amazingly, Saburo regained control of his plane whilst being in a horrific state, patching himself up to the best of his ability, and flew back 560 miles to report back to his commander. But despite his heroics, his commander and the Japanese army saw Saburo's wounds as being far too serious for him to continue on in his war career, and told him that he was damaged and beyond use, discharging him from the army for good. This would absolutely devastate Saburo as he looked back on those events wishing that he in fact died in the sky with honor, instead of being a broken man walking the earth with no ambition. With this news, Saburo headed back to his home within the Arasaka family compound and spent days, weeks and months looking back at what had happened. As this continued on, Saburo would witness Japan losing more and more ground, and eventually on the day that Japan surrendered, Saburo was filled with hatred. He had defended this empire for years, and now they had given up. And Saburo also felt like this was a sign that maybe he too should give up. With this news, Saburo would contemplate his existence, and just before the act, he would suddenly have an epiphany and a vision. He would see the actions of his father Sasai, and had accumulated millions of assets all over the world in many different countries. For Saburo, this would one day be all of his to control, and with it, he also saw Japan rising from the ashes of their humiliating defeat, and would one day become an economic powerhouse. He knew that one day he would be at the forefront of all of this, and could use the nation's power to dominate the world politically and economically. With this vision, Saburo lowered his sword and came back to reality. Saburo was now a new man with a new ambition, and his wartime past was never to be spoken of ever again. As the years went on, Arasaka continued to grow all over the world with their funds still untouchable, with now Saburo helping their growth. As the year of 1960 came about, the 101-year-old Sasai would breathe his last breath and left the world, leaving behind everything he had created. Saburo would go on to inherit everything built over the 40 years Sasai had been CEO. Taking the title Sasai used to own, Saburo would help the company grow even further, expanding it from a simple manufacturing company by opening the Arasaka Bank division. A decade after this, after being in power for a little bit, Saburo went on to create a new part of Arasaka, a darker part to the corporation. This being the Arasaka Security Division, which would be used by Saburo to fulfill any undercover black operations that could help the Arasaka brand grow even further. What those operations were, no one knows, but they absolutely helped this company grow going into the 1970s. And this was certainly to help Saburo's vision for how he wanted Japan and Arasaka to help take over the whole of the world like he saw originally in his vision. By 1980, Saburo finally settled down and had a wife and child at the age of 61. The reason for having a child was simple. He needed someone to pass his legacy to when he died, and that was to pass on to their first child, Kai, a boy who he had spent a lot of time to help him become the future ruler of their corporation. But sadly, at the same time, Saburo's wife tragically died soon after Kai's birth, but it is unknown why. But for Saburo, it didn't seem to bother him too much, as he would go on to quickly remarry a few years years later. As the Arasaka Corporation was growing throughout the decades since the start of the century, it would seem like Saburo's ambition for world domination was going to come to fruition one day, and his father's company was going to be at the forefront of Japan's uprising. However, in the year of 1988, little did Saburo know that a boy would be born under the name of Robert John Linder within College Station, Texas, and when coming to full adulthood in the future, would be one of the primary people that would see the downfall of everything Saburo Arasaka had built in his years as CEO. This individual would go on to be later named Johnny Silverhand, but for now, understandably, this would mean nothing to Saburo. It was just another child to add to the billions of non-Japanese individuals Saburo couldn't care less about. What he might have been keeping an eye on at this period of time, however, was the political landscape of the world. In the year of 1989, a new group was forming within the United States behind the back of the president. This group had been around since the end of World War II and were a part of the whole Cold War situation, with these individuals investigating Soviet Union individuals and groups that might go against their country. When the Soviet Union went on to crash within 1989, ending the Cold War officially, a weird tension started to form between both America and the whole of Europe, with Europe coming together to solidify itself against any further threats, creating their own group named the European Economic Community, or EEC. But with this formation, America saw it as their biggest threat, thinking the EEC would be able to overpower them economically and politically, winning over all of America's allies and enemies. This triggered the shadow group of the Gang of Four to take shape, trying to find a way to make it so America could find a way to gain power back once again, using anything necessary, and not having to worry about what the President or Senate thinks. This Gang of Four would consist of members from the NSA, CIA, FBI, and DEA, utilizing their contacts from all other countries that were still on their side. But before things could kick off even further, the 1980s had come to an end and political tension was at an all-time high between Europe and America. For Saburo Arasaka, his wealth and power was still growing by the day, and for him, he could just sit back, relax, and watch the rest of the world tear itself to shreds and reap the benefits from it. This was certainly a good plan, because heading into the next decade is where it all started to kick off, and saw the fall of some of the biggest countries in the world. The world had now gone into the 1990s and Europe and America were at each other's throats, all thanks to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Some positives were coming out of this turn of the decade, however. In 1991, the Eurospace Agency, or ESA, fully set up on its mission to venture further into deep space, partnering with the Pan-African Alliance, who would go on to help them construct the mass driver in the future, essentially a space catapult that would be located on Mount Kilimanjaro. Over in the corporation of Biotechnica, located within Italy, they would go on to produce a resource that would revolutionize the world in the future. This product came at the best time within 1991, as the world was eventually going to go through a huge energy crisis with fossil fuel running extremely low, as well as the cost it put on the environment. Here, Biotechnica created the fuel known as CHOOH2, which was a man-made alternative to fossil fuels, and with it now being in development stages, it would go on to change the world forever, becoming the standard fuel all around the world eventually in the 21st century. The response was so positive that Biotechnica's board of directors sold the license to 14 other manufacturers around the world, but saying that Petrochem would eventually go on to be the main supplier, owning 60% of it due to how much land they had to grow the yeast needed for production of the fuel itself. On top of all of that, the EEC fully launched the Euro market and the Euro dollar, which would come to fruition within 1992, something that still to this day in 2077 lives strong. Over within the United States, a successful businessman known as Richard Knight was concerned about how the world was shaping out. The future energy crisis was causing many to become angry and start riots. The tension in Europe was reaching a boiling point, and all round Richard Knight was becoming more worried about what was to come in the near future. Knight believed he was the only one to do something about it, and due to his sheer wealth, he really could. Looking to create something positive, Knight went on to found Knight International to help gain enough resources to achieve his utopian dream of a brand new city named Coronado City. This city was to be completely controlled and ultimately kept safe from the rest of the warring world around them. It would be self-sufficient and capable of holding off even the most determined criminals, bringing about neighborhoods that showed off all of the different types of nationalities and cultures within the modern world, as well as housing a super modern corporate center that would stand out and shine as a beacon of enlightened capitalism. This plan was overly ambitious but certainly doable, as he would go on to purchase the land within the Del Coronado Bay, and the time was perfect as the world was only getting worse from this point on. By 1992, things had gotten even worse between the two of the EEC and America, as the EEC went behind America's backs and started providing humanitarian and financial aid towards the failing Soviet states, meaning the Soviet Union's collapse was essentially going to be fixed and actually saved by their warring neighbors. On top of that, the EEC also publicly started a friendship with the USSR and asked them to adopt their new currency, that was the euro dollar, instead of the US currency, which they were being forced to adopt. Not only that, but other European countries such as East and West Germany saw the EEC as being a true powerhouse to be a part of, and now putting their differences aside, would join the EEC as just Germany. And as well as that, they would withdraw from NATO, believing that American military aid was completely obsolete now. The Gang of Four, who was essentially in control of the US at this point, knew they had to do something if they were to regain control on the situation. They were losing so much power compared to the EEC, who were even making massive developments in space exploration at this point, and as a result, without any authority, started using espionage and stock market manipulation to undermine the EEC's overwhelming influence and to boost the US's. This would go on to include directly hacking into the European and Asian stock markets, changing the value of their stocks, bonds and currency, as well as sabotaging military and diplomatic talks between the USSR and the EEC. This whole event would be named as the Quiet War and would have horrific effects on quite a lot of the world. France and Great Britain was some of the worst hit within Europe itself, as they would suffer massively from a period of economic turbulence, which resulted in mass labour uprisings and major general rioting. Within South Africa, not only was apartheid still in operation, but the whole country would fall for very unknown reasons. However, some sources would state it was due to a horrific genocide, most likely thanks to the dip in global economy caused by the Gang of Four, matched with the horrible tension thanks to apartheid. For the US, despite putting the world in a horrific economic crisis thanks to their actions within the stock market, the Gang of Four had their eyes set on South America, more specifically the drug trade going on within the central countries there, as well as the ownership of the Panama Canal, whose treaty had just expired. Almost immediately, the US went on to send military forces to Panama to take over the canal, citing it was a national defense issue, linking it to the drug crisis that was plaguing the world apparently. Behind the scenes within the Gang of Four, the DEA started making its own plans to hit these drug lords within South America and created artificial plagues to be launched into the selected countries. However, with the release of these plagues that were to curb the drug industry, it only brought about a struggle for resources, bringing about drug cartels fighting one another in a power struggle. At this same time, however, the governments of Chile, Ecuador and Afghanistan would all go on to collapse, possibly due to the change in the economy, or once again the actions of America and the Gang of Four. Whilst the war was happening out within the Central American countries involving American troops desperate to gain control over the Panama Canal, New York City was suddenly and unexpectedly hit by a tactical nuke that was set off in the center of the city in 1993. This huge blast went on to kill 15,000 people, officially at least. However, the unofficial figures are much higher. The group responsible for this were the Colombian drug lords who were wanting revenge for America's attack on Bogota, Colombia. This attack went on to absolutely destroy some vital landmarks such as the World Trade Centers and the Rockefeller Center, and sent Manhattan into one large combat zone with no authority able to control it whatsoever. There were plans for fully rebuilding this iconic city. However, this plan never saw fruition due to events that were just emerging around the corner. Out within East Los Angeles in 1992, a family was starting to emerge into its own unique group. This was all thanks to the hard work of one family member named Juan Albacado, a young migrant who wanted to make sure his family never had to worry about finances, violence or drugs that were destroying the worlds around them. Juan did everything he could. He would attend college, being the first of his family to do so, receiving his engineering degree, and with it would enter the defense industry to try and acquire as much money as he possibly could to provide for his family. Sadly, doing this job wasn't enough though, as he would have to work within general grocery stores just to ward off collectors, and even sell his own home just to be able to buy enough food. Despite everything he did, Juan eventually had to move his whole family down into cheaper neighborhoods, eventually setting them up in the city's worst slum out there. Whilst there, Juan urged his son and daughter to stay in school to be fully educated and to live the best lives they could. However, sadly, just before her 17th birthday, Juan's daughter would be killed in a car accident. This destroyed Ramon, Juan's son, who immediately dropped out of school and would go on to join the Red Dog gangs after falling for a Filipino girl who was part of them. But this did not last long either, as Ramon got caught up in a failed robbery attempt on his 19th birthday and was shot to death. At the scene of where it happened, Juan, in front of all of the police and the media, ranted on every network about how the world is filled with jackals and vultures who make a living out of the suffering of millions of the poor. This whole event would allow the people to recognize the image of this angry, grieving Juan Aldecado, and that year in 1993, the Aldecado clan that Juan had brought together would be removed from LA to fend for themselves out within the wildlands of America, most likely due to Juan's outburst on national television. During this same point, America was still at war against the drug lords and countries of Central America, but at the helm of their government was the new 42nd President, James Richard Allen, who would bring about a new era for the country. For Richard Knight, his project within Del Coronado Bay was finally beginning as Coronado City started construction, funded by Knight himself, alongside partners Merrill, Asukaga and Finch, Petrochem, Euro Business Machines, and Saburo's Japanese powerhouse corporation, Arasaka, who all loved this idea of this capitalist utopia in the heart of America. This construction would be held by the newly forming nomad clans who were starting to see their country was in financial trouble, with many of them starting to lose their own jobs, and some being the survivors from New York City. Realizing that Coronado City needed more land than originally planned and what the bay actually had, the partnership leveled the surrounding hills and dumped them into the ocean. This allowed them to reshape the land to exactly what they needed, reshaping the harbor area, making it capable of porting the large ships carrying all of the materials needed for the construction of their metropolis. In other parts of the world, starting with Russia, the new ruler of the still functioning and European invested Soviet Union took office, that being Andrei Gorbachev, and would go on to change the Soviet Union into the new Union of Sovereign Soviet Republics, a free trade zone that united the sovereign republics similar to the EEC, but with its own army and foreign policies. Not too far away within Australia, the new government put in new modern forward-thinking plans to recognise the Aboriginal people and reinstate them with their original lands. However, by 1994, the corporations dominated within that area of the world would start putting pressure on the new government, forcing them to fully abandon all of those plans of recognising the Aboriginals and instead give the land up for the corporations so they could bring in money into their economy and allow the corporations to expand even further. Within Europe, things were still heating up, however, with many countries who did not want to join the EEC or were having their own financial troubles. Poland, for example, reached the boiling point in 1994, with riots taking place all over, causing the Polish government to also go into martial law. In the UK, more protests were still going ahead, as well as martial law was still in effect over there as well, forcing some of the royals, more significantly Sarah Ferguson, who had just divorced her sweaty Nazi husband Prince Andrew, into leaving the country completely and going on to live within Texas in the US, along with her daughters. For Saburo Arasaka and his new wife Makiko Arasaka, they were going to also give birth to another member of his family, that being Yorinobu Arasaka, who was born on the 8th of September 1995 and would later become Saburo's true heir to all of his wealth and status. Whilst it looked like the world was going through a lot of change on its own, things within the US were about to get 10 times worse for the people living there, as the stock market crash of 94 was about to happen. This whole event, named simply as the crash of 94, was all thanks to the actions back in the day where they would manipulate the stocks to try and get the upper hand on the EEC and the Asian markets. Eventually, the EEC would discover that the Gang of Four had organized this artificial inflation to promote the illusion of American wealth and leak the news to all of the world press. With news spreading of how security of the exchange rate had been undermined, the whole system fell under itself, and the US's economy completely destroyed itself. Countries all over the world started issuing instituted embargoes on the US and its trade, only adding to their pain, forcing many independent businesses to go completely bankrupt and millions of people to become homeless and jobless, roaming the streets to find any work they possibly could. This whole event became worse for the US and turned into the event known as the Collapse, which would take place in the year of 1996. The elderly were the first to be hit during this time, as all of their pensions and investments would be completely wiped out, leaving them with no money or property to live in. Pretty much all of the elderly at this point had no other options. They were all homeless, and most went to live with their relatives, or on rare occasions were able to join back into the workforce. Violence was on the rise at this point as people started to panic about what was going to happen now that the stock market had fully collapsed. And as a result, many living on the streets would be killed by the riots or by just the elements. With the World Bank and the World Stock Exchange now gone because of this crash, the US had no one to borrow money from, meaning they could not print money quickly enough, meaning by the end of 1994, going into 1995, the dollar was almost worthless. With the rise in violence spreading all over America like a wildfire, it became evident to those in charge that their military reserves needed to be brought in, and because of it, the First Central American War came to an end, with the Gang of Four bringing back all of the military they could to help them deal with the anarchy on the streets. But despite having the military there to help them, they could not isolate the problematic areas. It was not just the less fortunate areas and neighborhoods, it was the whole country, and could not be isolated. Within Pittsburgh, for example, things got even worse for the public there, as a nuclear meltdown would take place there, killing 257 people and causing a massive surge of cancer rates within the area, reaching levels never seen before in the country's history. This turned the city into an absolute wasteland in need of desperate repairs. But before anyone could be hired into rebuilding it, it would be renamed as the Pit and would be host to another combat zone similar to New York City. However, unlike New York City, who had to cancel its rebuilding project thanks to the collapse, the newly formed Aldecado clan, run by Juan Aldecado, were hired to venture to the Pit to help rebuild it in the next coming years. During this collapse, a massive purge event took place all over America where criminal lawyers would be taken out, with many blaming them for what had happened to the country, or to just take out their rage on the group of people they believed to be nasty pieces of work anyway. Martial law officially took place after this event as the government saw how bad this whole situation was getting. This came to a head, literally, on the 17th of August 1996 as the President of the US would go on to be assassinated, with the Vice President Harold Harrison Hunt being killed as well. This left only one option left, that being the US Secretary of Defense Jonathan Seward, who would claim the presidency for himself as the Speaker of the House and the President pro tempore of the Senate declined to accept it for themselves, knowing exactly what was going to come from it. Gangs were popping up all over the place at this period of time, with Miami, Florida being the combat zone for years now, with the primary gang being known as the Bloods, the fiercest group out there, but now during the collapse were the ones holding it all together and welcoming people into their family, helping any struggling to survive, especially those from Caribbean, African American and Cuban South American cultures. The first booster gangs also started appearing at this point in time, a regular street gang whose members enhanced themselves massively with cybernetic technology. Nomad clans were also gaining in popularity due to how many people were out of a job and homeless, with the Aldecados becoming one of the largest nomad clans out within America. With tension rising more and more throughout all of the US mainland, the government decided to completely withdraw from Japan and Korea, bringing all of their resources once again into martial law to try and control the outbreaks happening all over. This could have also been tied to the fact that the Japanese government wanted to push through a new article titled Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution, which would outlaw war as a means to settle international disputes involving the state. This would have been the best thing for international relations. However, the problem arose thanks to Arasaka, who would go on to pay off many of the politicians within the government to vote against this article. And because of that plan, Article 9 did not go through, meaning Japan could go to war at any time they need it, which would make the US's withdrawal make more sense. In response to this, however, a lot of other corporations within Japan started realizing how much power and influence Arasaka held and knew they needed to hit back against them if they were to be free from their control. This would bring about the Far Asian Co-Prosperity Sphere Group, also known as FACS, brought together by various large and small Japanese corporations to counter Arasaka. At the start of 1997, things didn't get any easier for the world as a huge war took place within the Middle East between pretty much all of the nations in this region. This war would go on to be named the Mid-East Meltdown, as it was a conflict that was primarily nuclear-based and saw the absolute destruction of many countries in the region, turning them into radioactive sludge and glass-like fields, including the Arab Emirates, Chad, Egypt, Iran, Iraq, Israel, Libya, and Syria. The sheer force of all of the thermonuclear weapons hitting the land meant that radioactive fallout spread throughout all of the world, and for years on end would change the environment for the worst. This whole conflict ruined the US even further, destroying all of their military assets within Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, as they encountered a massive intelligence failure, meaning they couldn't pull them out in time. Not only that, but the oil prices would skyrocket because of the conflict, as the fossil fuel oil supply was completely cut in half. To make sure the US was protected going forward from this, they would go on to co-opt the entire island of Oahu to ensure the security of Hawaii and the rest of the nation. Back in Japan, the battle between FACS and Arasaka had started to emerge, using the Japanese government officials to try and put through policies that were beneficial to that specific group. By the end of that year, however, a new conservative yet anti-Arasaka government was formed, but with this election, many armed force members did not want to work for the new government, and instead Arasaka would go on to recruit a majority of them for the corporate forces and sent them to a training camp called Hokkaido, where they would be ready for when Arasaka was to come back fighting for power. Within Russia, a KGB uprising was taking place and was horrific, but sadly not much is known about the outcome, with the event only being labelled as the Nights of Fire. In the UK, tension was still extremely high, and this all got worse within August, as an extremely popular rocker boy, social activist and populist named James Manson was clubbed to death by British police whilst playing at an Amnesty International concert. This attack was due to the fact that Rockerboy Manson encouraged his audience to riot in a speech made before he went on stage. Now he had been killed, the people did just that and started a riot causing 500 more deaths, showing that the UK was really losing control over its people. And sadly, for the area in which the Coronado City was being built, California, their economy had been doing all right up to and during the collapse. However, in 1997, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed itself, joining the rest of the country in its financial problems. And on top of all of that, within the Pacific Northwest, a huge toxic spill would happen, which would cause mass panic within the area, with much of the sea life being wiped out. The worst part about this was that it completely destroyed the fishing industries within the area, causing yet again many people to lose their jobs and their livelihoods, making matters worse for America once again. As a result of everything that had happened, a formal investigation finally took place into what the Gang of Four had been up to in the lead of the First Central American War, as well as the crash of '94. With them being under the microscope, maybe finally the American people could find someone responsible, and with them behind bars could finally try and rebuild without being hindered. Similar justice was happening out within Japan, as an event called the Bald Hill Political Scandal went ahead, in which it found 60% of Japanese politicians were guilty of bribery charges, and in result were arrested for their crimes of corruption. But it wasn't all bad news during 1997, as humanity finally ventured into the stars with the purpose of expanding their home. It would be in this year that the first lunar colony would be founded that would be named Taicho. Full bases would be set up there with the latest greatest equipment that were all under the rule of the ESA. As part of this colony, ice would be mined for air and water. Plants would be brought in to create a viable ecosystem, and the mass driver they used to get there was to be used for future construction projects out within space. With this first ever colony being set up on the moon, a lot of people around the world saw it as a chance for humanity to expand and get away from the damaged planet they were currently on. As 1998 came around, a giant 10.5 earthquake would go on to absolutely decimate Los Angeles, causing 35% of the city to fall underwater, with over 65,000 people dying in the process. The Midwest didn't have it easier as they went on to experience horrific droughts that would destroy a large amount of crops, which would cause hundreds of farms to be completely wiped out, and once again leaving many homeless seeking out other opportunities over the rest of the country. Over within Kentucky, they would be hit by an extremely deadly group named the Ludds, a neo-Luddite group who would oppose all forms of modern technology, especially cybernetics. During the rise of this new group, they would go on to target this area, hitting it with a spree of bombings that would go on for over 10 years, with no one being able to stop them in their attacks. Really going to show that despite the acts of the government and military, no one could slow this wave of anarchy down. Back within the newly forming city of the Coronado City, planned out by Richard Knight himself, trouble was brewing. For a few years after the start of the construction of the city, Knight's life was frequently threatened by different parties such as the Mafia and the Yakuza, who at that period of time controlled all of the construction companies within the region. Seeing what Knight was wanting to do with the city, ruling out crime completely, multiple assassination attempts went ahead, with it escalating into sabotage and intimidation. Realizing he was in danger, Knight brought together his corporate partners to shut down these issues swiftly and ruthlessly. But despite all of this, on the 20th of September 1998, Richard Knight's luck had run out, as he was shot and murdered in his penthouse suite at the top of the newly constructed Parkview Tower. Sadness ran throughout the city as many saw what he was ultimately trying to do for not only this city, but for the world. And in response to his brutal death, the newly elected city council decided that Coronado City was to be renamed to Night City, to honor the great man and what he had set out to do all those years ago. And on top of that, plans had started to take place to create the intercontinental maglev system within the city, to allow it to have fast travel services to all of the other major cities around the country, really helping this city to become grand in scale and very renowned. Richard Knight's wife Miriam Knight also wanted to make absolutely sure after this event that her husband's primary goal to perfect the city was to be upheld, and to do this she would go on to set up the Knights Foundation to make sure the construction of Night City was kept to exactly what Richard wanted for all of those years. Big changes were also happening out within the rest of the world, especially in the Soviet Union, where a new state-funded oil company would be set up. Originally, Kerosov was the state-run oil industry who sat on vast fields of oil, but now they had become so influential that it was able to break away from the oligarchs of the Federal Central Committee and changed into the new company of Sovietsky Neftyanoy Kombinat, aka Neo-Soviet Oil Combine or Sovoil. Whilst this was a good thing for the oligarchs, they also realized that the oil they were sitting on would not last forever, and unfortunately they were also losing business thanks to the development of Biotechnica's CH00H2 fuel, which they did not have the rights to help their corporate growth. But for the UK, they probably had it the worst at this point, as riots and anarchy were still rampant over the whole country. Because of this, within 1999, the British monarchy was completely overthrown as the martial law authority, an anti-monarchist military dictatorship, assumed power and enacted a perpetual state of emergency. There was a response from the monarchy to fight back and take the country from this extremist group, with King Charles III leading the Royal Marines into battle against the MLA at Devonport. However, he would be killed within this battle alongside his dodgy brother Prince Andrew, meaning the line for succession had been hit massively, and it looked like for the UK, the monarchy was never going to come back again. By the end of the millennium, things were finally looking like they were going back to a form of normality for the US anyway. The economy was going back into a more stable state, and the violence was slowing throughout all of the country. Because of this, martial law officially ended within 1999, and alongside that, a new legislation was issued, which was called the Federal Weapons Statute. This legislation, issued by the Gang of Four, specifically the National Security Agency, was to officially govern the ownership, responsibilities, and punishment for all gun owners within the United States. Now put into action, the statute reduced rioting in urban areas across the nation by up to 30% and brought about far less chaos. It was finally a turning point for America, and maybe they could go back to building up their country once again. Out within Korea, however, this was the opposite, as both the North and South were back at war for the second time, with the South claiming the North had violated their airspace despite no foreign radar picking up any activity. As fighting waged raged on, there was death and violence all over the two countries, ruining both of their economies. However, for the corporations who were supposedly involved within this war, they would go on to see massive profits from it as they supplied both sides with military equipment. Arasaka, for example, made massive profits thanks to its product range called the Family Kabuto Personal Shelter, which sold in the thousands, proving that wherever war went, Arasaka profited massively from it. This wasn't the only bit of good news for Saburo, however, as within that same year he would go on to welcome his third child to the family, that being a daughter named Hanako Arasaka, who would be the third in line to the inheritance when Saburo died, bringing about a new era to the Arasaka family, and more room to expand their corporation when all three of the children were to reach maturity. The turn of the century was coming and the millennium was within sight, and many big changes were happening all over the United States and the rest of the world. Since the collapse in 1996, more and more nomads were rising around the country, with many people joining their communities. Two more of these communities would arise within 1999, and those were the Jodes, who used to be farmers from the Dust Bowl until they were decimated due to climate reasons, and now roam the lands looking for work, turning to Los Angeles on a salvage operation. The other nomad group to arise during this time were the Bloods from Florida, who ventured out under a new identity of a traveling circus, housing a lot of ex-members from the Disney Corporation. This group were going to be seen as some of the best entertainers around the world, and one of the most exciting nomad groups to be seen roaming the country. However, despite most of these nomad groups being pretty harmless during this time, only looking for work, one group was rising during this time that was causing a lot of panic and disruption for a lot of people. This group would be the Millennium Cult, who would start going around warning everyone that the end of the world was going to come about thanks to Y2K, and it was all because the world had embraced this new technology that was going to cause utter destruction. But despite these cries about the end of the world, Y2K would be fine for the remaining countries around the world, and the turn of the millennium was going to be absolutely fine. With that said, however, going into the 2000 wasn't going to get any easier for the US and the rest of the world, and in fact, whilst it didn't bring about the end of the world, this new millennium would only bring about more wars, more devastation, and the rise in corporate control. It was a brand new era, and unfortunately, America's life was only going to get worse from this point on. As the 2000s finally came around and the Y2K panic finally came to an end, the start of this new era really went well as a large space station started to go under construction to celebrate every human achievement made. This space station would be named the Crystal Palace and would be used by all the capable nations out there, whilst being owned by the ESA. This whole construction cost the ESA €7 billion, utilizing the mass driver that was set up on the lunar colonies to catapult materials to them. But despite the cost and risk, what they were going to get was going to be a legendary place that would be incredible to go to and visit if one could afford it. But sadly, that excitement of the Crystal Palace construction would be short-lived within America and Europe as a wasting plague started spreading throughout the lands. What was something that had started up in 1999 had turned into a horrific infection that would attack the intestines of its victims and made them starve to death no matter how much they ate. Eventually, Japan was able to fully fund a vaccine later in life and cure it once and for all. However, thanks to the ignorance of the Gang of Four, who couldn't care less about it, only focusing on the chaos going throughout the land, it was estimated that 14 million people were killed by this before a vaccine was finally administered to everyone. Once again, the climate did not slow down for parts of America as well, as firestorms took a hold of the northwest regions, destroying all of the farmland there, creating once again another food shortage and driving many out of their homes looking for work. At that same time, within the cities, more gangs were emerging, this time in the form of poser gangs, people who would try to emulate famous individuals to hide their true identity whilst committing crimes on the streets. One example of these was the poser gang named the Kennedys, who would biosculpt their bodies to look like the 35th President of the United States, John F. Kennedy, as well as the rest of his family. But as these poser gangs rose to prominence, the opposite was happening within the Millennium Cult, who on January 1st, 2000 concocted a series of horrific acts, with most of them being wiped out completely, ending their panic. But this would leave many in horror about how insane they really were. To the cult, they believed Y2K made the end of the world happen, and there was nothing worth living for now. They had entered the dreaded 2000s. Over in Berlin, however, the Millennium Cult took things a bit too far, and instead of taking their own lives, released a chemical attack out into the public, which would kill upwards of 19,000 people, forcing the government to take action against this horrific terrorist organization. After the first year of the new millennium had ended, when humanity went into 2001, another massive technological jump took place as the framework for the net was fully set up. This net was to be a vast network of telecommunications, enabling people all over the world to access all of the data they required at all times, and on top of that, allowed for other things like digital appliances and even cybernetic limbs to be worked on and updated regularly. Whilst the net was still in its construction phase during 2001, only having the WorldSat network being finalized, what the net offered was going to change the world forever, for good and sadly for a lot of bad. For a few years before the 2000s, a mega corporation known as Armatech Ucesi International began issuing the US infantry with the latest and greatest weaponry and equipment. For a good few years, this company grew more and more, helping America in its journey through the collapse of 1996 and onwards. However, when going into 2001, Donald Lundley became the new CEO to help push the megacorp into a new era, widening their arsenal and range of equipment to their paying customers. With his appointment, Lundley renamed the armament company to Militech, and with the change would go on to forge one of the largest corporations the world had ever seen. Over on the other side of the world, big change was going on within Australia during this point in 2001, as a new huge reform saw about the new Federal Republic of Australia. For the western part of the country, however, this did not sit right with them at all, and because of it split the country completely in two, with one wanting the ways of this new government and the other wanting the ways of the traditional Australia. As soon as the West declared their independence, they would then find a major backing from a nearby ally, that being Arasaka, who would embrace this new independent country and support them if the Federal Republic of Australia ever tried to take them back by force. Out within LA, the Jodes, who started their salvaging mission here within 1999, had finished what they had set out to do. But sadly, now without work, they desperately tried to acquire new construction contracts from someone, but no one had anything for them, as they would lose to the other nomad clans. Venturing back to their lands, however, the Jodes and many others out there within the country would witness once again another horrific crisis where crops from all over the world were hit by an unknown new virus. This virus took a hold of so many of the crops and caused an international food crash crisis in 2002. As people panicked about this during this year, the US were able to get through the worst of it by developing a counter-agent, allowing their food to be edible once again, ending what was a terrifying moment for the people of the world. Back over in Russia, more changes were being made, with Sovoil officially gaining enough resources to make itself fully independent from the USSR government and making itself a big competitor on the world stage. The move was so significant that it devastated the USSR's reputation, and as a result of this massive loss, Gorbachev went on to resign, taking the full brunt of responsibility for this huge loss for their economy. Alongside this, big reforms were also happening within the US, as word was starting to spread about what the Gang of Four had really been up to, and how they had started the First Central American War, as well as laid the groundwork for the crash of '94 and the collapse in 1996. But this was to quickly get pushed to the side, as the US found itself within a new but familiar war, fighting against the Central American countries once again. This war was started on the 15th of January 2003 by the Gang of Four once again. It would go on to invade Colombia, Ecuador, Peru and Venezuela in an attempt to distract them from what was going on at home, and to try and destroy the drug lords in the country once again, who they claimed were still a danger to the US economy, despite the fact that most drugs within America that came from these countries, mainly artificial design and narcotics, were advertised to the public saying "Buy American" and positively helped the economy. This was just an easy scapegoat for them. But this war was a horrific embarrassment for Americans, mainly due to the fact that they were fighting against troops who knew the ins and outs of their lands, and like with Vietnam, were overwhelmed by their guerrilla tactics. Not only that, but American involvement in these countries also affected the Eurocorps, and in response, the Europeans got involved as well, sending the latest weaponry and equipment, as well as employing some of the best neo-Soviet Union tacticians to help them fight them off. America responded to this by utilizing their latest invention of the AVs and their new super soldiers, soldiers known as the Cyber Soldiers, who would be sent in to take out their specific drug lords. This brought about a new form of warfare, utilizing air forces to dive into battle and use their cybernetics to take out the enemy. But whilst this war started kicking off within Central America for the second time, back at home, President Jonathan Seward, who was touring the country, would go on to be assassinated by an irate nomad who was actually an NSA operative working for the Gang of Four, allowing the gang to get a bit of breathing space once again. Saying that, however, one individual known as Tesla Johannesson, who would work for the World News Service, would not hold back from the discovery she made about the NSA and the Gang of Four, and would immediately expose it out into the world stage, allowing everyone to know what they had done to start the First Central American War. Whilst this was a massive blow for the Gang of Four, the war still waged on, and for the troops within it, they were suffering massively. For Robert John Linder, he would be sent out to Nicaragua to fight against the troops there, believing that he was defending his country. When in this conflict, however, John was injured on the floor and would be saved by his friend, who would sacrifice his life to save him. It was during this battle that the troops finally saw the news of what had been going on within their government, and they finally started to realize that they were fighting a corrupt war and quickly dropped their banners, deserting the military. The government tried everything to change this idea that they had lost control and launched an attacking propaganda campaign, turning the American public against the deserters. For John, he was one of the men who had given up on this war, seeing how corrupt it really was, and devastated that he had not only lost an arm in the conflict, but also a friend. Returning back home, John would head to Night City and stay within the Hotel Pistis Sophia for a whole month to reflect on what had happened. Now, with a changed perspective on the world, Robert John Linder would change his name to Johnny Silverhand, his last name representing the cybernetic arm that he had just installed to replace his missing one. Now, under this new personality, Johnny started his mission of rebellion to try and expose the corruption of the government and the corporations, and would go on to set up his rebellion band known as Samurai, which their keyboardist Nancy Hartley named after the huge sacrifice historical samurais would make in combat, willing to die for their cause even if it were immoral or just plain wrong. The band throughout 2003 would go on to play in various bars and clubs all over the city, such as Palladium, Destiny and Nexus, with their first gig being played within the Red Dirt Bar until one night in that year. After playing within Rainbow Condenser, the band would be approached by a massively recognizable Jack Masters, the head executive at Universal Music, and after speaking with them for 3 weeks, would sign Samurai to their record label, allowing them to record and release a wide variety of #1 hits such as Blistering Love, and going on tour around the world spreading their message about corruption to their passionate fans. Around this same time, the Nomad clans of the Jodes and the Aldecados were setting up their new lives and were prospering because of it. The Jodes went back to their old ways of agriculture after being unable to secure any construction contracts, whereas the Aldecados were able to secure construction contracts and started working within Mexico City, helping them rebuild what they had lost. This contract made the clan the biggest out there due to how much it paid and how much it helped them focus together. As the world went into 2004, sadly for Tesla Johannesson, she was going to be assassinated in Cairo, Egypt by NSA operatives, clearly as a result of her exposing their terrifying secret to the world. This event, however, would cause the US to forego a planned return to civilian government and would allow for 4 more years of martial law to control what was a rising tension between the public, government and Gang of Four. But things didn't slow down there, as a new war was beginning, but a war unlike anything ever seen before. This war would be named as the First Corporate War and would be between the factions of Euro Business Machines, Orbital Air and Zetatech. This war all came about as EMB tried to acquire the failing business of Transworld Airlines, but seeing how beneficial this company would be to Orbital Air as well, they too would also want to acquire it for themselves. With the two parties both trying to buy out this failing business, both would use questionable tactics to shut the other one down, with EBM hiring terrorists to kidnap Orbital Air's negotiation team. It quickly became evident that the two were doing anything they could to shut the other one down and ruin the business plans, and eventually Orbital Air hired Zetatech Technology Corporation to start a large-scale net attack against EBM. But EBM saw it coming and repelled their attacks completely, destroying all of of Zetatech in cyber warfare. After this, EBM went on the offensive, attacking the orbital air facilities, leading to a large war that included acts of terrorism, net attacks, piracy, corporate solo attacks, as well as using proxy soldiers from the Third World. As the war waged on, other big battles started taking place. The CIA and Army realized they needed to do something about the Gang of Four, more specifically the NSA, and launched a counter-coup on them, causing battles all over Washington, D.C. Most of the Gang of Four would be pushed out at this point. However, many still remained and escaped the prosecution of the CIA. Here, the remaining members would continue to hide in the shadows, with some joining large corporations rising all over the world, such corporations like Arasaka and Militech. Within the EEC, after hearing of what had happened within the Gang of Four during the '94 crash, went under some major changes, bringing about a major bureaucratic reformation to make sure everything went according to plan going forward. By 2005, things were happening all over the world. To start with, the cyber modem of the Cyberdeck was first invented, a device that would dramatically catapult the technological landscape of the world, allowing more roles to emerge, such as netrunners who would be able to control other people or passengers, utilizing the deck to interface with them when venturing into the net. These would also help going forward in battles and would bring about a new style of warfare for the militaries of the world. Luckily for both the EBM and Orbital Air corporations, they wouldn't have to worry too much about using this technology, as after two significant battles, Orbital Air were able to attack, breach and capture the main compound of EBM's CEO, Ulf Grunwalder, and forced him to surrender to Orbital Air, bringing about the end of the first official corporate war. This set a precedent going forward to the other corporations, making it clear that if they also housed a strong military and pit them against other corporations, they too could gain quite a lot from this very viable business practice. And now going forward into the late 2000s, many other corporations would certainly look at following in Orbital Air's shoes, taking what they wanted from others. Over in Night City, however, they had their own new problem that was in the form of the mob, who had started taking over all of the regions of the city after Knight's death. The NCPD during this time could not do anything about the rising combat areas forming all over the city, and by 2005 the mob officially dominated the land all around Del Coronado Bay. The mob's rule only took place thanks to the corporations openly stating that they only wanted to be within the city and wanted no part in ruling it at all. Now under mob rule, the city's government would be replaced by corrupt mob-selected puppets to do their bidding for them, even shoving out some of the largest corporations out there, such as the original partners of Petrochem and MA&F. It was a dark, corrupt time within Night City, and suddenly everything Richard Knight had envisioned was falling apart, and his wife's foundation set up to protect his legacy was ultimately useless now. But once again, for the rest of America, on the 5th of November 2005, the new president of the US, Henry Jacobi, would go on to be assassinated, with all evidence pointing to the corporation known as Mantoga Inc. Finding all of the evidence they could about the assassination, the corporation was given an ultimatum on the 17th of November to leave the USA completely within 4 days. But Mantoga refused all responsibility and ignored the ultimatum completely. This prompted the US military to move in on the corporation's facilities in an event labeled Operation Big Stick, allowing them to overrun all of the storage and factory facilities with troops, armor and artillery, and destroying every office they held with concerted air strikes, with one of the largest being within Chicago. 12 hours after Operation Big Stick had begun, most of Mantoga had been wiped out, with just the cleanup duties left to be done, including killing any and all Mantoga employees and operatives who had attempted to or had escaped the country. By the 3rd of April 2006, Operation Big Stick was officially closed as the last Mantoga Inc. administrator was assassinated in Bonn, Germany. This whole operation sent a message out to the corporations once again, specifically the ones on American soil. If they were to push the government too far, they would feel the wrath of the country and would suffer the same fate as that of the Mantoga Inc. corporation. During all of that over in Korea, the Second Korean War was coming to an end, as the North had its Chinese aid completely cut off, as the South would go on to run a bombing raid on the Subhuno Dam. With China unable to supply the North, the South Korean armies could invade the capital city of Pyongyang, which would last 3 days until finally Kim Jong-il was officially removed from power, ending the war in February 2005. With this war won for South Korea, they could claim all of the parts of the North and turn themselves into the United Republic of Korea, a new age in their history. The general responsible for their great victory, General Lee Yong-yoon, went on to be elected as the first president of this new country. However, almost immediately got himself into a massive controversial news story, as he was rumored of being in a close alliance with the corporation of Arasaka and Japan that was signed at the Royal Palace. However, these rumors never came to life, as within just a few weeks, Yi and many others would go on to be killed by a bomb blast that leveled the palace. This was also followed by General Yi's brother, Yi Hotong, being shot down in his F-16 by Korean Air Force pursuers as he tried to get to China. As the plane landed on Chinese soil, his body was never found, and why he was leaving there was left a mystery as well. Korea after this would go on to choose another national war hero as their new leader, the General Sang Jin Park, to help lead the new United Republic of Korea into a bright and positive future. A few other positive changes happened during this time for many individuals and corporations, starting within LA, who had their reconstruction project officially finished thanks to the many nomads who had came here for work. And now with all of it done, the nomads left in their droves to seek out other jobs either in construction or whatever was available. At the same time, another massive technological jump was revealed to the world as the first human clone was grown and was said to be a major success. This sparked great praise all over the world, as humanity was now able to start the development of artificial organs to one day be released to the general public, which would be a massive benefit for all the ex-soldiers who had lost limbs during the many wars that had been happening over the recent years. However, saying that, within 2006, the military started issuing their soldiers cyber limbs to help with their service, making them far superior within battle, but also making sure people could return to the front line even if they had both of their arms and legs blown off in combat. It was certainly a turning point for how soldiers were made and used to fight in wars of the 21st century. For those at home just trying to enjoy their everyday lives, they were in luck, as a brand new form of entertainment technology had been created that was named the brain dance. Thanks to implants put into the brain, this technology could record everything someone could see, hear and feel, and put it onto a disc for anyone to watch back and experience. This would allow others to be able to witness crimes to see what really happened on that day, experience sexual encounters they may not be so lucky to experience, and if someone really wanted to feel their odd fantasies, like Prince Andrew for example, they could be someone just before their final lights go out. This technology was huge on the public stage and really did bring about a new form of interactive entertainment for the public around the world, regardless of how weird it is. For the recently made independent corporation of Sovoil, they had been building a reputation throughout the years, manipulating the Soviet Central Committee, utilizing bribes and boosting politician popularity to ensure economic stability in the USSR. However, their biggest achievement was within 2006, when they were able to acquire the right to produce CH00H2 from Biotechnica, the alcohol-based fuel that was the solution to all of the world's energy crisis. With the rights to this, it would allow Sovoil to emerge even more into the global corporate scene and finally be able to challenge their competitors of Petrochem to be the largest fuel supplier in the world. But with recent news about Sovoil producing CH00H2, this did not sit right with Petrochem, as saw this as an opportunity to grab some of Sovoil's land for themselves. Petrochem went into this offering a partnership to receive partial drilling rights on Sovoil soil, and for a moment it looked like it was going to go ahead. However, just before they signed the document, Sovoil developed a brand new drilling technique, which meant their whole partnership was pointless, as their technology was now far superior than Petrochem's. As both left the negotiation tail with tensions running high, when the two expanded out into the South China Sea, that tension led to war, and the start of the Second Corporate War. Utilizing all of their militaries, diplomats, and resources, Petrochem struck first, blowing up a Sov oil platform, claiming it to be an act of revenge for how they had been treated on the public stage. Sov oil fought back and looked like they were in control of the war, but saying that, because of the endless battles, 75% of both of their oil facilities were lost within just a few weeks of the war. But regardless of this loss, neither army gave up and continued fighting into the next few years. Over in Hong Kong, after years of fighting between UK rule and now Chinese rule, a new horror was facing the people as racial pogroms started to spread throughout all of the land, really going to show that countries all around the world were reaching their ultimate boiling point. And funnily enough, despite causing so much pain over the years, the US was looking more like one of the calmer countries out there. Saying that, however, in 2008, America found themselves involved in another war despite still fighting within Central America, but this time in a new conflict up in orbit. This would be labeled as the Orbital War, where the US started attacking Soviet-owned space installations to try and gain the power and be the dominant force up in space. The surprise attack on the Soviet Mir-13 space weapons platform became the first ever spacesuit invasion in history. But this did not go without a fight, as the ESA got involved to defend their Soviet allies. This kicked off the war, which would only go on to last a total of 6 hours, but saw the destruction of over 40% of the world's Earth-to-orbit platforms and vehicles. Sadly for the people of Colorado Springs, that would be completely bombed from orbit using the Taicho mass driver, and the same happened within Australia's Northern Territory of Alice Springs, which went on to kill 25,000 people. As the war ended, it went down in history as the highest cost per hour in material destroyed and expended in history, with it being around 2.98 billion euro dollars per hour. Luckily for the Crystal Palace, it was too far away from the conflict, which allowed its construction to continue on throughout it. Back on Earth, a huge reform was happening within the US government that finally saw the end of martial law once again. Over in Night City, the Intercontinental Maglev project was finally complete, allowing the people within the city fast travel to many different locations all around the country. It just needed to be turned on at this point. Surprisingly, over in Taiwan, they would go on to fully break away from China and pledged a new alliance with Arasaka, giving them their full freedom. However, the main thing was, it gave Arasaka yet another plot of land to expand their ongoing growth, furthering Saburu's ambition to one day take over the whole world. For the Band of Samurai, 2008 was a dark time for them, however, as their keyboard player of the time, Nancy Hartley, would be sent to jail after pushing her abusive partner of the time out of her apartment window, killing him in the process. Getting out of jail in the heart of 2008, Nancy would come to witness that Samurai had not been gigging at all, waiting for news on her whereabouts, and because of it, the band had fully split up, with both Johnny and Kerry going on to setting up their own solo careers to keep their stardom going, as well as spreading their ongoing messages. The breakup of Samurai at this point could have been shown to be a turning point for America. Their days of terrible corruption and being run by the secret government of the Gang of Four was at an end, and a need for the protests of Samurai was not as popular as it once was. With that said, going into 2009, the US realized it needed allies going forward. Europe and the Soviet Union were controlling so much that after announcing their new mission to Mars, they had really cemented themselves as the ultimate superpower. With this, the US signed a mutual defense treaty with China to make sure if anything happened in the future, they would have allies to defend them, as they could not take on the Euro-Soviets on Earth or in space on their own. And soon after that, it didn't take long before the US were already threatening to take over full control of the underdevelopment Crystal Palace. But the Euro-Soviets were quick to act and set up the Taicho mass driver to aim at Washington DC, to create the warning that if the US were to do anything, they would feel their wrath and have their capital completely destroyed. Realizing this was a bit too much for them to chew, the US backed down and focused on what their plans were going forward. For the Second Corporate War, however, battles were still raging on, as it looked like Petrochem were turning the tide of war as they infiltrated the Spratly Island chain and assassinated Anatoly Novikovo, the CEO and founder of Sov Oil, utilizing planes loaned from the government of Malaysia. But this did not stop the Sov Oil military and only encouraged encouraged them to come together and fight some more going into the end of 2009. But for now, another decade had passed, bringing about a ton of changes from technological ones to the way the world was run by corporations. It was quite clear that the 2000s set some dangerous precedents going forward, and now going into the 2010s, more wars were going to kick off, and dramatic changes to the landscape of the US and the world were taking shape. The 2010 started in a pretty positive light as finally the second corporate war had come to an end, with Sovoil taking the victory out within the South China Sea and gaining more land for themselves. However, this didn't bother Petrochem too much, as they decided to put all of their eggs in one basket and started developing the CHOOH2 fuel technology, while Sovoil still had a lot of effort put into utilizing their large, untapped oil fields within the Siberian region. Over in the Western Hemisphere, the Second Central American War was also finally over after America realized they could not do anything more, and it was so embarrassing for them as they thought it was going to be an easy victory. But the end of the war brought about a new problem. The higher-ups in the military noticed they did not have the funds, nor did they want to spare the funds to bring out all of the citizen recruits they had brought into their ranks to fight for them. Instead, the higher-ups diverted the funds, cancelled all of the civilian contracts, and used all of their funding on getting the equipment and high-ranking soldiers back to US soil. This outraged a ton of people who found themselves without a job and no way back to their homeland, with the government also making the home public believe that they were deserters as well, making them extremely hated at home. This was all thanks to the fact that by this point in the US, the media company known as Network 54 controlled 62% of all broadcasting within the country, meaning that the United States government could control the message that was delivered out there with ease, and most households would most likely be watching a station owned by this mega corporation. Not only was it the ex-soldiers affected by this, but a lot of the contracts they had offered the nomad communities out within Central and South America were also cancelled, meaning they had to just up and leave, triggering a process that would be called the Long Walk, as most of them had to trek hundreds of miles to get back home with no help or funds from anyone. This was a horrific time for many, and it really went to show a lot who had fought for their country or worked to help build it back up, that the ones in charge could not care about them at all, and would rather that they just died out in the rest of the world just so they could save some money. Out within Night City, they had a new problem that was on the rise thanks to the new cybernetic technologies that were emerging around the world. This was the rise in cyber psychos who were being driven mad and going on killing sprees utilizing their deadly military hardware. In response to this, Night City and a lot of other cities would bring about a new type of law enforcer, this one being named the Psycho Squad, aka MaxTac or Borg Squad, and would be created by the extremely experienced solo named Ares. This squad would be the best of the best and would be able to take out deadly criminals with ease, finally allowing for some order on the streets where even the most deadly cyber psychos could not succeed in taking over the cities. Out within other countries of the world, Romania were going to suffer a horrific earthquake that would destroy a lot of people's homes and would go on to kill 267 people. But over in Italy, they were suffering a corporation issue. For a good while, Italy was on the side of their farmers and its agricultural sector. However, within 2010, the Italian government caved under pressure from the rising corporations and decided that farming was a thing of the past, and now that land was to be sold to them for their energy gains and maybe artificial food products. As the year turned to 2011, Night City was undergoing new changes as mob war had reached its boiling point and was happening all over the streets. The corporations were desperate to take back this city for themselves and objected to the way the mob wanted to rule people. Nearing the end of the war, Arasaka-trained paramilitary troops in assault vehicles would lead the charge into the city, as well as hitting the mob with a wave of bombing runs and assassinations, taking out many of the mob members who were not ready for this level of attack at all. It didn't take long after these attacks before the majority of the mob's power base was utterly destroyed and they had been driven out of the city completely. As the war came to an end, the corporation took over the rule of the city and placed a puppet mayor in power and made it their mission to clean open up Night City once again. Almost immediately they turned around the corporate plaza and made it pristine once again, and then went on to focus on other areas in the city. However, with this new corporate rule, this caused even more of a homelessness problem because the corporations were asking those in houses to pay to renovate their house to make it look better, and if you couldn't afford it, they'd be kicked out by force. This change forced hundreds out onto the streets as their once affordable homes were now turning into luxury places for the corporate troops to live in. A lot of space victories were to be had within 2011 as well, as the Euro-Soviet mission to Mars was reported back to be a huge success, and now plans could be made for what they did with this planet they could now reach, and relatively quickly as well. The Eurospace also saw a big win as finally the Grand Crystal Palace finished its construction and opened its doors, allowing them to own a permanent hold in high Earth orbit. But for some corporations, they would not like the news that they had just heard, and neither would the US, as the once soldiers fighting within the Central American wars had become so angry by what their government had done that they had formed into their own nomad clan and gone on to steal billions of military hardware, venturing out into the ocean and then hijacking an oil rig within the Gulf of Mexico to set up as their own new headquarters called Metakey, trying to label themselves as their own international nation. This group would be named Metacorp, named after their leader Jonathan Meta, who was once a loyal American soldier, but now does everything in his ability to take away from those who abandoned him and his men during the Central American War. For many, this whole island would be seen as a new utopian city that offered its people a lot of freedom and was a great way to get help away from the traitors of the US government. By 2012, more drama hit the US as the city of Chicago would be hit by a horrific bioplague that originally the citizens thought was a form of Ebola, but was actually fully manufactured by the federal government. The reason why this plague was released was because the university that was producing it had just left all of the most deadly viruses mankind had ever seen abandoned in the labs, collecting dust over the many years since they had been there. As construction jobs started to take place after the collapse was over, this building was leveled down, and then when it was dug back up again, all of the deadly viruses released into the environment, wiping out over 200,000 people and destroying pretty much all of the city. It was one of America's most horrific moments and a real error on the NSA and federal government's behalf once again. Even more blood was on their hands. At this same time, the long walk that the nomads like the Avocados and other regular citizens were on had finally come to an end, but tragically, only 10% who set out on this journey back home actually returned, with the rest dying due to exhaustion or just going missing. Deaths were happening in the thousands within Night City, Chicago, and in the wastelands, all thanks to decisions made by the federal government once again, and even out within Spain, more deaths were hitting the news as a series of small corporate wars were devastating the lands, really showing once again that the corporations were doing anything to gain more ground and eddies for their businesses. Within 2013, the net was becoming a huge part of everyday society. However, within it was a lot of illegal activities that were going unnoticed. To counter this, a global policing organization would be founded thanks to a US Euro-Theater treaty being signed. This organization would be known as Netwatch, who would patrol the net to prevent any and all cybercrimes, utilizing netrunners known as netcops, wolves, weasels, and the Icemen, who would be equipped with very powerful software to move through the net with ease. If someone were to be caught doing illegal activities on the net, these troopers would find you and use programs known as Black Ice to kill or maim you. On top of this new technological leap, another one was spreading over the world in the form of nanotechnology, which would go on to really help many people when it came to surgery and healing wounds that couldn't have been healed before. With all of this rise in technology, especially with the growth in the net, Arasaka suddenly shot onto the scene in 2013 and took to Night City to seek out more power, as well as the new incredible netrunner known as Alt Cunningham. Alt earlier on in her life was praised for her work with the net, setting it up within the Pacifica region and developing software that many hadn't seen before. Being seen as something special to the technological boom, Alt began working for a mysterious ITS corporation and started working on a revolutionary human AI transfer program focusing majorly on cyberware to augment her net running skills. It was here where she would meet her lover of the time, Johnny Silverhand, and when 2013 came around, Arasaka had heard of the work she had been involved with and wanted her skills for themselves. After a Johnny Silverhand concert, the two would head outside of the building after having an argument to find that Arasaka had sent mercs to capture Alt to take her back to the corporation. Johnny would try and fight them off, but it was no good. They were far too much for him with their latest military-grade hardware and were successful in capturing Alt for their AI program. Not allowing Arasaka to get away with it, Johnny would put together a riot outside of Arasaka Tower to cause a distraction for the Arasaka troops. With that done, Silverhand, along with a few of his other team, including his ex-rogue, a media reporter Thompson, and a nomad named Santiago, burst into the tower and fought through, finally getting to Alt's body that was hooked up to the mainframe. Toshiro Harada, the Arasaka executive, tried to convince Johnny to see sense, but without a moment's thought, Johnny would shoot and kill him and tried to save Alt from the program that he had her in, but it was no good. Disconnecting her from the mainframe killed her physical form and left Johnny with a lifeless corpse. However, Alt's soul remained stuck inside the net, where she would remain for years, one day being able to get into contact with Johnny once again. But with that said, her personality would never be the same again. After this event though, 18 people would be killed in the riots outside of the tower, with 51 wounded. The Arasaka Tower would be completely gutted, and Johnny Silverhand had to get away from it all. Here he would go on to join up with the El Decado clan, and stayed there for a few years until the heat died down. By 2014, funnily enough, nothing much happened. The only thing of note was that during this year, the net underwent massive changes, probably thanks to Alt being integrated with it and with all of the time in the world. And with that, Netwatch would also be working hard on keeping it safe from illegal activities. That following year, the nanotechnology that had been developed a few years ago finally became available to the public, allowing all of those incredible benefits to be available to all, as long as they could afford it anyway. Out within Japan, however, big changes were happening. Their emperor of the time was removed from office, and with that change, Japan was also removed from the EEC, meaning they were an independent nation once again. This could have been because of Arasaka's involvement in international politics as well. This meant Japan had to undergo a new currency change, and soon after their leaving of the EEC, Japan created the new yen to be a counter currency to compete against the euro dollar. However, not much was different about this currency compared to the last yen, but with that said, out within Asia, it was the dominant currency used compared to the euro dollar. But this did go on to trigger the yen wars within Europe, where Germany would try and limit international corporations within Europe as much as possible, knowing full well that if they succeeded, the euro dollar might lose out to this new yen currency. This war wasn't the only thing happening though, as once again the world was plunged into the third corporate war, this time between Night City's partners Meryl, Asukaga and Finch, along with the mercenary business of Lazarus, against the corporation of the Rothstein Fund. This war, however, was unlike anything anyone had seen before, as it happened mainly through the net, as data fortresses became armed camps, trying desperately to take each other out and steal their own data. This war was all set up due to some dodgy business practices by MA and F, as they used the Rothstein Fund as leverage for their investments. Netwatch also got involved within this data war, as they tried to limit net access all over the world, leading to many arrests and flatlines. Eventually, this data war turned into a real-world war, as mercenaries were hired to fight their battles on Earth and in low orbit, with them trying to destroy the locations of their enemies' net communications gear. This war was extremely expensive for all parties and cost so many lives, and at the end of the war, the Rothstein Fund ceased to exist, and their MA and F turned in the two of their executives who started this whole war into the LADA, having to pay for all of the damages caused within low orbit and on Earth. It was yet another horrific war that the world had to witness, and once again set another dangerous precedent, as it showed what the net could be used for. It was not only for accessing the vast amount of data, it could also be a battleground for corporations looking to gain more power. A Amazingly, it was still 2016 as the Third Corporate War only lasted 6 months. And whilst this was going on, Australia was also having major problems as its water supply was suffering massively, with many cities having none at all. This started major riots in many of the cities, with Arasaka having to get involved to solve the situation. Not much was better for the UK as Scotland also started rebelling again and started a massive uprising against the English government. But on the positive side to this year, BioWare finally became publicly available all around the world. However, considering how many wars were happening at this point in time, maybe this wasn't such a good idea. In 2017, the US went through yet another president as President Blair was voted in. However, for one individual named Elizabeth Kress, she was asked to become the vice president after having served a great career as the president of the armaments corporation known as Militech. Kress was a big win for the country as her acceptance speech titled Rebuilding the Dream was received extremely well, as it seemed like the US was under some good leadership finally. This government also helped NASA in their space mission during 2017 of trying to reach Mars to potentially one day set up a colony there. Maybe this was an act to counter Euro-Soviet space missions, which had already been a major success a few years before. With that said, Europe was still having problems, specifically within the UK once again. Things would seem like they were going terribly for them, as the Thames flood barrier would be bombed, causing major flooding within London, most likely caused by the Scottish Nationalist Rebellion. With that said, however, the MLA's rule on the land was coming to an end thanks to this open rebellion, and mainly due to the fact that no one seemed to like them anymore. With them losing power, martial law officially came to an end, and the monarchy was re-established. But without Charles III and his family line available, the next in line to the throne was Princess Beatrice, who had been living within Texas since the 1990s. Returning back to Britain in 2017, Princess Beatrice was named as the new queen and took the title of Victoria II, as she led protests against the MLA and saw their inevitable downfall. The UK seemed to be back to the way it was. The people celebrated the new queen, and the corporations who once avoided the country were coming back to it and started demanding the country have a laissez-faire style of government. As the new government was set up, a new tunnel was constructed going from the UK all the way to northern Africa, with the former British colony of Gibraltar being turned into a gigantic waypoint for people and goods. The British also gained a new military force consisting of privatised armed forces that was said to be some of the best. The British people were happy once again, and regular chants of "We are back to the good old days" were being heard all over the land, apart from maybe Scotland, who was still in conflict with England until 2018, but quite honestly, who cares? Out within Africa, however, Arasaka had located some precious resources buried below the surface, believing them to be theirs for the taking. The corporation would move in to grab it, only to then find that Militech were there to defend the land and population from their takeover. After thinking about taking on Militech, Arasaka eventually saw reason and pulled out of the land. However, this didn't last long at all, because as soon as they got back to their base, the Arasaka Corporation would just go on to buy the land from the natives anyway and keep the resources for themselves, leaving Militech with nothing they could do. Whilst the world's politics seemed to be creating new treaties and going back to a form of normality, the nomad clans of the US realized they needed a platform in which they could come together to help their societies and to help them go forward into the future. With this, 7 nomad clans would come together to make a loud voice so they could be heard by other nations of the world. This would go on to create the 7 nations, which would consist of the nomad clans of the Snake Nation, the Aldecados, Blood Nation, Folk Nation, the Jodes, Thalas Nation, and the Nomad Corporation hybrid, Metacorp. Together as one, this would give the nomads far more credibility, allowing more people to join them knowing they were set up as their own unique nation, and would also help them gain more contracts in their process, leading to a new bright future for anyone wanting to break away from the traditional nations and instead go full-on nomad. By 2018, more space launches were happening, with the Eurospace Agency looking even further out at the planet of Jupiter and would launch its first manned ship towards it to see if they could set up a base there or in its orbit. For Sov Oil, they would also send up some ships to try to get to Mars to build up a colony or base there, allowing them to expand their corporation even further and maybe start mining for precious resources out there. Down on Earth, though, wars were still waging amongst the nations of Europe as Czechoslovakia would go on to launch a brutal attack on Poland. At the same time, Romania would also go on to invade Bulgaria, and out within Greece, they would go on to annex Macedonia with the help of Albania. But quickly, in response to this, thanks to the many different treaties going on at this time, Serbia would hit back and invade Albania for themselves, really going to show that nothing was learnt at all from World War II or the wars following it. And still, all of these nations were desperate for more land and resources to help them prosper. Over in the US in 2018, President Blair would become extremely ill and would tragically die in duty. This would leave the country in the hands of Elizabeth Kress, who would be brought into office in 2019 as the next president of the US, and would be so popular with the public that eventually would go on to be the longest serving president the US had ever had. Her popularity rating went up even further as the NASA mission to Mars was a massive success, and finally they could look at colonizing the Red Planet. However, in another part of space within 2019, massive revolts were going on within the space colonies. Within the L5 space colony, they would completely revolt and would declare full independence. The L4 space colony, in response to their riots, would be placed under martial law, not letting them turn into what the L5 colony had turned into. And the orbital colony of L3 also followed in suit, revolting against their leaders as well. For the first time ever, space colonies were becoming their own unique communities and took command for themselves. The 2010s were a relatively quiet time compared to what had happened within the years before. However, saying that, once again, technology had grown massively, allowing for new types of warfare. And during this decade, corporations were becoming more and more powerful, even ruling countries and sending them into brutal wars. The events in Night City seemed proof that for corporations like Arasaka, they could get away with doing whatever they wanted. And thanks to people like Johnny Silverhand and other mercs, they could be stopped and their plans hindered. And that was certainly a theme that was going to continue going into the 2020s. The 2020 started with the Nomads gaining contracts once again. Out within the desolate wasteland of Chicago, one corporation known as Storm Technology was offering out contracts to go into the city itself to salvage precious resources and to start a reconstruction project. However, many claim that there was something mysterious and dodgy about this corporation, and what they wanted from the city was unknown. But regardless, many Nomads needed the work, and this was a perfect opportunity for both the Jodes and the Aldecados taking up this corporation's contracts. For the rest of the Nomad nations, they were going to get contracts to continue working on expanding their intercontinental maglev into Boston, which would allow a lot of these nations to gain work and help their communities grow even further. Over in Night City, the urban region was still rife with violence and street crime thanks to the homelessness problem and the rising gangs. For the corporate sector, however, that was growing by the day and enjoying the influx in eddies. However, the worst was to come in 2020 when, out of nowhere, a corporate aerodyne would crash on the outskirts of the city, and as it crashed, a deadly plague coated the land, being labelled as the Carbon Plague. This plague would spread over the city for 2 full weeks, killing 4,000 adults, and anyone under the age of 18 who was hit by it would find they had nanotech-based mutations all over their body. Washington DC took immediate action hearing about this spread and got Dr. David Chang onto the scene to start researching what was causing this plague and what could stop it. And miraculously, within 2 weeks of its initial spread, he would be successful and would find a perfect cure. Dr. Chang would find that this plague was a form of rapidly reproducing nanites that fed off of CO2 and heat and was able to move large amounts of material at the molecular level rapidly. Knowing this information, Dr. Chang would adapt their programming and allow them to become controlled by computers, turning them into a product that would be labeled as nanotechnics, which would go on to be the foundation for many forms of technology going forward into the next few years. After that bizarre event, the world was about to go into 2021. However, just before that, NASA wanted to follow in the European Space Agency's shoes and also launched a group of Pathfinders to Jupiter with their plans to arrive there by 2025. If they did this, it would be a huge success for the US-based space agency, and in 2021, they would also go on to build a base on Mars that they would call the Christ Base, which would be be their own form of space colonization. By the end of 2021 going into 2022, things really started to heat up, and it was all triggered by 3 corporations: Sino, OTEC, and IHAG. IHAG was a failing underwater shipping and tech company that eventually went bankrupt. Seeing this, both Sino and OTEC took to trying to buy the assets to boost their land and resources, and with this goal, both of them engaged in brutal tactics to try and shut down the other one. Netrunners started to try and devalue stocks, and strike forces were sent to intercept negotiators, similar to that of the First Corporate War. Eurobank also got involved, shutting both of them down to try and gain the assets for themselves and make sure they were the dominant global nautical tech and shipping power. With all of these things in place, the world braced for a global collapse once again, knowing that these companies controlled the supply of goods going across the waterways, and if they went to war, they wouldn't be able to get their vital supplies. Eventually, after a lot of persuading, OTEC would go on to hire Militech, a US-based corporation, and Sino would go on to hire the Japanese corporation of Arasaka to defend their goals. At first, not much fighting happened, as both just wanted to gain the resources for themselves, but within early 2021, a Militech security team would go on to kill an Arasaka advisor, with Militech unaware of who she really was. As tension rose, the original members of this heated affair, Sino, IHAG, and OTEC, were forced around the table to negotiate before things got out of hand on the 22nd of February 2022. But by this point, Arasaka and Militech had gotten too involved and needed to recoup their multiple accidental damages that they had caused each other. This meant the Fourth Corporate War had now officially begun, and now it was between the armament powerhouses of Arasaka and Militech. Within the month of March, as the war began, Arasaka would go on to work on their latest program named the Soulkiller 2.5, which they had used Alt to piece together. With it, they would test it on a Militech executive's processor. The Soulkiller program worked perfectly, as they were able to capture his mind and interrogate it, and with that information would go on to assault the Militech Night City office, triggering the start of 3 months of covert strikes between the two megacorps. For one man known as Raish Bartmoss, whose physical body had died back in 2020, he would be located within the net, similar to Alt. Whilst in here, Militech would go on to contact the Netrunner and ask for his assistance against Arasaka within the war. Alt would go on to also convince him to follow it up, and with that persuasion, Bartmoss attacked Arasaka from inside the net after locating their master program of Soulkiller, ruining a lot of their long-term plans. However, this was quickly followed up with a raid of where Bartmoss's body was after they tracked him down, and as the corporate troops went in on the Connacht building, they would fully kill Bartmoss and wipe his data, or so they thought anyway. 2 weeks after his death, a virus would be triggered all over the net, created by Bartmoss in the event of his death, named Rabbids, the roving autonomous Bartmoss interface drones, and with that release would go on to cause the full data crash event, destroying the net in an attempt to ruin corporate control. The overall result of this virus caused the shutdown of 78.2% of the net in just a matter of months. To try and counter this, Netwatch desperately created the Black Wall, a potent AI with the sole task of blocking off sections of the net that had been overrun by rogue AIs with ice, so that the rest could be salvaged. It was also reported that Arasaka was able to save some of their data as well, and would go on to store it within their headquarters within Night City, something that Militech would eventually discover in the next year. With the net now essentially unusable, the war would continue on all over the world with more boots on the ground combat, but also would happen within space in an event that would be labelled as the 7-Hour War. Within this war, one orbital space station named the O'Neill 2 that was built back in 2017 was treating its workers terribly, not giving them any freedom at all, and this would reach boiling point on the 29th of September 2022, as the colonists started hitting back against the ESA station masters, and the other reason was down to fear that they would be caught up within the war between Arasaka and Militech. Coming together extremely well, the colonists started a quick and effective coup against the entire station, taking over complete control. It was an easy win as the colonists overwhelmed the ESA staff by 40-1. There were not enough guns for the ESA to win, and now in full control, the O'Neill 2 crew used the station's weapons to bombard a number of key ESA and EEC facilities, as well as the tactical defensive destruction of a number of corporate-owned orbital weapons to make sure they could not be caught up in the conflict going forward. The 7-Hour War was over, and the colonists had officially due to the actions they had made, both Japan and the US recognized them as a new High Rider Confederate government, meaning they would not be hit in the conflict. Taking the loss to heart, the ESA moved on to other projects as they would join together with Sov Oil once again and build a base on Mars, naming it Isidis Base, creating a colonial government as well. By 2023, international trade had broken down completely due to the nature of the war between Arasaka and Militech. Despite that, NASA was still continuing on as normal and started offering people with commercial flights to Mars. But the war was majorly disrupting space travel and other missions as well, with the Pathfinder mission to Jupiter losing all communication after Cape Canaveral, and NASA's Mission Control Center would go on to be destroyed in the endless bombing runs of the two megacorporations. This war came to its biggest event that happened on the 20th of August 2023, where a strike team run by the incredible Solar Merc responsible for the influx of Edgerunners and Mercs all over the US, Morgan Blackhand, as well as Johnny Silverhand, who would go on a covert mission to infiltrate the Arasaka building to capture or destroy the recovered data from before the data crash. More specifically, capture the Soul Killer program data, and in the event that they were found out or the mission could not go fully to plan, like extracting the data for themselves, they would be equipped with mini nukes to take out the building completely with all inside. Two different stories are told of this event, one including Morgan Blackhand, who played the main role within Omega Team, and another story involving Johnny Silverhand and his actions within the raid. Despite the conflicting stories, both would go on to encounter the terrifying Arasaka Merc known as Adam Smasher, who would love killing anyone who got in his way. Encountering both Morgan Blackhand and Johnny Silverhand, he would go on to absolutely prove why Arasaka keep him on the paybooks by hindering their plans massively and annihilating Johnny Silverhand's arm, as well as capturing him and allowing the Arasaka forces to bring him back to their CEO Saburo for interrogation. But before this could happen, the strike team was successful in their operation and would go on to fully nuke the Arasaka Tower, triggering the event known as the Night City Holocaust. As the building went up in a rage of fire, Saburo captured Johnny Silverhand's soul and disposed all of his body within the ruins of the Arasaka Tower. As for Morgan Blackhand, his body was never recovered, and no one knows if he was still alive after this event. Adam Smasher, however, was massively injured in the event and turned to essentially fleshy sludge. However, with half of him purely cybernetics at this point, Arasaka were able to recover what was left and would be able to bring him back, this time making him almost 100% mechanical and a real terrifying force to see in person. With this nuclear holocaust happening within the heart of Night City, they would be plunged into a new era, an era labeled the Time of Red, simply due to the fact that the whole city was coated in a red cloud throughout all of the day and night for months on end. With this time, Arasaka had lost a horrific amount of respect all over, with Japan almost collapsing completely. With this news, Arasaka had to take full responsibility for everything that had happened over the years during the Fourth Corporate War, and thanks to them doing that, Japan was able to survive. Arasaka was punished massively from this, with many countries, especially the US, stating they could never trade within their countries ever again, only being allowed to do business within Japan itself. For Saburo, not only had he lost years of progression in just a few years, with Arasaka losing all respect and being blamed for the nuclear bombings in Night City, but he had also lost his firstborn son and heir to his empire, that being Kai, who was killed quickly after he declared an end to the Fourth Corporate War, being convinced to do the samurai tradition of seppuku by two members of Johnny and Morgan's strike team, Spider Murphy and Rogue. By 2025, the Fourth Corporate War was finally at an end, and Arasaka was exiled back to Japan with no trace of their involvement in US politics on their home soil. To make sure this never happened again, President Elizabeth Kress forced Militech into being fully nationalized, and because of that, became the official military of the US. But at that same point, Elizabeth Kress was losing some ground as Washington, Oregon, Idaho, North California, and British Columbia all unified into the new Pacifica Confederation, a new chance for them to create their own policies away from the rule of the main US government. With things back to a sort of normal, everyday life and business could continue once again, as NASA set up a new operation alongside the Japanese Aerospace Bureau, as they would launch a mission to try and reach Saturn to maybe one day set up a colony there. By 2026 up until 2029, many groups boats would start going back into areas that were first hit during the collapse all those years ago. This was to salvage precious resources lost in the corporate wars and the collapse, or to just be able to live in a new abandoned area that hadn't been completely totaled by the war. This also included the looting of old technology and abandoned storehouses, as times were getting extremely desperate. Because of how disruptive America was becoming again, with people looting everything they could get hold of, President Elizabeth Crest turned into more of a dictator figure, as she would order a full state of emergency to go throughout all of the country, as she started her plans to try and unify every state back together into one powerful nation once again. And whilst all of this was going on, the newly nationalized Militech would try and re-establish contact with NASA's lost Pathfinder mission. But unfortunately, despite having their communications back up and running on Earth, no contacts could be made. The 2020s had officially come to an end, and it was safe to say this whole decade was one of the bloodiest the world had ever seen, as both Arasaka and Militech did everything they could to wipe out one another. Many lives had been lost in that fourth corporate war, and the nuclear holocaust was a turning point for the American government. However, going forward into the later years, America as well as Night City would dramatically change, and a new era would be born for them, one that Elizabeth Crest was dreading. Not a unified nation, but one that was split up massively. It's fair to say that during the next few decades, not much was to happen within the world, as most of it was being tidied up from what was such a horrific war. For Night City, Elizabeth Crest had blamed Arasaka for everything that had happened there, painting them as the evil foreign power looking to control the country. But despite that view, did not want to help Night City at all in their recovery. Crest would go on to claim that the city was unrecoverable, and stated that it would be easier for the people living there to move into the new United States to survive that way. The people who had lost everything thanks to the bomb were suffering massively during this point. Being left homeless, these individuals would not follow Cress's ideas and instead set up shantytowns where they could within the surrounding suburbs of North Oak, Westbrook, Pacifica, Haywood, and South Night City. What was left of the Night City government looked outside for help in their rebuilding project, calling in the old nomad families who had once helped them before. The Aldecados were the ones to lead the operation, as they had a lot of experience in this, thanks to what they did within the Chicago Rebuild project set up by Stormtech. The rebuilding process would be a long and grueling one, but with the passion people had for the city and the skills of the nomads, it would be doable, and it would look as it did the first time it was constructed. Over in the North Oak Columbarium, an epitaph was set up for the fallen Johnny Silverhand that had on it the words, "Robert John Linder, son of a bitch who never gave up. A legend among legends." However, within the corporate center, one Silverhand fan who happened to be a firefighter, Samantha Stevens, would go into the hot zone on a request from a techie known as Angel. Within the hot zone, Samantha would go on to recover a non-detonated mini-nuke from the bunker of the destroyed tower, as well as the body of Johnny Silverhand himself. With that, she would hide the body ready for transport, and also find the locations of his other possessions, such as the Malorian 3516 handguns and his Porsche 911. Taking those possessions, she would go on to hide them within her garage somewhere within Night City, making sure they were protected for years to come. But most importantly, Johnny Silverhand's body was recovered and was ready to be transported to safety. At the same time, rumors were starting to spread about a man who looked especially like Morgan Blackhand within the first wave cities, places that needed little reconstruction and resources to rebuild after the war, with others claiming he had returned back to President Crest to report the failure of his last mission. Whether this was actually Morgan Blackhand, no one knows. However, the descriptions given do imply that someone of his build and skills is still out there, but maybe it's just someone with military training with his personality engram inside them, utilizing similar technology to that of the relic, but that's just a theory for now. By 2038, Johnny Silverhand's body is still being transported by Samantha. However, this time she is tasked with taking it to Los Alamos Labs within New Mexico. As she went on to leave, she would entrust a merc known as Zara with one of Johnny's Malorians she had found in a wrapped package, stating that she couldn't think of a better person to use it. By the time Samantha had gotten to Los Alamos Labs within New Mexico, the crate with the body within it was handed over to the person who had sent her on the mission in the first place, the techie known as Angel. And Once she opened the crate to see the body, Angel would whisper, "Hello, my love." Throughout the 2040s, not much really happened apart from the rumored sightings of Morgan Blackhand and the reconstruction of Adam Smasher. The Smasher now fully functioning again, albeit being mainly a machine now, he would be sent out to look for Johnny Silverhand's possessions that he had located within Samantha Stevens' garage and around the country. Not only was he able to find Johnny's Porsche that he would keep for himself, but he would also find his Malorian Arms 3516 that he would eventually pass down to his second in command and loyal worker Jeremiah Grayson in 2050. With that, he would also go on to locate Silverhand's body and bury it just outside of Night City, making him one of the only people who knew the location of where Johnny's body was. Either meaning Smasher went on to kill Angel, who gained possession of Johnny's body, or Smasher was tricked and the body he went to bury outside of Night City was actually a body double. But again, that's just a random theory. The only other event that was of significant note was within 2047. A young man would be born to Mama Wells named Jackie Wells, who would live within Haywood in his family's home. Jackie certainly didn't have the best upbringing, as his father would frequently get drunk and beat him mercilessly with a belt. Because of this horrible upbringing, Jackie learned to become strong relatively quickly, and that would help his life change going forward. 2 years later, after Jackie was born, his soon-to-be partner in crime would be born, that being V, who was born in 2049. However, their backstory is obviously a bit of a mystery. But for the people of America, the population was getting a bit out of hand and affordable homes were not coming onto the market. It was decided here within the late 2040s that mega buildings were to be constructed to help with the population growth, as they could house thousands of families in one high-rise building. And at the same time, they were extremely cheap to maintain, but also brought in a pretty Eddie. Over in China, they were rebuilding after what had happened to them within the Fourth Corporate War. And for one company that was the kernel of China's forces, Ximingzhu's defense company, it had now become fully debt-free because of the work he had done to rebuild them. And because of it, it fully rebranded to the corporation known as Kangtao. With this new rebrand, Kangtao started debuting on the international weapons market with the A22B Chow Smart Pistol, which would finally give some competition to the main manufacturer of this type of thing, which was Arisaka. But with them out of the picture, it was Kangtao's for the taking. Over in Night City in the year of 2051, the people there were once again hit with an epidemic as a rogue case of the bird flu took over, affecting thousands of people, and by the end of the year killed over 7,000 people. The flu went away for a bit, however in 2059 it came back, and even harder this time, killing over 10,000 people. But life continued on for the people of this city, and most just accepted this was the world they lived in now. As they continued on into the next decade, a new mayor would be elected within the Night City Council. The leader of the new devolutionist party, Lucius Rhine, a proud Night City resident who had lost his father within the Night City Holocaust and had his mother captured by Raish Bartmoss's rogue AIs within cyberspace. But with that tough past, Lucius tried desperately to make the world and Night City a better place, doing frequent inspiring speeches and calls to action to help rebuild the world in the newly formed Watson development. His other plan was to stand up against the new United States of America and its government, who were desperately trying to force Night City and many others into its ranks to unify the country. But sadly for Lucius, Night City would once again be hit by another case of bird flu in 2061, but this was the worst one so far, being labelled as the Great Bird Flu, which would go on to kill 12,000 people this time. At this same point in history, over within Haiti, this country would be officially wiped out due to a series of horrific storms and climate change effects, forcing everyone who lived there to venture out and seek a new home. Here they would travel to Night City and seek refuge within the Pacifica District, an area that was going to be a luxury resort for all of the corporations and visitors to Night City. This transformed the area into a full refuge for all immigrants from Haiti and other islands affected by climate change and war, bringing about a loyal community of Haitians who would form together into a gang known as the Voodoo Boys. Americas. Over on the outskirts of the city, one corporation known as NC Dam Limited would go on to purchase the dam and reservoir just outside of the border of the city. As this happened on the 17th of July 2062, a massive disruption attempt by the residents of Laguna Bend took place, as they knew they would be thrown out of their homes if they were to purchase the dam. Despite all of their efforts, NC Dam Limited was successful as they sent in their corporate troops to force out the residents from their home. And with them now gone, they were able to flood the area, and with it the town in which many lived, including the Braindance editor Judy Alvarez. By 2063, Night City had had enough of the bird flu epidemics and decided to finally take action, putting into place the Avian Extermination Act, which was to quell outbreaks of avian-borne diseases, which claimed tens of thousands of lives in the city over the past decade. Despite looking like Night City was under good leadership now, gangs were starting up all over the place, and for one group of the Tiger Claws, they would go on to pick on the wrong group, those being the residents of Elizabeth Borden's bar. During one of their nights out at the bar, 3 Tiger Club members went on to kill one of Lizzie's night workers, which would drive her mad with rage. As a result, she would get her revenge, killing all 3 of them with her axe. But the Tiger Claws didn't hold back and immediately got their own revenge, killing Lizzie as well. This was a tragic moment for the community and united all of the people working at the bar and all of the night workers, forcing them to form together into a new gang that would be labeled as the Moxes, who would always do everything they could to honor their once leader, Lizzie, and protect all night workers who needed shelter over the city. Over in Japan, Arasaka would start their full rebuild process as one of their bodyguards were going to save the life of the Emperor of Japan in 2067, helping them to gain a positive reputation with their country once again, finally helping them to step out of the negative shadow they had been in since the Fourth Corporate War. Other things were happening over the world at this point as well. One of the positive things was that the first ever settlement was made within Antarctica, something no one ever thought was possible. Why it was set up there, no one really knows, but it was an achievement nonetheless. But sadly, at the same time, the people of the world would be sad or happy depending on their perspective that the last of the sharks officially died out. The sharp-toothed, terrifying creatures of the sea were now officially gone, and the ecosystem was dramatically changing because of it. Over in Australia as well, a gigantic bushfire would rage throughout the land and would go on to kill all but one of the koala population. This koala named Omega would be the last of its kind and would be massively protected by all who knew about it. But by 2068, Elizabeth Crest was finally succeeded by a new president known as Rosalind Myers, due to the fact that people were learning about the truth behind the bombing of Arasaka Tower in Night City. 4 elections and a dictator's style of leadership during part of it had made her the longest serving president the country had ever had. But now it was time for a change, and Myers, who was also an ex-Militech CEO, was certainly going to bring about that going into the next decade and beyond. Rosalind Myers becoming president, it didn't take long before she set the world alight, or more specifically, America alight. Myers had similar ambitions to Crest, but was more ruthless in how she went about them. Myers was desperate to unify the country once again and to make them become a superpower on the world stage. In January of 2069, she did just that, as she extended federal rule over the many free states, stating she was strengthening the country. This immediately kicked off the unification war, as the free states refused to accept what Myers was trying to do. For a few states such as Washington, Oregon, and Idaho, they would remain neutral within this conflict, but the federal government said they could only be free from conflict if they held some of their concessions on their land. The Republic of Texas as well sided with no one and stood for themselves in the conflict, giving them 2 enemies in the NUSA and the Alliance of Free States. The NUSA was extremely aggressive in this war, attacking all of the free states with their sheer Militech strength. But by the mid-war, Arasaka saw an opportunity to resolve themselves on the land and started providing the free states with their best resources to fight back against the government. With war waging everywhere, the people of Night City thought they were going to be invaded at any point, and as a result, corporations started leaving in their droves, meaning the Pacifica District lost all of its funding and turned into a hostile land filled with crime and gang warfare. Eventually, Eventually, the NUSA troops made it into the outskirts of the city, but Lucius Ryan had a plan, as he had asked the exiled Arasaka, who had been helping them with resources anyway, to help them defend their city. Almost immediately, Arasaka answered the call, and their super carrier showed up within the Del Coronado Bay, forcing the NUSA to retreat. Realizing that Arasaka was on the enemy's side, the NUSA knew that if they were to continue, this war would get worse and would be more horrific than that of the Fourth Corporate War, and because of it, they had to end it now. With this, a Treaty of Unification, or the Arvin Accord, was signed, ending the Unification War once and for all. Night City benefited the most from this, as it became completely independent from both the NUSA government as well as the North California's rule. For the rest of the parties, none of them were happy with the treaty, but were just relieved the war didn't start another global crisis, and because of it, all of them claimed they had won it. By 2071, Arasaka had a foothold within North America once again, and they could finally grow their corporation once again as well. Here they would help their name grow, as they would prevent mass riots within San Francisco, showing to many that they were there to help maintain the peace, helping many to believe in their cause and see them as a positive light within the community, especially within Night City, as they would build their main North American HQ in the same spot that had been destroyed all those years ago in 2023. Within Night City, corporations were coming back into the central complex. However, Pacifica was left completely due to how dangerous it had become, and for the gang of Maelstrom who were on the rise ever since the Metal Wars years ago, they had a new leader known as Brick, and a new brutal regime was taking place in their ranks. Another law was passed during this time, and that was the selling of domesticated fowl to once again stop the spread of any bird flu type epidemic. This didn't stop it, however, as people just did it on the black market. At that same time, a new epidemic happened in 2072 in Night City, this time being a zoonotic disease called rat fever, which would go on to wipe out all of the animals within the nearby land and causing a few animals to become extinct. In 2074, Night City realized it had a real problem on the streets, something the NCPD or even MaxTac could not control. Looking for options, Rosalind Myers attempted to bring in Militech to help Night City with its gang crime problem. However, the NCPD commander objected to their involvement, seeing it as just an attempt to get control of the city and bring it into the NUSA world. Instead, Arasaka was still seen as the ones to go to over Militech and Myers. This was helped once again as Arasaka were proving themselves to be true peacekeepers, as they would destroy a terrorist cell in Rio de Janeiro, killing all those responsible for a series of attacks, helping their PR once again, and showing Night City that Arasaka were the better option over Militech and the NUSA. In 2075, the infamous hacker who caused the downfall of the old net, Rach Bartmoss's body that was frozen in a cryogenic freezer, had found that his contract with them had expired, and because of it, the freezer in which he was housed in was discarded at the Badlands landfill, something he requested on the eventuality of his death. Not the most honorable way to get rid of this legend's body, but it was what he wanted. At this same time, the gang known as the Animals, who used cybernetics to make them more animal-like in skills and talents, had acquired a new leader named Sasquatch and started taking over more land, fighting anyone they could to prove their strength. For one individual during this time, however, known as Lucy Kushinda, she would go on to meet with an individual known as Kiwi in 2075 and would join her mercenary crew run by a legendary solo known as Maine, becoming part of their Edge Runner operations. By 2076, this crew would be doing as many gigs as they possibly could, until they would go on to encounter the young, ignorant and angry individual known as David Martinez. This crew would try and teach him the ways of being an Edge Runner and eventually get him up to a point where he could be useful within raids. Sadly for the crew, they would go on to lose two members in their operations, those being the leader Mame, who would turn cyber psycho due to how many implants he had, and Dorio, who would be killed by Mame during his psycho spree. With the crew now leaderless, David went on to take on Mame's cyberware, adding it to his military-grade Sandevistan, which he had acquired thanks to his mother back when she was an EMT. Throughout the many months this crew were active in 2076, the crew would go through many betrayals and deaths, in the end leaving just David and Lucy. However, with how much cyberware David had at this point prior to them just being David and Lucy, he was being driven mad and was going into the full cyber psycho process, and was under attack by Militech forces desperate to get the prototype cyberware he was utilizing, including including the giant and terrifying Adam Smasher. As Adam Smasher crushed and wiped out almost all of the crew, David would engage with him in a final stand. But sadly, it would not be enough, as David would be killed there and then by the mechanical beast of a man, if you can even call him a man. Lucy, David's lover, was the sole survivor left, and after living through all of that bloodshed, fulfilled her lifelong dream of visiting the moon. When there, though, the vision of David became visible to her, reminiscent of the first time the two had a brain dance together, where they would also go to the moon. David's crew would sadly be forgotten like many other Edge Runners. However, the impact they had on Night City was quite significant, and if Adam Smasher wasn't on the scene, who knows where they would be now in the late 21st century. The year was now 2077, and Arasaka made a massive announcement of their new technology they had developed. This was named as the Relic, which was a unique biochip that would imprint a user's personality on it to allow their descendants a way of communicating with them long after they had died. This product would be hugely popular with corporate investors who saw this as one of the most revolutionary pieces of technology ever seen, and when it did launch, it would be a massive seller on all markets. At the same time, Biotechnica also came up with a phenomenal breakthrough, as they were now able to revive 3 extinct species lost by the rat fever in 2072. Those 3 species being the North American beaver, the swift fox, and eastern cottontail, who were popular amongst the wealthy clientele. With the relic being in such high demand, especially within Night City, one fixer named Dexter Deshawn would raise a crew to infiltrate the Konbeki Plaza Hotel, and would steal the prototype utilizing the data collected by Evelyn Parker. The raid went well initially, as V and Jackie Wells were able to break into the penthouse suite, locate the relic without being noticed. However, everything went south as Saburo Arasaka and his son Yorinobu arrived to discuss their future and solve their differences. As Jackie and V hid from the sight of the Arasakas and their bodyguards, they would go on to witness the murder of Saburo by his own son. After that event, the whole tower went into lockdown, with both V and Jackie being seen as responsible. The breakout went from bad to worse, as sadly Jackie was hit in the escape and would go on to die in the process. V would also get infected by the relic, which they had to store in their own neural cortex to make sure it did not expire. However, when getting back to Dex, V would also go on to be murdered to hide Dex's involvement in the raid. But the relic did something unexpected, as it would go on to reboot V's brain and bring them back to life, but at a price. The engram within the prototype relic would be none other than Johnny Silverhand, who would start attacking V's body and assuming control of it. 3 months after this event, V would go on a journey to try and fix themselves from this engram taking over, trying their best to get on with Johnny at the same time. Along the way, they would go on to meet various individuals from Night City, developing unique bonds with them, as well as engaging in gang wars that were happening all over the city. For the rest of Night City, Lucius Ryan would die of what was said to be a heart attack due to a cyberware malfunction, but the truth was, Ryan would go on to be murdered within the strip house known as the Red Queen's Race, as a virus was loaded onto his BD, overwhelming his senses and killing him there. With his death and murder covered up, Weldon Holt became the acting mayor, trying to defend his role from the new up-and-coming nominee, Jefferson Pareles. As the vote went through, Pareles would go on to win by a large majority, becoming Night City's latest mayor and a people's favorite. As this went on, V, along with Saburo's once bodyguard Guru Takimura, would capture Saburo's daughter Hanako and try to convince her to join their cause in bringing Yorinobu to justice, and alongside it, helping V from being absorbed by Johnny's engram. Arasaka, more specifically Adam Smasher, would launch a brutal attack on where Hanako was housed, trying to kill all within. This event would trigger Hanako into eventually helping V, and together with all of the parties V had met on their journey, would launch an attack on the Arasaka Tower to try and get down to the basement, integrate with their Makoshi network, and either remove the engram or let it fully take over their body. It was now the summer of 2077, and V's future would depend on how they handled the Arasaka Tower mission. They would either go on to be taken to the Arasaka Orbital Station, where they would go on to have their relics safely extracted from them, or they would be on their way to the Crystal Palace or leaving Night City for good, but that would only be if Johnny's engram fully took over V's body. It is unsure sure what the future for V would be during all of this, or if there are any other events that would happen before that final raid on the Arasaka Tower. However, it is said that in the years going forward that Night Corp is finally able to complete the Maglev connection to Chicago in April 2078. It is also said that Lizzie Wizzy, one of the biggest pop stars out in America, is set to be playing a concert at the Crystal Palace as part of her cosmic tour throughout early May of that same year. By the winter of 2078, it is said that the Intercontinental Maglev network is planned to become fully operational, finally allowing people to travel all over the land. And by 2080, the connection to Chicago that would take 3 hours was said to go online as well. The last thing on the Cyberpunk timeline is something that to many will be a terrifying thing to hear. It is said by a leading AI analytics that by the year of 2080, there will be a 74% chance that a second hot war between the new United States and the Free States will occur once again. And if it were to happen, it would most likely mean that humanity would be plunged into one of the worst wars they had ever seen, with most likely Arasaka and Militech trying to wipe each other out once again, with maybe corporations like Kang Tao also getting involved to protect their investments and show off their new revolutionary weaponry. But with all of that said, we will just have to see what the future holds for this timeline. Maybe life will calm down and humanity can just enjoy their new world, exploring the stars, rebuilding other cities, and just embracing the new technology that is coming out on a regular basis. Or maybe they will just annihilate the planet completely in the name of their chosen corporation, eventually moving on to either the Moon, Mars, Jupiter, or even Saturn. Who knows what will happen? But for now, this has been the full timeline of events from the mammoth, brutal, and fascinating Cyberpunk universe. I want to say an absolutely huge thank you if you made it this far in the video, and please do let me know what you thought by leaving a comment or just leaving a like and subscribe if you haven't already. This took so long to make, but it was worth it as this universe is incredible, and even if you do not like the game, I think a lot of people can agree the writing is pretty good. I know I didn't cover absolutely everything in the timeline, but some things were just too small to include, or they either had no information on them or outright confused me due to lack of information. So for what it is, I hope I didn't miss some absolutely vital details out. I want to say a huge thank you to my patrons and YouTube channel members for sticking with me and letting me take my time to make this. I really hope it was worth it, so a huge shout out to my small fishes, my big fishes Anthony, Otto Krem, Christopher, Greg and Last Persona User, my YouTube channel Wise Ones, Video Game Player 75, Ico the Wolf, Sith Lord 906 and Fiery Italian, my sharks Jason X117, Rodesy and Wow Such Gaming, and my Megalodons Chernobyl Stalker, Hazy Thoughts and Sinus. But that is all for now. I'm going to drink tons of water to let my throat recover and start planning for the next big one. But thank you all so much once again for watching. Support the channel the best you can by checking out the links in my description, and until next time, I shall see you then. A massive legendary cheers, my